here's the weird time. Well, let's say this.
This is
guys.
the time.
Let's say this, guys.
Yeah.
If you guys want to support the show, there's a button down below that you can click, and it goes to us. It goes to the people behind the scenes at Planet SCUM. It helps keep the lights on for everybody. It's very helpful. I just want to get that out there. Also, go rate and review the show on IMDb, because that's been fun. It doesn't look like it's. Oh, it looks like it's updated a little bit. Not that many people have done reviews in the last hour and a half.
Everyone who's watching this,
right?
just give it a quick 10. You don't even have to write the review.
It's so easy. I'll put the link in the chat.
And they'll just have a little star thing next to the title, and it says rate, and you just give it a 10.
Someone is asking, is there a Venmo for the show? I guess there's not, but if you send it to me, I will get it to the correct people.
Yeah, currently we have 22 ratings for the George Lucas Talk Show, and we are 10 out of 10. We are one of IMDb's few perfect productions.
Yes.
Oh, George, this is nice. Someone is saying they rated the show 1 star because it's their #1 show.
No, the opposite.
I have a feeling that Memento Mori is having a little bit of comedy fun with a simple remark that isn't actually true. I think they either did not rate, or they did rate us a 10, because that would have dragged our average down pretty quickly.
I hope it was.
There's a place for fun and joke.
They're kidding because they're a little stinker.
Very funny.
Watto, now we have something. Hang on, another photo came in of fan art, and this is funny because it has to do with the draft day trailer, but they're also like making it about our show.
Yeah, because otherwise draft day doesn't have much to do with our show on the weekend.
No, they put Watto.
That is funny.
That's from Bring the Noise, NOYZ on Twitter.
Thank you.
I will say it does. If we bring back that image for a second, it does inherently, because Watto is inherently, he's a greedy man. Greedy foodarian. It looks less like he's dropping the coffee, more like he's selfishly hoarding it. It looks like he's pulling cups of coffee up towards himself rather than dropping them. It's like, more coffee for me.
Yeah, Watto's looking trim there, though. He likes that one. Yeah.
Watto, you should move the dollar, because I think it's covering your voice for the mic.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Hey, George, I don't want to bring this up because it might be a sore subject.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat, I'll let you read it. Someone in the chat.
Is it true that Kenny Baker died inside an R2-D2? I heard that he was inside an R2-D2, and they put it in storage not knowing he was still in there. And when they went to make one of the new movies, his skeleton fell out. I will admit, for legal reasons, there are certain aspects of this I can't talk about. I will admit there's some truth to that story. Not all of it. There are aspects of it that are 100% not true.
Mm-hmm.
It is true that we did wrap one of the Star Wars movies, and we forgot that Kenny was in there, and we did put the R2 in storage, but he did not die. I think that might have been on 5.
Mm-hmm.
I think we left him in between 5 and 6.
Yeah, you Han Solo.
It is also true that they did, in an unrelated incident, they did go to make one of the new Star Wars movies, opened up the R2, and his skeleton fell out.
Yeah.
These are unrelated incidents.
That did happen with most of the props and costumes and sets that were reused from the original film.
Burrito
taking out skeleton.
He had a skeleton inside him.
Yeah, I do remember that when we wrapped on 5, when we wrapped on Empire Strikes Back, we heard what we later realized was Kenny screaming, but it didn't register because R2 can't. It didn't sound like R2. R2 can't speak like that. So we assumed it was a ventriloquist's trick, and we were looking to see where's the ventriloquist who's making it sound like R2 is screaming.
Yeah.
In English, help, let me out. It's Kenny.
Yes.
In hindsight, I felt silly because it's one of those things where when you go back and look at it, you're like, oh, of course. Those were his screams.
Yeah, of course.
Those were his screams. Now we have several projects. We have the IMDb project for people to rate, review, and add real trivia. We also have the Butter Boy, Butter Girl art project. The more comics, the more videos, the more puppets, merchandise, action figures. These Norman Rockwell characters, I don't believe are under any kind of copyright. Butter Boy and Butter Girl, I think you can do with what you wish.
Yeah.
And so why not? These are characters that you can write a book, a graphic novel about Butter Boy and Butter Girl, and I don't think anyone would come after you. We also want to put the scene of Griffin Newman and Draft Day on TikTok, as many different ways as possible, of him dropping the coffee, and you can put that. There are a lot of different ways. We also have
hashtag Rick the Intern Challenge.
Well, I was going to say also, it's the character's name is Rick. You could do something with Rick Talk.
That's right. Rick Talk videos. And also be a great name for an episode of Rick and Morty where they do TikToks called Rick Talks.
Yes.
And also the Fred Astaire, Savion Glover, tap dancing, Tim Simon's keyboard challenge, where you take the keyboard stylings of Tim Simons and make them look like they're the graceful sounds of some of the world's greatest tap dancing legends.
Yeah.
A lot of homework this week
Lots of homework.
We got a lot of homework.
So we should let people get started on it right
away.
away.
I was gonna say I don't feel like ending. I feel like we're just getting started here.
I feel like there's a very good chance this show ends in the next 30 seconds.
Oh, let me say this, Watto. I think there's an astonishingly high chance that this show ends in the next 30 seconds.
It's very possible.
But I will say this. If it doesn't end in the next 30 seconds, I could see it going for hours.
Right. So the next 30 seconds are really going to matter.
Really. No. And also, I want to say, Watto, and I say this in all sincerity.
Yes.
We're not doing this for a greater good this week. We're not. It's a regular short episode. There's no charity.
Pointedly not.
It's just a show this week. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I want to make sure, Watto, you know that I love you, Watto.
I love you too, George.
I love you too, Watto.
And you know, Patrick, please.
Patrick, stay out of this, please. Yeah,
Watto, you know that I love doing this show with you.
I love doing this show with you too.
And
Watto, I love doing the show with you too.
Patrick!
And I don't want you to ever, because I feel bad that last week you were ambushed by my plans to make our short episodes 3 hours and 30 minutes, so we could.
You wanted to Irishman the episode.
We could do a full Irishman plus. I call it. I call the format the Irishman plus, because it's just it's the Irishman but with a little twist.
Yes.
That it's 1 minute longer. So if you're watching our show as if you're watching the Irishman, the place where it should end, instead you're, what's this? There's a little more. Talk about a little twist.
Talk about a little twist.
Oh no, we've pushed right past that 30 seconds, haven't we? If at any point, Watto, you are fed up in any given episode and you decide the show is over for Watto, I want you to know that you are always free to quite honestly say, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I have to.
And what would happen after that?
We don't know. That's the whole point. I hope you always stay to the end with me. I hope that, because that's the kind of thing that when I think about you being in every episode to the bitter end with me, my heart says one word, and that word is yippee.
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 We're doing it for the people. You know, that's what I really do feel is the reason we tell stories, you know, everyone loves dogs, but we don't tell stories to dogs. We tell stories to people.
But that's why I feel like this one. Oh, Butter Boy and Butter Girl 3D.
Oh,
from the great.
I wish there were. Look at this.
Wow.
The Adventures of Butter Boy and Butter Girl in 3D. Can you imagine?
You can
First
see
of all, that butter is going to melt pretty quick.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a good one.
That's right.
That's
fantastic. We can only hope that these movies either go straight to digital during pandemic, or that they're among the first films. The Butter Boy and Butter Girl films are among the first films. I'd love it if a Butter Boy. Yeah, I'd love it if we were able to eventually see them in a theater. When, you know, I don't want it to be a movie like Tenet that comes out while everyone's still sick. We still think that's going to happen? Chris is going to put it out while everyone's sick?
No.
I don't think so. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he likes to talk about it. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's wishing out loud, making wishes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think also he thought there was no way that our country would handle this so poorly, that we would be in such a bad situation right now, and the outlook for the next 6+ months would look so grim. I think he thought, oh, it's a coin toss as to whether the theaters open in July or August, and whichever one it is, I want to be there right at the beginning. And instead, it's like, oh, we might have fucked ourselves out of having any fun for 3 years.
Yeah, Chris. Basically, you know, he's an optimist. He likes to think the best of human beings. But I think what he fails to understand is that the classic scenario at the end of The Dark Knight, where you have the two boats, is that one of those boats would have blown up the other boat.
Yes.
And just even if one of the boats had said you have to wear a mask or else the other boat will sink, they would have said we're not wearing masks because this boat is filled with
George,
yes?
Sharpling is asking how the Empire would have dealt with coronavirus.
How would the Empire have dealt with coronavirus? I mean,
also,
better probably.
A lot of people are suggesting we watch Spy Kids.
Wow.
And I'm suggesting there's a very good chance this show ends in the next 30 seconds.
I think we would need a lot of $4 donations to the show for us to watch Spy Kids.
Much more likely that we'd watch something shorter than Spy Kids.
Spy Kids is like 80 minutes, guys.
Yeah, like maybe we watch the pilot of Dummy and then the show is over.
What's Dummy?
The Quibi original!
Oh, none of us have Quibi, Watto.
Watto, you have Quibi?
No, my free trial ended.
What was the verdict?
I also hang on. I'm not going to suggest this. I'm not going to suggest.
Don't.
We would need to watch something else. If we're watching the first episode of Dummy, we need to watch something else.
I think we don't need to watch anything. I think this one has been wild and full. We got more time with our guests than we usually do.
The first episode of Dummy is on YouTube.
I would agree to watch one episode.
I want to answer the question about the Empire handling coronavirus.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
I want to make it clear that the Empire is evil. They're very bad. They're essentially fascists. They're murderers. They're terrible. However, if I'm and they created these hideous weapons of mass destruction.
Hang on, George.
No.
Come back to Big Lake. We won't do that.
No, it's not even considered.
Because that's not enough of it. The thing is, if we'd said that at the beginning and we had no guests, we would have done it. But we can't add the Irishman to this because that's not a little twist. That's a big twist.
That's a huge twist. And also, it needs to be much more money than that.
Sharpling.
I'll say this.
Sharpling?
I want to give my answer. I want to give my answer to this.
Oh no, guys.
The Empire is terrible on every level. But how would they have handled the coronavirus? Better. Honestly, that's my answer. They would have handled it better. These are people who tried and failed.
What if this?
Right. We'll watch The Irishman up until we hit the 3-hour and 31-minute mark.
Here was my suggestion. What if we do half of The Irishman?
No, what are all of the? No, none of this.
$1,000 for charity, Watto.
I'll tell you the Irishman amount. Are you ready for the Irishman amount?
Yeah.
No.
$5,000.
No, Watto.
Yes.
All right. $5,000.
Can I say my piece here?
Hang on, Watto. If we start this, do you think we can get $5,000? Let's pick a charity right now.
No. Can I say my piece?
Watto, you are paving a road that ends in us watching The Irishman. You are paving this road, Watto.
Say my piece here. Can I say my piece?
Yes, you can, but I want you to understand that so far every move you have made in this chess match is leading towards us watching The Irishman, which I want to
say my piece here. I want to shut this conversation down. I want to end the show because once a month we are still doing a fundraiser for charity. And my hope, and we've talked about this, the hope is that by only doing one fundraiser a month, we can make it maximum impact. So I feel like once a month, we're trying to break the record of how much money we can raise every month. We're setting the boundaries at infinite goalposts. They could be anyone.
I don't know what this means.
No. I'm saying save it. Save it for Big Lake.
Would you do The Irishman after watching all of Big Lake? Because Big Lake's kind of a short. Big Lake is a short stream.
Yes. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying keep the stretch goals where they belong when we have a week picked out, when we have a charity picked out. We want to make those count. We don't want these little drips and drabs.
So here's what we need. Everyone who just committed to donate has to donate that amount during the big week. Or if you want to send it to the PayPal now just to commit it, that's fine. You can do that.
I know. I think we make it a very clear stretch goal on the Big Lake night.
Sure, but I'm saying if it just sits in the PayPal, it doesn't make a difference.
Well, of course, you want the PayPal slush fund. What, to buy some more Tempur-Pedic mattresses?
It wasn't a Tempur-Pedic.
You want a My Pillow?
Yeah. Oh, I love that guy. I love that guy.
Get the video game, The Adventures of Nemo. Little Nemo.
He's asleep in Dreamland?
Dreamland! The classic Sega Genesis game!
Watto.
I'm saying, look, George is taking the jacket off. Let's just say this was a good one. We had technical problems. I think we all agree something was weird. Everyone was lagging.
Okay. Hey, Watto.
What happened?
500 to watch the Muppet movie.
Great. I hope you're back with that pledge 3 weeks from now for Big Lake. That's what I say to them.
So after Big Lake, you'll watch The Irishman and the Muppet movie, Watto?
What I'm saying is, I would rather once a month we go insane rather than every week we break ourselves a little bit. Wasn't there an entire strategy around normal shows?
Yeah. Normal show is 1 minute longer than The Irishman. No,
that was not the strategy.
I'm telling you, Watto, we had a meeting and this was decided.
You didn't go to the meeting, Watto.
You didn't go to the meeting.
No, save it for charity. When we
Well,
have a charity picked out, when we promoted it, for people to suddenly start saying, "Oh, I'll donate this much to do this right now," we haven't had the time to pick a charity. We haven't had the time to promote it properly, to book it properly. Our guests are gone.
In fairness, this is grassroots, Watto. You can't stop a social movement. Rebellions were built on hope.
Watto.
What?
You know what George is trying to say?
What?
Hang on one sec. Watto,
you know what you're saying? You can't stop the beat. Is that what you're going to do?
You can't stop an avalanche as it races down the hill. You can try to stop the season's girl, but you know you never will. That's all I'm going to do.
Wow. The fact that you stopped it is a point in Watto's favor. If you really wanted to prove to him that we were going to keep going, you would sing the whole song.
I don't know the tune. I don't know the tune of the whole song.
Well, that's what was kind of good, was that you were sort of making your own version of it. It was like lyrics, but new music.
Yeah. I think that was pretty close.
It was pretty close, but it was definitely new music.
Yeah.
Patrick, you're trying to make the argument that, oh, but it's nice that people want the show to keep on going. We should repay them. Yeah. And I'm saying let's actually do what makes more sense in the bigger picture. And George, you're talking about Christopher Nolan being an optimist, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't being practical. He wasn't being pragmatic. He was being an optimist, and that has caught him in quite a bind, right? And what I'm saying is, it might be time for me to step up.
And do what?
Saying, I need to do something because maybe I'm the hero this live stream deserves, but not the one it needs right now. So they'll hunt me because I can take it. Because I'm not the hero. I'm a silent guardian, a watchful protector. I'm the Dark Watto.
I mean, George,
Do you think he'll come back?
I sort of don't think he will.
I mean, I think he will.
It's going to be wild to see our numbers plummet.
I don't know that they will necessarily plummet.
Because, George, I think you and I have talked about this.
Right.
If WATTO goes, we'll keep going. We're fine to keep going.
I'm fine to keep going. I don't feel I've given so much entertainment to the world. I don't necessarily feel that these shows need to be entertaining.
That's fair. And I would argue a lot of it hasn't been.
Because the first hour of the show, we had wonderful guests. We had wonderful stories.
First 90 minutes. Full 90 minutes.
That's a feature-length film.
Yeah. That's a Spy Kids. We did a Spy Kids.
We did a Spy Kids. More than that.
Yeah.
Now, let's go in the private chat and see what is WATTO saying that he's really gone. Is he really gone from the stream?
WATTO has not spoken in the private chat. I believe WATTO is probably gone. I want to say it's fine. Wait, people are adding trivia into the IMDb page.
That says what?
Can I read some new ones, George? And this will be a new thing. I'll read through trivia.
We're reading.
Okay.
PC reads that IMDb.
PC reads the IMDb. That's what we're doing.
PC reads the DB.
Yeah. The first piece of trivia. Co-host Patrick Cotnoir is best
We're talking DB with PC.
You're gonna make me make this graphic for next week?
Yeah, we're talking DB with PC.
Okay, I'll do it for next week.
Yeah.
Co-host Patrick Cotnoir is best known for
PC culture. Someone's recommending that.
Co-host Patrick Cotnoir is best known for frequent naps he takes while streaming long hours of the show. Number 2. George, do you want to dispute any of these?
Sure, yeah, if they're disputable.
Okay. Contrary to popular belief, neither George nor WATTO ever made a Herald team at the former home of the live version of the show, the Upright Citizens Brigade Theater in New York.
That's true. I did class shows and I did 2 prov at a few of the DCMs.
Did you take any workshops?
Yeah, for DCM, yeah.
Anyone good? Billy Merritt? You ever do a Billy Merritt?
Yeah, I did do a Billy Merritt. Yeah.
Okay. WATTO wears a custom yarmulke with his name WATTO bedazzled in rhinestones on it. This was originally created for his one Toydarian show, WATTO About Me, one of the final live performances ever at the UCB in New York City on March 3rd, 2020.
That seems true.
Yep. Prior to his sidekick gig on the GLTS, no one calls it the GLTS, WATTO the Toydarian lost ownership of a boy in a pod racing bet.
But it is accurate. The GLTS is accurate.
No, it's just interesting.
Because we don't put the T into the abbreviation. And it is the George Lucas Talk Show, but we abbreviate it with GLTS.
Yeah. At the 2019 New York Comic-Con, showing off the GLTS. At the 2019 New York Comic-Con showing of the GLTS, someone else used it. George unleashed Billy D. Williams' 1991 cologne Undeniable into the panel room. At a subsequent regular showing at UCB, George described the incident as akin to biological warfare due to the overwhelming smell. Yeah,
it was too powerful, which we should have. It did live up to its name. It was undeniable.
Yep. The hosts of the show, Patrick, George, and WATTO, refused to acknowledge the existence of acorn squash despite repeated insistence by the chat. They instead referred to the vegetable whenever presented on screen by the broader category of gourd.
This is from the 1600 Pen Door show, and I think those are gourds.
I think they were gourds.
So, yeah.
George Lucas knows how banking and checks work because he's a billionaire. Patrick Cotnoir does not.
True. You try to make fun of me for signing the back of a check that was made out to me.
I remember.
There would be another way of cashing that check or depositing it in my checking or savings account.
Now, someone in this trivia is saying that this show is also known as the Gord Lucas Squash Show. Is that true, George?
I don't know what the nicknames are, but it seems to make sense.
Okay,
people like to come up with nicknames that are fun.
And then I'm not going to read the spoiler one because it doesn't seem interesting or applicable.
Okay. Well, all of those seem accurate to me, even the ones that are maybe borderline or that I couldn't necessarily confirm or deny.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, we don't have that much time left in the show.
Yeah.
Right now we are at 2 hours, 21, almost I'll wait till it rolls over and then I'll say.
Okay, but you're saying there could be 30 seconds.
2 hours and 22 minutes into the show.
Yeah.
And really, we only need another 68 minutes.
Yeah, and we'll be here for that, right? Should we confirm that now?
I'm going to confirm that I intend to stay here for that long.
I'll be here unless something crazy happens.
Oh, certainly if something crazy happens, we might leave.
Yeah. Do you know what I didn't even show on this stream, and I should have brought it up earlier?
What?
Do you know what I own?
What do you own?
It's Jonah Ryan's college diploma.
From Veep? That's a screen used prompt?
Yeah, I should have brought it up earlier. I forgot about it. That's
never going to come up in another show.
I know. I forgot.
There was one moment where that would have been really great. Is there any way we could get Tim back on the stream to show him that, or will you just text him a photo of you with that?
Maybe I'll text him a photo later and I'll show him.
How about do it right now?
I'm not gonna do it now.
Patrick, this is what the show is now. We don't have WATTO. We have to step up our game. Sorry. Yeah.
George, you actually got an answer to a thing we were wondering about last week. Do you want to talk about it?
Oh, right. What was that? That was...
It was the pop star question.
Yes. I'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to make sure you do this because I don't want you to try to distract me. We can crowdsource this to make sure it's not intrusive. We're not asking Tim to come back on the stream.
No.
We just want you to inform him that you forgot to show off this treasure from your collection.
Yeah.
Screen used prop from Veep.
Yeah.
And we just want a comment from him, I guess, right? That's what we want. We want a comment from him.
Yes. Okay.
Or either a comment or a picture of his Impossible Burger. Is that good?
I'm sure he's already eaten it.
Maybe not. We don't know that. Impossible tacos, sorry. Or the chicken fingers, the homemade chicken fingers that he made with his family. Now, this is the part of the show. No, I don't. Patrick, I'll take the wheel here because you're texting. Okay, you need to concentrate. Here's the thing. Watto is the heart and soul of the show. I know that he's the reason that people really... He's a born entertainer. I'm a storyteller, but I wouldn't pretend to... even though I'm the host of the show, I wouldn't pretend to have the same level of dynamism or charisma that Watto has. So it could be that the next 66 minutes might be a bit of a rough go. I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers plummet to almost zero. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why when I've chosen to make films, when I made Star Wars, when I made American Graffiti, I didn't just film myself talking for those movies. Because my suspicion was that if instead of making Star Wars the way I chose to make it, which is with droids and fabulous creatures and space battles and special effects and orchestral music and all the things that we come to associate these fantastical the imagery of these planets. If instead I had chosen to make a Spalding Gray style minimalist one-man storyteller show, my suspicion is that it would not have been successful. I mean, we could try it. We could try just while Patrick's texting. Let me try.
I sent it, George.
You sent it? Oh,
yeah.
I was going to try to do a Star Wars.
It's already gone.
Okay. Well, let's figure out something else then. Did you get a response from Tim yet?
No, I just sent it.
I don't know.
I will let you know the moment I get a response. Look,
what kind of noise will it make?
So you know. See?
What?
It's sent. I sent a text. I just want everyone to know. Say,
will it make a noise? What kind of noise will your phone make when he responds?
It's a great question. I don't know. My phone's always on silent.
Make a noise. Let's choose a noise just for this. What kind of options do you have on your phone? A woman's scream is already the popular favorite.
I don't know how to
do you have any sounds of a woman screaming on your phone, Patrick?
Hang on. Text tone. I don't have any sounds of a woman screaming.
Is there any way that you could get a Vlad track to be your ringtone?
Not right now.
No, it's very simple. You just take the YouTube track. You go to one of those websites that'll pull the audio from it. Then you download
The problem is
that.
this isn't very loud. This isn't very loud, so you're not going to hear it.
I hear all of those. Can you read me what the names of these are, and I'll review them?
This one is called Presto. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear that. It goes ding, 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 ding,
This one
ding.
is called Sencha.
Like I sent you on an errand, and you're like, don't.
I'm gonna do classic. Ooh, this is a good one. Classic. You'll know what this one is.
That's the Imperial March.
Yeah. Here we go.
No, play it again. That's the, no, play it again. Play it again. That's the Imperial March. Play it again. Quack, 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 quack. That's a Howard. If Howard the Duck took over the Empire.
This one's sci-fi.
Okay. Ooh, Crystal Skull. Knowledge.
Robot.
Knowledge.
Robot.
Treasure. Droid.
That one sounds good. I think it's got to be robot.
No, I want to hear all the options.
George, there's like 40 options. We're already hemorrhaging viewers.
No, are we?
A little bit.
Patrick, are we hemorrhaging viewers?
We've lost 20 in the last 5 minutes.
You know what? Those 20 can go to hell. The real fans are still watching.
Ooh, okay.
I hope they are in hell. I hope they're burning in hell, those 20 people.
Wow. Okay. Here's
we have over an hour, Patrick. We can go through 40 ringtones waiting for Tim Simons.
Okay. All right. We'll start at the top. You ready? These are the classic ones.
All right.
This one's called Alarm.
Okay. Ooh, that's like the opening of A New Hope, or the end of Rogue One.
This one's called Ascending.
Running up the stairs, very funny. Look how fast that little guy's running up the stairs.
This one's called Bark.
Wow,
this one's called Bell Tower.
What is it?
Bell Tower.
Bell Tower. I like that one. I'm gonna say that's my favorite so far.
Okay, this one's called Blue.
Because Bell Tower sounds like something one of those mean politicians would have called Jonah Ryan on Veep, because it's insulting. Like, who's this? Who's this Bell Tower scrotum?
Yeah.
You know, they have very mean insults.
What?
What?
This one's called Blues, like the mystery of the blues, the secret of the blues.
Right. Indiana Jones and the Mystery of the Blues.
Okay, this one's called Boing.
Boing. Very funny.
This one's called Crickets.
Uh-oh. That's like the world premiere of Strange Magic.
This one's called Digital. Oh, you like that?
Ooh, I like that one.
Hang on. Tim has hearted one of the tweets, but not the one about the photo.
Wait, you tweeted at him?
No, not tweet. Text.
Oh my God! And I'm the old man.
Oh, he loved the image. All right, that's good enough for me, guys. That's no.
We gotta set it to Bell Tower.
Set it to Bell Tower. Okay.
Set it to Bell Tower.
I don't know why it's quiet.
Text back to him and say, did you tell him to send it? Did you send him a picture? Did you ask for a picture of the Impossible Burger?
No,
taco?
I did not. Please,
will you ask? Can we see a picture of the Impossible Taco?
George, no. I know, George. I know you love this kind of stuff. I know you love this kind of stuff.
For me, this is. Are you worried he's going to think you're pranking him? And he's going to think I don't like Patrick because
he doesn't like pranks.
Prank trick, Cotnoir.
No, George. Oh my gosh, George.
Well, now you've just robbed this audience of an hour's worth of entertainment.
Do you want me to keep going?
No, I want you. I respectfully ask you. Okay. How about this? If you're not going to text, Tim likes us. He loved being on this show.
Yeah.
You should have bundled your thing with people are asking to see the Impossible Taco.
Yeah, but he already ate it. I'm sure he already ate it.
All right. Well, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, because of the time zone difference, I could just be digging into it right now. We could be missing this photo.
Yeah.
If you're not going to text it to him, Is there another person famous
George.
that you will text a text that says, "Show us a picture of the Impossible Taco"?
George, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Well, what will you do? Prank, trick, gotcha. What will you, Patrick? We gotta fill the show.
Hang on, we'll say this. If you guys want to keep updating IMDb's, I'm fine if you want to update my nicknames on IMDb. Someone else sent us fan art, George. It's from Ben Ratner.
That is a really good butter boy, but can you draw a butter girl, Ben? I ask you. Some cartoonists, some male cartoonists have trouble drawing girls.
Yeah.
Can you do it? And can you be respectful? Because butter boy and butter girl are characters that deserve our respect.
I also think we should say this.
Yeah.
I'm happy that everyone is staying watching us, but if you leave, you need to publicly announce it in the chat.
Yeah, say, I'm leaving.
We want you to stick around for at least another hour, but you have to publicly say that you're leaving if you're going to go.
I think if you're leaving, you should say, I don't like this show anymore. I'm leaving.
Yeah. Yeah. They must declare themselves. I agree. What? Jeez.
Yeah, you can say why. You can say why you're leaving.
Yeah.
And it can be something. It can be something honest.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, some of the best moments of the show could still be happening in the next 57 minutes.
I would say more than likely.
It could just be more of this. It could just be that we just talk our way to the Irishman Plus, which is the format of the show. Still the only talk show. Yeah, if you're planning on staying, say yippee. And if you like the show continuing, say yippee.
We better get a lot of yippies.
We are the only talk show that I know of in which the sidekick / announcer just leaves because he's decided the show is done.
Does that ever happen on Larry Sanders? Has Hank ever just left?
That's a fictional talk show. This is a real one. And we gave him that permission. We gave him the license. I said to Watto, I want you to be with me to the bitter end, always.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I still, honestly, can I say this? And you can feel free to tweet this at Griffin, that Han Solo...
Why would they tweet at Griffin Newman?
Because he's friends with Dave Sim, who's on the show all the time. And I believe he has Watto's direct line.
That's probably, that's fair.
Because Watto's not on Twitter.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah, boy, he'd have some hot takes. Hey, do you have the sausages, Patrick? One of the most popular segments on the show, Patrick's classic hot takes and sausages, coming right up on the George Lucas Talk Show. But if you want to tweet at Griffin Newman to tell Watto, because we've talked about Griffin a lot in this episode because of his TikTok-worthy appearance in Draft Day, that I hope that what we're experiencing now is a classic episode 4 Han Solo moment, which is that we think that Han has abandoned his friends, but then he comes in and he saves the day at the end. I think Watto is going to come back before the end of the show. I think he's going to return to us. Don't you, Patrick?
I don't.
I really believe. And I'd like people to say to Griffin that that's what everyone's hoping for, is that Watto makes a triumphant Han Solo-like return.
Sure. If everyone wants to tweet at Griffin to tell Dave Sims to tell Watto.
Yeah.
And you can tag both at Griff Lightning and at David L. Sims.
Just letting Watto know that he has a blank check to come back anytime he wants in this episode.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to confuse you, Patrick. A check is something, if you have a banking account, it's a little piece. It's too hard to explain to you. You'll never learn.
I've never had a checkbook, George.
Do you have a hot take on anything, Patrick?
Oh, do you want to know? This is actually, I think, a hot take that I said today, and I feel a little weird saying it in public.
All right. Well, this is exciting.
I realized today I don't really like Danny Boyle movies. Is that a hot take? That's a hot.
Hashtag oh boy, oh boyle. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boyle.
That's a hot take, though, right?
I think it's a pretty hot take.
I saw, George, have you seen Millions?
I've seen Slumdog Millionaire. Are you confusing it for that?
That's what I'm asking. No.
It's Slumdog Millionaire.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about millions.
I've seen Billions on Showtime.
I think this might be a prequel. They never explicitly say it, but I think it might be.
I never saw Millions. It sounded cheap. I was like, I don't want to watch a movie about poor people.
I'm gonna go put this back.
That was your hot take that you don't like Danny Boyle movies. Not a fan of Danny Boyle movies. Hashtag Boyle, Boyle, Boyle. That was a classic late night segment. And it couldn't have gone better. Everyone say bye to the sausages. I like that Adbot said bye to the sausages. Now, is there anything, here's what I wonder. If there's anything, you know, I might go ahead and do the thing that I said I was going to do. Because I wonder whether I put so much effort into making Star Wars that there was a simpler way, which would just be me telling the story of Star Wars.
Oh, no.
Oh, are we not doing? Oh, you're back, Patrick. I was going to just tell the whole story of Star Wars.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think I should. All right. I'll do a quick version. I'll see how quick I can tell it.
You really see how quickly you can tell all 9.
Okay. So there's this.
No, wait. Actually, I'll put Solo and Rogue One and the holiday special and the Ewok movies in there too.
All right.
But really quick.
Really quick. Okay, so there was this little boy. He was a miracle baby. No one knew how he happened. It wasn't through anything dirty. He just suddenly was a child. And he had very special blood. But he hated living on his desert planet. And he hated being owned. He hated that his mother was owned. And he thought life will be better when I'm older. And these Jedis came by and they thought he was a special kid. And they said, "You want to come away and be a special Jedi?" He said, "Yippee." And he went away. And he became a special Jedi. But by the time he went back to save his mom, she was basically dead. So he killed everybody.
George, I hate to hop in and do this to you.
What, did I do something wrong?
Your audio's very bad.
My audio's bad?
Yeah, but now it's fine. Now I'll just sit here because I think it's when I go away your audio goes bad. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
All right. Did you hear the story?
I heard most of the story, yeah.
It also might just be that I'm not projecting.
Keep trying.
All right, so by the time he goes back to rescue his mom, she's basically like, he got there like 2 minutes before she was going to die anyway. So he killed everybody. Then he went back and told his girlfriend, who was this kind of a little bit older than him lady. He met her when he was a kid. She was already a teenager, basically, a young adult. Now they were together. And he said, "I killed everybody. I killed everybody." Then he got her pregnant, but it was a secret. He was hanging around with this old dude. He's a politician, but he was secretly kind of a nasty, nasty man. And this guy said, "Listen, your wife's going to die unless you
hey, George. George.
Yeah.
It looks like I reached out to someone to come back on the show. Not to come back on the show, but to come on the show.
Right.
They haven't been on before.
Okay.
But I wanted to bring them on because it felt like this was the right time.
All right. I mean, I'm telling the story of Star Wars. This is the most popular story. Everyone's favorite story.
Yeah, but I think right now it's time for a guest to hop in. We can hold on to the Describe-a-thon. You can do the Describe-a-thon eventually.
Not a Describe-a-thon. I'm just telling a story. I'm a storyteller.
Okay.
I'm intrigued now. Who's on the show?
Well, let me ask. Hey, guest, if you're ready to come on, can you give me a thumbs up? Okay. I just want to welcome to the show. He's a bad guy. Maybe he'll come on and change and show us why that's not true.
Uh-oh.
You know him, you love him. It's Electro.
Electro.
I heard your show is lacking electricity.
I don't know that it was lacking electricity. I have a series of electric lights.
Your audience was losing power.
Electro, this is crazy. I don't know I asked you to come on, and I'm starting to regret it. I'm a little scared.
Electro, I have to admit.
Electro subletting a room in Watto's apartment.
Uh-huh. Good for Watto. I didn't know Watto had more than a one bedroom.
No, Watto's stacked, and us blue movie characters stick together.
All right. I'm realizing, yes, I know you were IGN's 87th greatest comic book villain of all time.
You know.
Congratulations on making the top 90.
Lighten up the chart with my electricity.
Electro, I have a question.
Shoot.
And I'm gonna walk carefully on this. I saw you in a movie a few years ago.
Yes.
Why haven't you booked anymore?
Great question. Hollywood is prejudiced against blue actors. An issue that is not discussed enough. Actors like myself, who are hybrids. Part practical, part CGI.
Now,
you ask why Watto has not worked again. You ask why Viserion has not booked another role since Game of Thrones. Where are the Smurfs now?
Oh, Electro, people in the chat.
Have you seen Natiri book a single film in between Avatar sequels?
No, but I think
the highest grossing movie in history.
Electro, people are excited that
Electro, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
What have you been up to? How are you spending your pandemic?
Watching Suddenly Susan. Or should I say, Suddenly?
Yeah, I know. I've seen Suddenly Susan. I was on Just Shoot Me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a pitch for an Electro sitcom. It's not called Just Shoot Me. It's called Just Shock Me.
Pretty good.
With electricity.
It's too long. You were fine at the beginning.
That's the tagline. The title is Just Shock Me.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you put on the
tagline is
with electricity. No, that's good. That's good for promoting it. I can see that on a bus stop or in a subway ad.
Electro, Tom Sharpling, host of Double Threat Pod, big fan, saying Electro cool.
Sometimes it's good to be bad.
Now, Electro, I have a question. You were in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 from a few years ago.
Which in foreign territories was given the subtitle Rise of Electro.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The implication being that Electro would rise, and that would stay with us for a long time, and then I was shown the door in Hollywood.
Did you? I know sometimes when people finish working on movies before the home video release comes out, they'll get some of the cast or crew back together and they get to do like an audio commentary on their movie.
I was not invited.
You were not invited. Now, Electro, I don't want to put this on you because I know you're probably a very busy guy. We sometimes will watch movies and do commentaries on them. And Andy T. Germ is telling us it is streaming on FXNow. Would you be
commercial interruption?
I'm not sure. I think that's something we'd have to find out together.
I'll say this. Electro would gladly watch The Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's a shockingly good idea.
Oh, wow, Electro. I didn't expect this. Okay. I was joking. But yeah, sure, we can do it. Yeah, let me pull up FX.
In fact, I'll say let's watch it 3 times.
Why?
Because I need the residuals. Why do you think I'm sleeping on Watto's couch? It's not for fun.
Okay. Well, let me download the app.
Hollywood, stop calling.
Oh, wait, I have that. Okay, but let's say this. If we watch it, people should give some money to help out the show and Planet Scum. There's a button down below. It really helps. It goes a long way for the people behind the scenes who help make this show a reality. We got social media people. We got producers every week. There's a lot of people who help out.
So you'd almost say that these donations would help keep the lights on?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Now, Now, Electro, I don't know if I have a login. Do you have a login, Electro, for FXNow?
No.
No?
Electro believes that recently Electro's parents canceled their cable.
Okay, let me see if I can get... I believe my parents might still have cable. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, I don't know if I have FXNow, Electro.
Hey, George, I want to make something very clear to you. George?
Right.
We've never met before, but you're a major inspiration on me.
Oh, really?
On my career. Oh, it was seeing Watto up on the screen that made me believe that there was a place for me in the movie someday.
Oh, you felt seen.
So, Watto's been a direct mentor for me, but I never even would have known about Watto if not for your film. So what I'm saying, George, is if you feel like you can't go through an Amazing Spider-Man 2 live watch, I want you to have the power to leave this stream whenever you want, and I won't judge you. I love you, George.
I will say that
you can leave this live stream whenever you want. You seem like you're getting tired, and I don't want to hold you here longer than you want.
I'm going to tell you something, though, and it might make you... I don't want to make... Wait, I only see The Amazing Spider-Man. I don't see The Amazing Spider-Man 2 on FXNow.
Oh, no. I'm not in the first one.
Let's see if I can... Hang on 1 sec.
I was going to say, Electro, there is a point where when I leave the stream, that's when they shut the stream down.
Of course.
So I might just watch Amazing Spider-Man 2 up until we're at the Irishman Plus.
No, George, you got to watch the whole thing, George.
I don't know, George. It feels like you're running out of energy quickly. It feels like you want someone to let you off the hook. And I'm giving you that permission because sometimes that's what you need in life. A good friend to look you in the eyes and say, you can leave at any time.
Yeah. No, I know that. I just know that if I say the line that ends the show, that the odds are that that'll be the end of the stream.
Of course. Of course. And maybe that would be a shock to Patrick's system. But sometimes that's the bolt of reality you need.
Yeah, Watto, I'm not... Hang on 1 sec.
Don't talk to Watto. He's sleeping.
Oh, geez. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble
watching. Department.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I think I'm in. Hang on 1 sec.
Is it on FXNow or not?
I'm logging in right now, and I will tell you in 1 second.
Okay, Electro is going to check the TV feature on Watto's.
If you guys need logins, I believe I have a login too.
Why would we need logins? Are we writing the songs for Caddyshack?
Hey! George, that was funny.
Thank you.
A shockingly good joke.
I've already deleted the FXNow app from my phone.
Why, George? Why?
Because the movie's not on there. What do you think? I don't know how to type Spider-Man?
George, I think it is on here.
I don't think it is. I already deleted it.
No. Why would you do that?
Wow, it feels like George no longer wants to be on this live stream.
No.
And I know a little something about live streams because people have called me a live liar.
Now, Electro, George, are those glasses you wear, are those for reading or are those for distance? What are those?
They're for distance. I put them on so I could check the menus of the Apple TV.
I am not seeing it on the FX app.
Wow. Sounds like it's maybe an organic endpoint for the live stream.
But
Patrick, no, can you look on the FXNow app and see if there's an apology from me?
Hang on,
Is there an apology from Patrick to George Lucas?
No.
You tried to humiliate me a solid 60 seconds ago when you said that as if I was an old man who didn't know how to navigate the FXNow app.
Hey, Patrick, I have a question for you.
Wait.
I'm now deleting it a second time. I'm deleting it a second time.
Patrick!
I just reinstalled it. I'm deleting it again.
Patrick, man.
Wait. Time out. I can find it on the website, but I can't find it on my TV for some reason.
Patrick, may I ask you a question?
Electro wants to ask you a question, Patrick.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What's your fucking deal, Patrick?
Oh no, I hate this. If you guys go in the private chat, listen to me. If you guys go
in the private chat,
if you go,
I don't
in the
have private chat.
chat.
I've been streaming this on my phone. I don't have it on the private chat.
George, if you go in the private chat, there is a link to the movie on FXNow.
But I can't watch it on this.
Where's your computer, George?
Yeah, I threw it in the river.
George, no, you didn't. I know you didn't.
It was an accident. I threw it in the river.
George, we're not letting the show end without you watching Amazing Spider-Man 2.
I don't know. It seems like a good organic endpoint.
Electro, you came back specifically for this, Electro.
Came back.
Came back. For the first time. This is the first time he's ever been on this show, Patrick.
Yeah, but you were
shocking. Patrick, that is a shockingly absurd thing to say to our guests. Yes, came back. The first time I've ever met Electro, and you say that? Patrick, I have one question for you. What's your deal, man?
Patrick, what's your fucking deal? Do you think all blue characters look the same? I've never been here before. I've never met you. You're an employee of Marvel. Marvel said to get the rights back. I'm from the studio, motherfucker. You're my enemy. I've been retconned. For all I know, there's gonna be some new Electro next week, and he won't be blue.
Electro.
That's canon in the comic book.
Electro.
A movie exclusive design.
Electro.
Electro.
Patrick wants to apologize to you and me both. Separate apologies, but both sincere.
Electro, I'm very sorry that my words hurt you. Can I explain what I was trying to say, Electro?
First of all, this apology sounds like more about you than about making the apology.
Yes. Try to apologize to Electro.
What I meant when I was talking, Electro, was that I know that you're staying with Watto, and I know that you probably know that Watto left the stream. So you would have been coming back onto the stream as a guest. You knew that we were down to 2 hosts, but you came onto the stream as a guest. I assume you were watching because you knew Watto had already left, and you're sitting in the same spot.
I knew that because I saw him go to bed.
Hey, also, can we...
I was watching Suddenly Susan on my laptop.
Can also, everything that Patrick just said to Electro, if we could have people edit that, but with Tim Simon's keyboard for the tap dancing sound underneath him trying to formulate that excuse.
Okay. Are you guys ready to go for Amazing Spider-Man 2?
It won't accept my password. Hold on.
Okay.
Wow,
I'm going to
put the stream should end.
No.
Man, these glasses are not staying on Electro's head very well.
Hey, George, I just put a login in the private chat that you can use.
What is it? One of those groundhogs that tears up the golf course?
Yeah, but it's all right. You shouldn't be.
All right.
Patrick, if you will do the groundhog from Caddyshack dance so that people can put the music to it.
I'm all right. Nothing's gonna work about me. Everything's right. Nothing's gonna work about me. I'm all right. I'm all right. Nothing's gonna worry about me.
I'm gonna give you my oh, so don't me.
I'm all right.
Don't nobody worry about me. I'm gonna give you my oh, so don't me.
I'm all right.
All right, guys. Use the login. Let's do it. We can't end the stream now. It's sad if we end it.
I don't think it's sad.
I think it would be shocking to end the stream now.
I agree. It's a bad idea.
Oh, so suddenly electricity is bad.
Electro, I'm going to be honest with you. It's
Patrick hates shocks.
No, Electro, it's real tough to understand what you're saying.
He hates electricity.
I may have to go get an iPad to watch this.
Yeah, George, go get an iPad. Electro, how do you feel about IMDb and the IMDb trivia section and ranking and things?
What's your fucking deal, Patrick? Why don't you check out Electro's ranking? The results will shock you.
Yeah. I'm nervous that this is going to end with me just watching Amazing Spider-Man 2 by myself.
No,
Maybe it will.
I have the power to end the stream anytime.
Do you?
Yeah.
And I feel like George is rapidly losing energy.
No, I'm absolutely not. I was prepared to tell the story.
Hang on. I want to give extreme shout out to someone in the chat because I just went to go search Electro on IMDb Pro, and the first thing that came up was a character who's been in one thing, and it's episode 2, Radioland Stream Night of the George Lucas Talk Show.
All right, I'm gonna go have to. That's the thing. When you shut down film and TV production, at a certain point, we will be one of the few shows in production.
Hang on.
Can we all the news happening?
Now, the thing is, it's not connected to the character page from Amazing Spider-Man 2, and I would really love it if someone in the chat could connect those two pages.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
It's like the two of them need to be linked.
Here, let me show you.
Wire.
Yeah.
An electric wire.
Here it is. And he's playing himself. Oh, that's amazing.
My first new credit in years.
Oh, boy. Should we add contact info? Yeah, let's add contact info.
Yes.
There you go. I added a Gmail for him.
What Gmail did you add?
I put the show's Gmail because I don't.
Well, excuse me, I'm not associated with your show. This is a guest appearance. Why don't you?
What's your
put a
Gmail?
credit?
Hey,
I'm not talking. What? No, I'm saying put down my reps so people can try to book me.
Okay, who are your reps? Who are your guys?
Positively famous.
Positively?
Yes. WATTO used to be rep by CAA. I'm sorry. Electro used to be rep by CAA. WATTO got him the hookup. They dropped Electro after Amazing Spider-Man 2 underperformed.
Yeah.
And now I'm repped by Positively Famous, a talent agency for dogs.
Now they're your agent. They're not your theatrical literary commercial. They're just a general agent.
They are my talent management firm. They rep me in television, film, print, stage, and live events. They rep Electro, but also dogs, cats, birds, farm animals, horses, reptiles, rodents, and exotics.
Okay. Do you have a phone number or a fax number we want to put in there?
Yes. Phone number 856-524-4006.
Hang on, 856-524. What is it?
856-524-4006. But I urge you to only call up that number if it's urgent.
Okay, I'm going to submit it. Add this as a new company. Recheck. All right. Company.
They're located in Delaware, New Jersey.
Hang on. Let's put US on there.
Yes. Positively famous animal actor.
If I get my IMDb Pro account suspended because of this.
That's on you. But
Yeah.
wouldn't that be a shocking turn of events?
Well, Electro, what would you say if you couldn't say something was shocking? Let's just experiment.
Okay.
Hang on. Let's start the movie. Can we start
Hold
the
on.
movie?
No,
Hold on,
Patrick.
Hold on. No rush, Patrick. And also, this live stream might end in 30 seconds.
I'm downloading the or updating the FXNow app on my iPad so that I can log in and hopefully watch the film. That's what you wanted, right, Patrick?
What's the rush, Patrick? I thought you were the one who wanted to keep streaming forever, unless you don't. Patrick, I want you to know.
Wait. It's
We've only
Craven
become
Canada.
friends.
How do I get that?
We've only become friends recently.
Yeah.
Patrick, I want you to know. You should feel empowered to leave this stream at any time.
You would love that, wouldn't you, Electro? You would love that.
You know what else Electro loves?
Electricity?
Cider.
Oh.
Electro loves cider.
Someone is asking if I spelt it positively, and yes, I did.
You have to. I'm Delran, New Jersey.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know why I can't get this on the app itself.
That's what I'm having trouble with.
I don't know. It feels like a sign that maybe the stream should end.
If you go to the website...
Electro, you're a guest here. I would take that. If this was Watto, I would be entering into a debate. But Electro, you have no...
It's actually a good question. Hey, Electro, drink your cider. Take a drink of your cider. No straw, just drink.
I have to grab a bottle opener first.
Fine.
And I will use a straw.
No straw, Electro.
Yes, I will.
No straw.
Do you know why I want to use a straw?
Why?
Because it's metal, which means it's conductive for electricity.
Oh, boy. All right, go get a straw, and I'm going to throw this back up. Guys, if you want to show some support for Planet Scum and for the show.
I really like... can I say this?
Yeah, sure.
Electro could, by this point in his life, easily be bored by the whole concept of electricity, but I like that he's still very enthusiastic about...
He still loves it. I know. Now, George, I have a question before he comes back. Do you like Electro?
No, I don't mind him, but I wouldn't say... I wouldn't say we're friends or that there's a strong chance that Electro...
Do you like him?
I do like him, yeah.
Okay.
I like his attitude.
Okay.
But I understand what his deal is.
Oh.
Which is not to be underestimated. He's very into electricity, and he likes using electricity as a metaphor while also actually enjoying electricity.
Do you think he likes Electra?
We should ask. I don't know if that's a sore subject.
We should ask.
I'm already starting it.
You're what?
I'm already starting it.
No, don't. Wait for Electro to come back. What are you doing?
It's all ads.
Not for me. For me, it goes right into it.
No, it goes into a YouTube original ad.
Oh, not for me. Pause it once it gets to the beginning.
I must confess, I went to Chili's to get a burger.
What are you talking about, George? What do you mean you went to Chili's? Show us the burger. Show us the burger. Wow. Wow. Electro's making a lot of noise off camera. George, you got a good show next week.
Are we allowed to announce it yet?
No, that's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is we got a good show.
What's so good about it?
I think it'll be fun. I think people will like it. People like long shows. I think people will like it.
I think next week will be a long one.
That's my guess. We'll see. Who knows? Here he is. He's back. Electro, can you hear us?
Welcome back, Electro.
All right, are you ready to start the movie, Electro?
I just want to throw an idea.
What is it, Electro?
What if we didn't watch the movie?
Electro, you asked for this.
I did not.
No, you did. I said, did you ever do a commentary? You said no. I said, would you like to? You said yes.
You asked for it.
Yes, but then you agreed to it. We have to do it at this point.
Yeah, but you said I asked for it, and then you told a story about how you asked for it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I agreed because I'm an agreeable sort.
Electro, I'm not sure that's true.
I don't think this is true.
I believe in.
I'm not sure how self-aware you. I think you're less self-aware than you think you are, Electro.
I know
I
everything
think you have a
about
lot of things
Electro.
you need to work out.
Tell me anything that I don't know about Electro.
Electro.
Well,
What
all right.
don't I know about
George,
Electro?
hey, George, let's start the movie. And if Electro wants to join, he can.
No, listen to this, Patrick. Don't start your clock yet. It's not for charity. We can bail on whatever we want. Electro, what do you think about candles?
Love them. I like how
No,
they
not
do.
the.
What? What answer are you fishing for, Joe?
A wax candle with a wick that you light a flame, and that's how you get your light. You like that?
I have a friendly rivalry with candles. They push me to work harder.
You're not answering my question. Do you like candles? Or the
I
kind of
like friendly rivalry.
I'm not sure you do. Electro, I think there's a lot of stuff.
Do you think?
I think there's a lot of stuff you haven't fully unpacked, Electro. Things that are holding you back.
Do you think Mark McGwire would have ever beaten the home run record if Sammy Sosa wasn't on his tail? I'm the Mark McGwire of lighting stuff. Wax candles are my Sammy Sosa.
Power sometimes goes out. How do you feel about that? In a storm?
Bad. Other than that, people start saying, Electro, please, come save us, Electro.
Electro, I have a big question, but I'm not going to ask it until we start watching the movie.
But what if we never start watching the movie? What about that? What if you never start watching the movie? What about that? And what if you never start watching the movie?
Electro,
Would that be shocking?
Electro, I think you've been spending too much time with Watto. Your voices sort of mesh into each other.
No. Electro only speaks in a shocking whisper.
Yeah.
What's the question, Patrick?
No. I'll ask once the movie starts.
What's the question?
All right, let's start it. Let's start it. Let's start it. We have 20 minutes till we beat the Irishman.
Yeah.
Someone said the number of viewers has gone up. Is that true?
Here we go. Hang on. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait, I have to restart it. I also started it. I'm seeing the Columbia Pictures lady.
I'm seeing the Sony O. Now I see the Columbia Pictures. No. I'm seeing the TriStar horse flying out.
Oh. I'm seeing the Marvel logo.
Pegasus, the TriStar Pegasus.
I'm seeing the flipping of the Marvel pages.
I'm seeing the Disney Castle.
George, are you watching the right movie?
Almost definitely not.
It sounds
I think George is watching.
Are you watching Far From Home, George?
It sounds like ragtime kind of music.
I can't hear it, so I don't know.
I think I'm watching Toy Story.
George, what are you doing?
I'm just kidding. I got it here. It's someone's deleting some files.
Yes.
And pulling out some files. Putting out some files.
Richard
Files and files. It rhymes. Files and then vials. Spider-Man 2 rhymes.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's part of why they should call it the Rhyming Spider-Man 2.
People do not seem happy. I see people saying the show should really end. I'm done. LOL. They don't like this turn the stream is taking.
I don't see anyone writing that in the comments, Electro.
Yeah, Watto, you're making this up, Watto. Electro. Damn it, Electro. God damn it.
What's happening? What's your question, Patrick? We're watching the movie.
Electro, this might be tough. I don't know if you'll like this question.
Tough?
What's your relationship like? I know you guys live in the same city. You're probably around each other a lot. Are you friends with Electra?
Who?
Electra. You know, she's friends with Daredevil? She's friends with Daredevil.
No, never heard of her.
You've never heard of her?
No.
If there was another Patrick Cotnoir in New York, I would know about it, Electro. Or a, or a Patricia Cotnoir, I would know about it.
I'm sorry, did you say her name was Electro?
No, I said Patricia.
What do you think this is? Some cartoon show where every character has a gender-swapped version of themselves, where their name is only changed by a letter or two?
Now, Electra, I do want to say, when I said her name, it seemed like you knew who she was. Your eyes closed and you breathed really heavily.
Say that name one more time.
Electra.
Here's a fun game. We may have started it too late. But anyone out there who has cans of Campbell's soup in your home, heat up a bowl, and every time Campbell Scott is on screen, every time he says a line, take a little spoonful of that Campbell's soup. We may have started it too late for this to really take off because I don't recall how much of the movie he's in. But hurry. Is he only in it for a few minutes, or is he in the whole movie?
I've never seen.
Go get the soup. Go get the soup. Wherever you are, go get the soup in your apartment. You may not have time to do this. He might die soon.
I've never seen this movie, and I just realized I have not had subtitles on, so I don't really know what's happening.
It doesn't matter. You don't need subtitles to understand a movie. Stories are often visual. This guy's pointing a gun at Campbell's soup, and he's going to shoot him.
What's Campbell Scott known for?
Call him Campbell's soup.
What's Campbell's soup known for?
Soup.
Oh, okay.
Lots of things. The Spanish Prisoner, Dying Young, everybody else. Co-directing Big Night. Yeah, he was on a TV show. Was he on Damages? I feel like, was he on Damages at some point? Maybe not. Oh, he went to Blue Bomber 95's high school. Blue Bomber, tell us some high school stories about Campbell's soup, which is what we call Campbell Scott. Who's gone, George? Who's gone, George? Roger Dodger. George C. Soup. Who am I talking to, George? Talking to the comments, people. Damages. He was on Damages. Electro. You got the soup? You going to do the challenge? I want to see some of that soup going through that mouth. Do your best. Electro's doing some really good soup acting right now. I really do feel like, I know you're not eating the soup, but I do feel like you're doing your best to approximate eating it. This is the closest. This is the closest you get to eating soup without actually eating it.
I like the way this soup tastes. I'm eating this soup. Yum, yum, choo, choo.
Really hold it up so it blocks your mouth. And hold it with both hands if you can. I want to see two-handed soup acting. Yeah. And really, really enjoy it. Really shudder with tip it back. Now really glug it. Shudder. Like it's burning you. Oh, yeah. That's good. Oh yeah, good. Rub your tummy. Rub your tummy. Rub your tummy. Now, yeah, really glug it. Rub your tummy. Now, pat your head with the tummy rubbing hand. Pat your head. Pat your head. Yeah, do both. Back and forth. Pat your head and rub your tummy and glug that soup. Make your eyes really wide. I want to see those eyes while you're drinking the soup. Really make a good eye contact. Now, you keep your head still and really move the soup. Let the soup do the acting. All right? Glug it back, but make the soup do most of the acting so your eyes stay in the one spot, and we want to see those eyes. Yeah. Now wiggle the soup. Wiggle the soup. And now you're really drinking it. If you wiggle the soup, it'll look like you're eating the soup. You really wiggle that soup. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Good acting. Really good acting, Electro.
And yet,
did you really?
I can't book a job.
I think there's a good chance that if people start tweeting at Campbell's Soup for Electro to be their new spokesperson, and use some screenshots too of Electro holding up the Campbell's Soup, and really hashtag yum yum. And now I'm really eating Campbell's, and this soup is shockingly good, says Electro. Things like that. Really go crazy tweeting at Campbell's Soup, telling them how much Electro would be a great spokesperson.
Spokes Electro, more like it.
Spokes Electro. Yeah, that is more like it.
George, did you notice Academy Award nominee Paul Giamatti on screen?
Really?
He plays the Rhino. George.
Yes, Electro.
How funny would it be if we both walked off right now?
I know what you're saying. Let's hide. Okay, we're gonna hide. We've never done this before. Let's just hide. Okay? Don't say anything. Everyone in the comments say we're gone. Okay? We'll see what happens. This is the kind of prank that Tim Simons would hate. I just want to make sure that Twitch knows that we're hiding. We're not leaving the stream unattended. Okay.
Is he dead yet? I made the soup. Made some soup. I don't know if he's coming back. I don't know. Oh, jeez. And look, Electro's on the screen and he's not even seeing it. Well, this stinks. This stinks. Should I just eat the soup anyways? I made golden mushroom. Great for cooking.
Patrick, we pranked you.
I knew it. You guys got me.
Are you shocked?
There's Electro. He got me.
Tim Simons.
Were you shocked?
I was shocked.
What did you think had happened?
Look at this. You guys like this? I don't do mornings.
I don't get it.
It's on the other side.
How did the prank go over with you?
I don't get it.
The prank went over pretty well. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know I was being pranked. Although
Did you see my head pop down? Did you see my head pop down right as you sat down?
No, I missed that, George.
I was peeking. I was worried that we had violated Twitch's rules of leaving the camera unattended.
Oh, sure. Can I say, whoever made this mug, it's not good, and it burns your fingers.
Wow.
So I can't make coffee out of it.
Harsh words for that mug by you.
Sounds like a good way to get your morning jolt.
That was good. That was good, Electro.
Electro, I gotta say, I like you more and more with each passing minute.
I'm not sold yet. I'm not sold.
You don't think Electro has legs?
What I think my favorite thing about Electro is that he will reach for an electricity word, but if he doesn't get one, he will just say a word.
I think my favorite thing about Electro is that it's very hard to hear what he's saying.
No, but
Isn't that shocking?
He'll say the fact that he says, "Oh, so you don't think Electro has," and then he'll pause, and you'll feel him going through the options. Are there electricity related words? If there aren't any, he will just say whatever's needed. He gets the job done.
Oh,
legs.
Did Campbell Soup die, George?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. I see. I think I'm watching Rescue Me.
Uh-oh,
you know. A flashback. It was a flashback.
You know who's driving this truck?
I don't know. This guy's kind of leery.
It's Star of Billions. We might be at different times, guys.
I am at.
It's the truck.
I'm at 12:24.
Yeah, I'm a few ahead. Hang on, I'll get to the right spot.
Electro put down his Apple remote and accidentally... Well, no, he put down his Campbell Soup on the Apple remotes. Now the movie stopped. I have to cue it up.
Trying to get Electro an endorsement deal with Campbell Soup.
I assumed, yeah.
Electro's trying to book.
I want to see if Campbell Soup...
I want to say this. Hang on. Phoenix Slim's being real mean to me in the comments. Not okay. Be nicer.
Saying what?
He's saying, he's just calling me out on a lot of stuff. Everyone's just saying, what's your fucking deal? I don't like it. I'm not accepting this.
Here's the thing. I want to say this. I need everybody in the comments to be real sweet to Patrick. He works very hard.
Be real sweet to
give him a hard.
Yeah.
We give him a hard time, but that's because we have a long history with Patrick. If you're in the comments and you feel like, even if we're doing a bit, you feel like you want to yell at Patrick, change it into the nicest thing you've ever said. Say things like, Patrick, you're a real sweet peach. Mm-hmm. Patrick, I'd love to go on a long walk with you and just talk about old times.
Yeah, I
would. Tell Patrick, he's a sweet.
Also, here's the actually
a little cupcake.
Wait, let's make this the rule. If you follow me on Twitter, you can be a little mean sometimes.
No, but you gotta prove it.
But you gotta follow me and prove it.
All right, looks like 2 tweets to the Campbell Soup Company for Electro. We can do better. I know we can. I'm going to retweet these. There's Campbell's Chunky, and Campbell Soup Co. That's the main one, I think, right?
I'm just looking at all the tweets. To at Griff Lightning to tell at David L. Sims to tell Watto to come back.
Wait a second. What username is that you just said?
No, everyone in the chat had to tell at Griff Lightning to tell at David L. Oh no, not Lightning. Oh no. What's my at? My at's at Patrick Cotnoir. There you go.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Campbell Soup Co. Campbell Soup Co. I really like these. I really like these.
Sharpling's coming out saying, sure, Patrick never booked me on AskCat, and now the UCB theater is dead, but I'm fine with that. I could find multiple emails asking Sharpling to do AskCat if he really wanted to go down this route.
Funny, this seems like a recurring pattern of Sharpling saying he's never been asked to be on things that in fact he was asked to be on.
I know for a fact that Tom Sharpling was asked so many times that they almost changed the show's name to Ask Sharpling. Still with
Patrick,
four
what was
S's,
it
though.
like? What was it like booking celebrity monologists on ASCAT? It must have been
Yeah, Patrick,
exciting
what was it
dealing
like
with that level of star wattage.
It was really fun getting the wattage up there. It was nice having, you know, sometimes you'd get really great people, and then sometimes they drop out like a day before, and you'd be able to text people who could show up, and that was always nice having those last-minute people who would drop in, you know?
Yes, people in your reserve.
Yes. Yeah.
Watto wasn't there for the Radioland Murders show at the theater, was he?
I don't think he was. He says he was asked to be on GLC.
That's really funny. That's really funny. And don't forget to say yum yum to Campbell's soup when you're telling them to make Electro their spokesperson. Make sure you, even if you need to do a follow-up tweet where you say, by the way, I do like soup for eating. I like to eat soup. Say things like yum yum yum. The soup is so good.
Yeah.
Hot or cold, soup is what I eat. Good. This is good. This is the way you get a national, Electro.
How much time left until we surpass the running time of the Irishman?
I think we're literally 2 minutes. We're 1 minute, less than a minute away from surpassing the Irishman, and I like to go 1 minute over that just so it's an Irishman plus, just so it's like the Irishman, but a little twist.
But we're gonna finish this movie. Electro, can you talk about this movie a little bit? You haven't talked about it at all.
Yeah, what was this like making this movie, Electro?
Electro, were there any pranks?
No spoilers.
You already showed up. You were already. Yeah, you were already in the movie, Electro.
No, I wasn't. Max Dillon showed up. But has Electro showed up yet?
Yeah, pretty sure
Wait,
he did.
Did you say your name is Matt Dillon?
Max Dillon.
Okay.
Yeah.
But don't call me by
So
that name. My name is
transformed.
Electro.
Electro, who was the biggest cut up on set?
Probably Sally Field.
Wait, actually,
Working with her was a real field day.
Actually, Electro, I do have a question. And George, let's get close to the camera. Electro, did you audition for this movie? Or was it offer only?
I auditioned.
Do
you remember who else was in the waiting room with you?
Absolutely, because I was very much a backup option.
Oh wow. Who else?
Christoph.
Hey,
did you say Crystalia?
Christoph!
Oh, Christoph Waltz. Oh, okay.
Or as I like to call him, Christoph Voltz.
Okay.
But you know who else was in that waiting room?
Who?
Crystalia. Or as I like to call him.
Oh no. Oh no.
Fucking scumbag.
That was Vlad Luchenko.
All right, so let's all
let's all go to the polls and see what are our numbers. What are we at?
For what?
Total.
For total what, George?
You said you were going to go anything.
I was going to say let's all go to Vlad's Instagram, and we're going to comment on the first post saying, "Guess what? George sent me again."
Nope.
And let's say
wait, Electro wants to say something else. What do you want, Electro?
Electro said, "This is shockingly good."
Okay.
Yum yum.
Said
hashtag yum yum.
This is shockingly good. Hashtag yum yum.
I'm going to put Electro in all caps.
And put shocking in all caps.
But what about the Lee?
No.
Okay. That's the comment. Electro said this is, hey, anyone who said George Lucas got me over here, delete your comment. Oh, 2 hours ago? That's fine.
Also, hold on.
Hashtag yum yum, not just regular yum yum.
And also, Campbell's Soup Co. is on Instagram, so you can also put Campbell's Soup Co. there. Yeah, good. And also make sure to like Vlad's post.
Yeah,
that's great. I like that we're able to boost Vlad a little bit every week. I want him to be big. I mean, he's already big. He's already an international musician.
Hey guys, I have a guest I want to bring in.
All right,
is that okay with you? Okay, absolutely. I'm gonna bring him in.
Hey guys.
Tim, welcome.
Tim, you probably don't know.
I just wanted to check and see if this was still happening.
Yeah. You haven't met Electro, have you?
No, we never have.
Star of the Amazing Spider-Man.
Isn't that a thing that WATTO does?
No.
They're friends.
Oh, it's different? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a V for voltage.
What I find, I've lived a whole life since I left the George Lucas talk show, and now I'm just back here, and guys, I feel great about it. I just
where are the suit bags at? Where are the suit bags? Are they gone? Are they gone?
Yeah.
No, they're not gone.
It's still suit bag Sunday.
Because I was making dinner.
How are the impossible?
How are the tacos? There they are. There they are. Full screen it. There they are.
And he's putting up a V for voltage.
I also can I interest you guys in this? I joined a raffle to help support like a preschool. It was like a preschool fundraiser.
Yeah.
And I won this cactus lamp.
Can you turn it on?
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Electro, you're gonna like this.
You're gonna like it.
Electro, you're gonna dig this.
Whoa!
Oh!
That's good. That's good. Now,
yeah,
Tim, people are gonna get mad if I don't bring that back.
Electro, nice to meet you. Yo, there's that Granite State College.
We love it. We love it.
Guys, it's great to see you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Electro, nice to meet you.
Flash those V's, baby. V's for voltage.
I mean, honestly,
what a guy.
Here's the thing. I'm getting an ad for YouTube Originals, and now I think for AT&T. Are either of you getting these ads?
Mm-mm. George, George, I think you're on a different streaming site.
FXNow. But I logged in with Spectrum.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any ads. I don't think I get ads in this.
Here's the thing. We don't plan very much for this show. Patrick, you worked on you booked the guests.
Yeah.
We do a little bit of preparation. You plan those clips.
I would say one of us does a lot of prep for the show. Some of the other ones, you show up, you know?
I wrote the crawl.
That's true. You did write the crawl.
And now I have to, and now it set a precedent that I have to write a different crawl every week, even though it's the same show.
Yeah.
How's that? Electro, do you ever get mad about precedents?
I don't get mad about precedents. I get mad about plugs out of outlets.
No. Electro, no. That's too good. Here's the thing. We don't plan for these moments.
Yeah.
You couldn't have planned anything more perfect. I had no idea Electro would drop by, nor that Electro would be so fixated. So fixated on electricity.
I mean, that's good.
I know, but there's still, you know, he talks about almost nothing else.
Yeah.
And that Tim Simons would return, and our request for him to show us his Sunday suit bags would lead to him showing off an electric cactus lamp that he won in a raffle. That is perfect Electro talk show content.
Don't say Electro talk show, George.
Why?
We are not making this the Electro talk show.
I mean, what about an Electro video podcast?
Yeah, we do podcasts.
Patrick, I don't know if he's awake. I'm not. But I of course also have company here. But I think he's asleep.
I think he's probably asleep. I don't know if he should come.
But I want you to know that at the various points when I have said that George Lucas decides when the stream ends, you know what I'm saying.
Do you want to burn the ask, George? Do you want to see if he's awake?
No, I don't. Truly, I don't, because honestly, that adds hours to this show.
Are you talking about Steve Ditko?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm truly not.
Although, I don't know. I feel like that guest and Electro on a show together would be something else.
Pretty exciting.
It would be... Say it, Patrick.
It would be electrifying.
When does this guy turn into Electro?
Someone in the chat is saying if it's not one, it's the other, which is a good hint. It's a good hint.
That's a great hint.
It's a great hint.
A hint at what? Or should I say a hint at megawatt?
Electro, I have a question.
Yeah, shoot.
Who are your guys?
Yeah, who are your guys, Electro?
Great question. I'm a big Sam Kinison fan.
Yeah. That's it?
I found him provocative.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I also love Killer Bees.
The SNL characters?
No, the stand-up. He's a real road dog. Not many TV credits, but man, he works the road like no one else.
Oh, wow. I don't know who this is.
Billy Ball! Paula Poundstone.
Hang on. I just want to bring up Killer Bees for everybody.
Is that Chris Cooper under all that makeup?
Yes. It is.
You'll be stung for life. 4 days. You think he's touring? Oh, good. Good for him.
Good for Killer Bees.
Good for Killer Bees.
I really feel like this live stream should end.
No, it can't at this point.
Of course it can.
There's only one way. There's only one way it can end.
What's that?
And what's that?
It's if George goes and gets his friend.
No, because if you don't want that to happen, because I truly it will last for hours. Whereas, honestly, we've had so much fun on this show. We watched part of The Amazing Spider-Man 2. We had Electro drop by.
George doesn't know how to end this stream. I know how to end the stream.
I don't know technically how to end it, but I also know that there comes a point where I'll say a certain word that if the credits don't roll after that, then we have set a precedent that is hard to put back in the bottle.
And here's another fact. There's another fact.
Yeah.
George might not know how to end the stream on a technical level. But what does Patrick want to keep on doing on a stream without Electro and George Lucas?
I'll finish the movie.
Interesting.
Interesting. Interesting.
Interesting.
People are saying they'll watch with me, Electro and George. So
yeah,
it's up to you.
Because also, I've always said from the beginning that when we're watching things for charity, that's one thing. When we're just watching things, we can always just say, "Let's stop it."
We can always peace the fuck out.
It was so nice having Nicole Byer and Tim Simons on the show.
Electrifying guest.
Don't do it, George.
Why?
Don't do it. I know what that tone of voice sounds like.
Do it, George.
I'm saying this. If you guys leave, I'm finishing this movie.
I would truly love to see it happen. I want to call him on his bluff, George.
It's
well,
fine.
let me see. Let's see what the audience. If the audience has anything that they really want.
Okay, listen. People are saying they'll donate $4.20 to keep this going. Any donations that come in post George and Electro go to Patrick and Planet Scum.
That's really not true. But also, we have no way of knowing how much of this you're embezzling from these or the charity streams.
No, the money that comes in during this does not go to me.
Those allegations against Patrick are upsetting.
Well, look at this. Look at this, George.
Marvin Hammer said he'd prefer if this was Patrick only. Well, that's fair enough.
Great. And George, let's talk about.
No, we lost George. Wait, we lost George.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Tim Simons and Patrick.
That was scary, George.
How's that for talk about a little twist?
Talk about a little twist.
I actually truly wanted to see what happened when you closed the laptop.
Put a P in the chat for Patrick only.
Yeah, and put any other letter. Put all the letters except for P if you want George and Watto to stay. You got to put the whole alphabet, but skip the P. It'll take longer for that one to come in because it takes more work. A lot of people just voting, they just want Patrick.
I know when I'm not wanted.
We did sort of make it so it's harder to vote for us than to vote for Patrick. I am impressed with how many. Try all caps. I like the all caps alphabet. And leave a little space where the P should be. Maybe you put a little sad face where the P should be. Would be pretty good if one week we just had Patrick guest host the show. No. And George and Watto can take the week off. Electro, you would be welcome to be here if you wanted to be Patrick's sidekick instead of a guest.
You're not going to ask me if I want that?
What do you mean? You work for us. I'm a billionaire, Patrick. You didn't even know what a checkbook was.
Yeah, because I don't use a checkbook. I use a credit card and a debit card and cash.
It's meaningless. Got to get those.
Let me
checks.
ask you, Patrick, have you ever done a wire transfer?
I don't think I have. I don't think I have, Electro. Oh, no. Electro, I got bad news.
What?
There's Electro video podcast fan art. From Ricky.
It's really good.
Ricky Barty,
I appreciate it. But where is Electro's famous cider?
People are asking if wire transfer is an Electro joke, and I have the same question.
It is. Yeah.
What goes through a wire?
Through a wire.
Electricity.
Electro, is it true that David Simon said that if there had been a 6th season of The Wire, it would have been about Electro?
Yes. I was also supposed to take over as editor-in-chief of The Atlantic Wire.
Oh, no.
Their entertainment-based subsite.
Yeah.
Dave Sims.
Dave Sims.
From New York.
Famous New Yorker.
Much like me.
Yeah.
So how many hours are left in this movie?
Ooh.
An hour and 38 minutes left in this movie. It's interesting because I do have to say.
Wait, how am I only at 24 minutes into this movie? What got messed up on mine?
What do you mean?
I was rewatching parts of this movie.
You were, Patrick, that's the second apology you owe me. You made fun of me before saying I had watched the movie wrong. And you're only 24 minutes in? What happened, Patrick? What did you do?
I don't know what happened.
See, everyone makes mistakes, Patrick.
Everyone has those days.
But you're not getting any ads. I keep getting ads.
Yeah, maybe that's why.
Oh, the ads make you, if you don't get ads, you have to watch parts of the movie again instead.
Oh, boy. I mean, I'm glad you guys didn't leave me, you know?
That was just a prank. We were trying to... And you know what? Tim Simons is right. Tim Simons is right. That prank was cruel.
It was.
A waste of showtime. We shouldn't have done it.
So cruel.
So cruel.
We left you.
To make you think that we had left you?
What could ever be more cruel?
Oh, no.
I think that's the last we've seen of Electro.
You think? You don't think he's coming back?
I truly don't think that Electro will return.
Do you think there's anyone else staying at Watto's house?
Maybe. He lives at the Dakota. That's a big place.
Yeah.
And Watto has a lot of friends, I think, right?
We gotta get him to go see Yoko one week.
We gotta get him.
Even Sean. I'm sure Sean's there.
Yeah. So, just to continue, this kid, he's older now. He's killed all the people who were, his mom's dead and he killed everybody in sight, the women and children. He tells his girlfriend this. And she's like spooked by it a little, but then he secretly gets her pregnant. Not supposed to. Gets her pregnant. He's hanging around with this older guy. Older guy says, "You're going to lose her." He says, "I don't want to lose her." He says, "You're going to lose her unless you get really mad, do a bunch of bad things." So he says, "Well, I don't want to lose her, so I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say. I'll get mad. I'll do a bunch of bad things." He kills a bunch of babies. He kills a bunch of people. Just kills so many people because he doesn't want to lose her. Gets into a fight with his friend. His friend cuts off his arms and legs, leaves him in a volcano to die. He's sinking into the lava. His friend slinks off like he doesn't want to deal with it anymore. Wakes up. He's with his older kid that he's been hanging out with. And he says, "What happened to my wife?" He says, "You lost her. You got too mad." Exactly. Like that's the one thing he didn't want to do. She has these babies. They get sent to different places. And she's like, she dies. She's so sad. And they send the babies away to other places. Meanwhile, there's this orphan, kind of cocky. And he's living in these...
George, I hate to do this to you. Your sound's getting bad again, so I'll be here and then you can just keep talking.
Sound's getting bad?
Yeah, just keep going though.
What'd you miss?
Yeah. We got the general gist of everything, but you just...
why the audio is bad when you're gone.
I don't know. It just shows you how much we need me.
I do need you. I never said I didn't.
Yeah.
Patrick, you do so much work for this show. You know, Patrick's one who uploads it to YouTube. He does it by hand.
That's true. I upload it by hand. I bring it to YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's this orphan, and he's living in these slums that this worm lady's in charge of. And he joins the army. Then he gets out of the army by hanging out with these gangsters. And then most of these gangsters die. And then when he was locked up at one point, he meets a friend. And they start hanging out working for these gangsters. But then the gangsters all die, and they have to do one last heist. And it goes wrong. And he loses his innocence. And he gets this cool new ship. And then they have the bad guys are making these plans to make this big thing that is going to kill everybody. And they got to get these plans. They got to get these secret, sneaky plans. They sneak them out. They got a file transfer. So they transfer the files, and at the last second, they get it onto a disc. And they get that disc onto a ship, and then that ship goes away, and the ship's got the disc. The ship's got the disc. And there's a beautiful princess. It was one of those babies that grew up. Remember they shipped the babies away? And she gets the disc and she puts it in a robot, and the robot leaves the ship, and then the robots are in the desert. And the robots meet one of the other babies. So one disc goes in a robot. Robots fly down to a desert planet, and they meet the other babies. These babies are all grown up. So then the message from one baby is to the guy who chopped off the arms and legs in the volcano fight, saying, I need your help. You're the only person who can help. So these robots, they go to one of the adult babies, the other adult baby, and he's heard of this guy from the volcano fights. I wonder if it's that guy. They go to this guy, and he's like, oh, yeah, I knew your dad. He doesn't say anything about the volcano fight. He says, yeah, we were friends.
Hey, George. Yeah. George?
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt again. I truly hate to interrupt.
That's right. This is the greatest story ever told.
But I have a guest I'm going to bring on.
All right.
Is that okay?
That's fine. We can always finish Star Wars later.
We'll finish Star Wars later, but I have a guest right now that I'm going to bring on.
All right.
George.
Oh, hello, JD Amato.
George, I came on because I realized I had missed the George Lucas talk show.
That's right.
So I went to the website to watch the replay. So I could watch it.
Don't call it a comeback. I never left.
And it's still going on.
That's right.
Is this 4 hours?
JD, Watto left hours ago.
Yeah, but then Electro from Amazing Spider-Man 2 came on.
The actual Electro?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was excited to be here.
Now, George, the section of your ranch that you're in right now,
right?
Does it remain like that all the time now?
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, I didn't change anything this week. I might change some stuff this week. I'm testing out some stuff for my museum.
No, I think my question is more, you don't take any of that stuff down when you're done. No.
Even if I wanted to take it down, I get someone else to do it.
JD, it poured and thundered and lightened in Marin County today, and all of George's stuff got wet, but he left it up.
I was gonna say,
it's pretty damp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems damp.
What are you gonna do?
How's everyone doing in Marin County with social distancing and wearing masks?
Good. I mean, some people are bad, but Skywalker Ranch, it's pretty good. We got lots of masks here.
Right. Of course.
Nub, Greedo, Ponda Baba, they just plop the mask on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
JD, do you have a mask?
I do.
Let's
show us.
You want to see my mask? All right, I'll go get it.
Did you see who's on JD's shirt?
Who's on JD's shirt?
Look when he comes back. This is a wild coincidence.
That's wild. That's Dave Sims from The Atlantic.
Dave Sims is on your shirt.
Is he on Big Mouth? That looks like they're on Big Mouth.
Yeah, that's Big Mouth.
Is Dave Sims going to be a character on Big Mouth on Netflix?
I don't know.
That's a good thing to ask. We should ask Dave Sims, is he a new character on Big Mouth? Unicorns, 2 of them, are they fighting or are they friends?
They're friends. I sewed this myself.
Wow, that's really cool.
I've gotten into sewing during quarantine. I've been sewing a lot of things. I'm doing my first button-up shirt currently.
Yeah.
And this Joanne Fabric sent me the wrong fabric early in quarantine. I had asked for a plain blue linen, and they gave me a pink stretch fabric with unicorns on it. So I said,
Destiny.
I said, let's make lemons out of lemonade. And I turned that lemonade into just some sour lemons.
That's really good.
Yeah, but I get a lot of compliments, and then I realize people are looking at me sometimes, and I wonder why, and then I realize it's because I'm a 6'4" man with a unicorn mask. Yeah,
I think it looks great.
So I did I was visiting at a distance with some local friends in a local park just this weekend, and we're all sitting quite far from each other wearing our masks, and out of nowhere, a young child, she was probably 3, just walked into the middle of our circle, and someone was a juggler in that group, and so they had juggling balls, and the girl just started picking up the balls and taking them, but she couldn't hold them all. We didn't know who this girl was, and after a while, she realized she couldn't pick up all the balls, so then she just looked at me and asked if she could have my mask. She was like, "Unicorns, give to me." And I was like, no, you can't have this. And then she ran away. But anyways.
JD, someone in the chat is asking, who's taller, Tim Simons or JD Amato?
I think Tim Simons is taller than me.
Let's say, JD, how tall are you?
I'm like 6'4" on a good day.
Wow.
What about on a bad day?
On a bad day, 6'3".
Look at this.
Yeah.
It doesn't specify what kind of day that is, though.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly. I think I have a feeling of being my height.
I feel like he's taller.
I think he's taller. And there's
Give into your feelings, Patrick.
No, I'm reality.
Give into your feelings. You said you feel like he's taller.
Yeah, he's taller.
Patrick, who's the tallest celebrity you've hung out with, you've spent time with?
It was probably with you, and it was probably
I'm not a celebrity, Patrick.
No, it was probably Beasley, right?
Michael Beasley, yeah, that would make sense.
Beasley or
Electro?
John Starks.
John Starks, also tall.
JD, here's another question from the chat. It's from Tom Sharpling. Who would win in a fight, you or Fishface from TCGS?
Is that actually Tom Sharpling?
Yes, that's actually Tom Sharpling.
Why am I talking then? You should have Tom Sharpling on here, not me.
He won't come on the show. He just likes to heckle it.
He likes to heckle. He won't go on.
I've had that experience with Tom Sharpling before on other projects that I've done. Who'd win a fight? Me, 100%. No question about it. Not that I would ever want that or engage in that, but if there's some turn of events and that had to happen, I would absolutely win.
Easily 6'10". Oh, John Starks is 6'3".
No. Here's the thing, though.
That's a bad day?
Well, so NBA heights are subjective and not objective because teams, players, and potential scouts will all come up with different heights for players based on what position they want them to fill. So, for example, guys like Kevin Durant are famously like 7 feet tall, but they don't want to be considered 7 feet tall, so they say they're 6'10", even though they're like clearly 7 feet tall. And then there's other people who want to claim that they're taller or shorter. So I think John Starks was as tall as me, if not taller, when he was on the Gethard show.
Yeah.
Now, Patrick, I do want to say that we did promise when we were having these meetings that we would generally, when we got to,
I think it's the opposite.
That would be when we would end the stream.
Yeah, but we're past midnight at this point, so I think anything's
but only by a couple of minutes.
But it's also not midnight in Marin County. George, we got to finish this movie. We can't bail on this now. You like to finish what you start, George.
That's from the sequel trilogy. I had nothing to do with it. notoriously, I made 6 films out of a 9-film series. So
All right, Tom, I'll trust you. He's 6'3".
6'3". Here's what I'm going to say. I do think that we probably shouldn't finish Amazing Spider-Man 2 on the stream.
Wow.
You're watching Amazing Spider-Man 2 right now?
I mean, it's happening. We're not really watching it, Patrick. Let's be honest. It's more like having a clock in the background that's playing the movie. That every now and then you look over and you see what time it is, and it's based on the running time of the movie.
Wait, George, are you trying to wrap this up right now?
I couldn't even begin to tell you what The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is about. I would fail any test on what this movie is about. I've glanced toward this a number of times. Each time I look toward it, it's either showing a commercial or the timing has somehow gotten off from what your clock is saying.
Wait, George.
Yes, JD.
Are you trying to wrap this up right now?
In a little bit, yeah. In a minute, yeah.
George, I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
You don't know this because you don't slum it down in the weird universe of alt comedy in New York. But I have a podcast with one of my best friends, Connor Ratliff.
Right.
And me and Connor do a podcast where every episode is 12 hours long.
Mm-hmm.
And we always say things don't really even start heating up until hour 8 or 9.
True.
I agree.
Well, this shows that sounds interesting, but this show's cooking right out of the gate. The second we start, it's golden material.
I should call Connor. I should call Connor and have him on the show.
You should call Connor. Have him call in.
Go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah, we have an extra space.
I'll call Connor and put him on speaker.
Yeah.
All right. Great.
Yeah.
Because we have room for more guests for the next couple of minutes while we wrap up the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The
should
format for this show,
should I FaceTime him or call him?
I bet we could get him on the chat. I bet if I sent him a link to the StreamYard, I could get him in here in like 5 minutes. All right, I'll send him a link.
Yeah,
this is Connor Ratliff.
Do you want me to call Connor or do you want?
Go ahead.
All right, I'll call him.
No, but I want to see his face though. I haven't seen his face.
Well,
in a while.
let's get a sense of if Connor wants to do it. We don't even know if he wants to.
All right. While you're doing that, I'll explain the format of the show, which is that.
Yeah, that sounds good.
For our short shows, we just like them to be at least a minute longer than The Irishman.
Yeah.
And that's the format. And now we've overshot that by like 30 minutes. So
I'm calling Connor.
You think he'll pick up? I hope he picks up. Late in Missouri.
I'll see.
And you've hosted this podcast with him for how long?
Man, it's been 7 years or something, 6 years, 5 years maybe.
Hello, you've reached the cellular telephone.
No, not there.
Wow. Not that good of friends.
Didn't pick up. Well, that's a bummer.
He's flaky. I get it. Let me try to send him the StreamYard link, and I'll see if I can get him in a few minutes. Hang on.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. Well, the show might be done by then, though, because I think there's a good chance that this will probably end within the next 30 seconds.
Well, maybe Connor and I will pick up from where if you're tired, George, Connor and I can.
You can leave at any time. Do you want to wrap up now, George? JD and I will talk for a few minutes before Connor gets in, because he said he's going to come in. He just texted me back and said, yeah, I'll be there in 2 minutes. Give me a second. JD and I can talk.
Wait, it's kind of weird. Connor's baking. He texted me and he says he's baking right now.
Yeah.
So he said,
I'm in the kitchen baking.
He said, I can come beyond the thing, but I'll be covered in flour from all this baking I've been doing.
All right, George, you wrap up. JD and I will talk, and then we'll bring Connor in and help wrap up.
Thank you for watching. I want to thank our guests, Nicole Byer and Tim Simons. I want to thank you, and may the force be with you.
This is so... well, Patrick, how are you?
I haven't seen him in a little while. It'll be fun.
Patrick, we live in the same neighborhood, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm. I'll be vague. But
Connor's calling me back.
He's calling you back?
Yeah. Hello?
Okay.
Hey. Sorry, I was calling you. I'm doing a thing called the George Lucas Talk Show. I think I've explained this to you. It's like.
Tell him I do it. Tell him.
Oh, Patrick. Patrick. It's the thing that Patrick does with George Lucas and Watto.
Oh, yeah. Patrick.
And sometimes Electro. Electro's on sometimes, too.
Patrick says Electro's on sometimes, too. I was calling to see if you wanted to be on it.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
When is it?
I think Patrick's going to send you a link.
Yeah.
When is it?
Right now. It's right now.
Oh, I can't right now.
Just come on for a minute. Just come on for a minute.
What are you doing?
JD, I'm serious. I'm covered in flour.
That's okay. Oh no, it's totally okay. You said you were baking, right?
I was baking, but I'm covered in flour.
That's okay. If you're covered in flour, that's totally
hang on
fine.
1 sec. Hang on, JD. Can you hang on 1 sec? I'm going to call.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
Yeah.
Connor, stop talking. Wait, I just got a call from Griffin Newman.
It's not just like
Oh wait,
a little bit of flour.
Patrick,
Hang on,
Connor, our friend Griffin Newman just is calling.
Griffin, what's up, buddy?
Oh wait, are you on the phone with Connor?
Well, JD's on the phone with Connor. Do you have anything you want to say to Connor?
Yeah, hey Connor, how's it going?
So Griffin's saying hi to you via my phone. You can't hear because I have headphones in, but Griffin's saying hi to you.
Hi, Griffin.
He says, Connor says hi back. Oh yeah, you can hear that.
Oh, I could hear that. I haven't talked to him for so long. How's he doing?
Good. We're doing this show. Patrick hosts this show with George Lucas and Watto. Connor's coughing because of the flour.
JD, I don't think you realize how covered in flour I am.
Wait, Griffin,
I'm having an allergic reaction.
Connor, stop talking for 1 second. Griffin, what were you saying when you called me?
Sorry guys. I'm sorry. I got smoke in my eye.
I'm here, Connor.
You got smoke in your eyes? What happened, Griffin?
I'm baking salmon.
You're baking salmon?
Yeah. I don't even know how it happened.
Just come on, even if you have flour. Just come on for a second.
Griffin, do you want to come on the stream because JD's on?
Well, that's why I'm calling, because Sims called me frantically and said everyone was tweeting at him.
Yeah. No, we told them to do that.
I don't know. I have so much smoke in my eyes right now. All the salmon I'm baking.
Why don't you just come on the stream? Because Connor's going to come on too, and it'll be Connor, JD, me, you. It'll be fun.
Connor's going to come on the stream?
Connor's coming on the stream, but he's got a lot of flour on his face right now.
Just come
eye.
on for 30 seconds. It's okay.
Come on for like 30 seconds. It'll be fine.
I can't even see. I got smoke in my eyes. I'm baking too much salmon.
Why are you baking so much? Why are you baking so much salmon, Griffin?
To eat? What do you mean? What kind of fucking question is that?
I mean, it's midnight. Griffin, I'm going to send you the link to the room. Just come in. If you can't see, that's fine.
I can't see. There's so much smoke in my eyes.
I don't know why
I don't understand this salmon thing, Patrick.
I don't either. George, what are you doing here?
I was watching the stream. You can't force people to come on the show.
George, we got to kick you out. I'm sorry. We told Connor he can come on. Okay, Griffin, why don't you come on and come hang out? Oh my.
Smoke alarm's going off.
Okay. Okay, well, if you put the camera on, we'll be able to help you out and see where the smoke
I
is.
should have baked this much salmon.
Griffin, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what's going on.
Why? Here's my problem.
There's got too much flour and I have too much smoke from the salmon.
Okay, let George back on so I can talk to George.
Okay, Griffin, George is here. Do you want to say anything to George? I know you've been on the show before when it was a live show, Griffin.
Oh, I didn't get along well with that guy. I might hang up now.
You should come on and talk to him. I'll message you the link. Come on and talk to him.
No, George and he was on my podcast. We have like a weird dynamic.
Yeah, no, I remember. That was like 5 years ago, right? And then he didn't come back?
Yeah, and then I came on the show once at Producers Club, I think once at UCB East. The weird dynamic.
Yeah.
Am I still on speaker?
Yeah, you are.
Can George hear me saying this?
Yeah, he can.
Oh, no, I gotta go. I gotta tend to this salmon.
Griffin, come on the chat. Come on the chat, Griffin.
I gotta say this. Phoenix Asylum was not excited about the prospect of meeting my friend Connor.
Yeah.
And
we've already talked about this. He's being real catty to me all night, so he's in the doghouse.
Got it.
Phoenix Slim.
I think it's Phoenix Asylum.
I don't think so.
That's fine. Anyways, George, I'm glad you came back.
Well, I just wanted to wrap up the show.
Well, it's been a pleasure being on your show, George.
JD, I did listen to about 30 seconds of your podcast before I came back to watch some of the stream. It sounds very good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
George, if you listen to the last episode when JD and Connor are getting lunch, they have a guest on, and he's really good.
Who's that?
It was me.
Wow.
Well, why didn't you say that, Patrick? Why didn't you say that?
I don't want to brag.
Patrick, you have reason to be.
I originally came here to watch the rerun of the.
To watch what?
I originally came here to watch the rerun of the George Lucas talk show, and for a minute, it was just me and Patrick hosting the show. So that's a sort of whiplash in my life that I don't really need.
It truly is the only talk show in which that kind of thing could happen. That can't happen on Corden. It can't happen on Fallon. It can't happen on Seth. It can't happen on Kimmel. Lily.
I'm nervous. Should we call Griffin back to make sure he's okay?
No, I think he's fine.
Dave Sims' friend?
Yeah, David Sims' friend. You just talked to him on the phone. You know who he is.
I just want to point out there's some people in the chat that are getting my name wrong and saying that it's DJ, but it's JD. And if you're watching the stream, you can see it's. Oh no, maybe you can't see it. Yeah, my name's JD though. JD.
But if anyone wants to do fan art of JD where he's being a DJ and says things like "book me for parties or weddings,"
JD, I'm gonna make you full screen, and you can do a little DJ move so people
do a little DJ move that people can put on their.
I don't want to do it.
Just do it. You'll get fan art. It'll be great.
And his catchphrase can be, "I don't want to do it."
I don't want to DJ.
DJ JD, the reluctant DJ. That's a great character. That's a good character.
You're giving him lots of options.
A lot of options. Good job. It's a great job.
Anyways, this is great. Someone called me DJ Tomato, which is what bullies used to call me when I was in grade school. So thanks for a great year. I'm glad that I'm on the George Lucas talk show.
No, Andy, I want you to say something, and we'll give you a small. No, Andy Blandy, I want you to take the next 60 seconds to say something so nice about JD that it's going to take his breath away. And we'll wait, but this is a good, exciting thing to do. Yeah, to say something so kind. Really go out of your way, all right, Andy Blandy?
Okay, now people are brainstorming other ways to bully my name.
No. He's going to say something so kind. We're waiting for Andy. Everyone, if you're waiting for Andy, Andy's working on it. Everyone say, "I'm waiting. I'm just here waiting for Andy."
Yep. Everyone comment, I'm just here waiting for Andy.
I'm just here waiting for Andy. You can say variation on it.
This is more uncomfortable than someone bullying my name.
This is a good one. Look at that one.
It's all pretty good.
Yeah. Sharpling just said a really nice thing. If you enjoyed the Chris Gathered show, you owe JD a standing ovation.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim Sharpling.
Some real kind comment about to come up here.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something.
Doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want, JD. And we're in no rush. I'm not giving you the bum's rush, and we're not scooting you off here. Just saying that there's no way we're going to make it through the remaining
hour. There we go.
JD, I deeply apologize for the last few words I said. I love you, and I wish I could kiss you. Well, now the last part, you made it about yourself, Andy.
Andy, think about what you just said. Come up with
something. Think about what you just said. Don't make
it
what you want.
No kisses. George, do you want to kiss the spoon? That'll take the kiss away.
No, the spoon's inside. I don't have the spoon here, I don't think.
Hey, George, you want to know tonight? I was looking for something to watch, and I fired up Disney Plus. I was going to finish The Mandalorian, so I haven't finished it yet.
Red Tails on Disney Plus.
And instead of watching that,
George. George, he'll do it, George. He'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Yeah.
Yes.
No.
All right. Sharpling, let's pick a charity.
But I'm turning off The Amazing Spider-Man right now.
Wait, Sharpling. Do I have to leave the stream? JD has to leave the stream? How do you want to play this? Oh, also name the charity. George, come up with a charity.
Well, what's a good one?
JD, do you want to name one?
I'm trying to think of one that's good. Let's not say them out loud because then I'll feel like I'm rejecting them if I don't do them.
Yeah.
The Italian Defamation League?
What?
The Italian Defamation League?
What
is it?
I don't know. Let me think.
I don't want to be part of a live stream where it's 3 white guys trying to brainstorm
a charity.
We never have that problem because it's usually just George and I and Watto, who's a Toydarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you're overthinking it. We're trying to think of a good charity to give to.
It's JD. Just come up with a charity. It's wild that you're refusing to come up with a charity. JD doesn't want money to go. It'll go anywhere. Do you have a place in New York that you like that's going through a tough time right now?
Well, listen, I always donate to the charity where my sister lived most of her life, Misericordia. I'll donate to ACLU. There's been a lot of great Black Lives Matter.
There's also Portland Bail Fund is a good one.
Bail Fund.
Yeah, let's do Portland Bail Fund.
Let's do the Portland Bail Fund. I'll find it. Hang on one sec.
Hold on. Jesus Christ.
Okay, here we go. How's Portland Freedom Fund? Does that sound good? Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, yeah, Sharpling, you can send it to me and I'll donate it. If anyone else wants to donate to the Portland Freedom Fund, we can put this up. Hang on one sec.
Yeah, I feel like you should do some due diligence on finding the exact charity.
Oh.
But
okay, we'll say this. I will look into it. They seem legit, but if there is a better Portland-based bail fund, it will go to them.
Right.
But they seem right for now. If anyone else wants to send it, they can send it to this PayPal. Sharpling, I'm not giving out my personal info on the air.
I can come pick it up on bike, Tom, and I'll bring it to Patrick.
Yeah.
So, George, what I was getting to, though, was... Whoa.
Hang on. Hey, JD, hang on one sec. We actually have a guest I'm going to bring in. He left the stream a few hours ago, and he's back now. I'm assuming to grovel, but we'll see.
The fuck are you guys still doing here? It's past midnight. What is... What?
Watto. I came to the website to watch the replay of the show, to watch it.
Yeah.
And now somehow I'm on it and it hasn't ended.
Yeah, welcome to my fucking life.
Hey, Watto, I have the best news for you.
What?
Remember when you refused to watch The Irishman 2.5 hours ago because it was going to be too long?
Yeah, there was no amount of money that would have convinced Watto to watch The Irishman.
We've got money going to one of the Portland bail funds because we're about to start watching The Irishman.
Wait, who's about to start watching The Irishman?
I mean, George and I, JD hasn't committed.
I heard the rumor that the terms were that George had to watch it alone.
If Sharpling wants me to leave, I will leave.
I mean, look, I'm not going to watch it. You know, I'm still awake because I'm waiting for my Postmates.
Yeah.
George,
what
we can't hear you.
Oh, it's because I muted him on the other one. Hang on one sec. Here we go.
Sure.
There you go, George.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I got to watch it alone, but Patrick, I want you still on the stream, just off the screen.
I'm not. George, I'm not staying up till 4 in the morning if I'm not on the stream.
But that's the deal of the. Those are the terms of the deal.
No, Sharpling just said I want you to watch it, Patrick.
Sharpling said it has to be alone.
Sharpling wants to. I like how this era of media and art that is donation-based and Patreon-based has really turned into a bizarre sort of like Medici-style people having an iron grip over art.
Yes.
Sharpling can just...
Like the emperor giving the thumbs up or thumbs down to the gladiators. Can I just say, I you know what, I left the stream 2 hours ago, at least, if not more.
Yeah.
Right? Over 2 hours ago, I left the stream.
Yeah. Sharpling, I will email you.
But I was so hungry, I said, I'm just going to Postmates and eat and then go to sleep. And it's been multiple hours and I'm still waiting. I Postmated for some fucking guy to give me 10 pounds of baked salmon that was supposed to be homemade, and it hasn't arrived yet.
Wow. Like, it's like just a guy that's baking it in his house?
Yeah, some fucking out-of-work actor or something set up a Postmates kitchen where he bakes salmon.
Oh, got it.
Watto, I have to say that when you left the stream earlier,
yeah,
I was shocked.
What does that mean? What was the what's this? What's all of this?
Yeah, see, that's what happens when you leave the stream. You miss all kinds of cool in jokes.
God damn it! Did fucking Electro come in?
That's right. Electro hung out for like a solid hour.
This guy, look, I feel bad for him because he's going through it, and that guy's a fucking drag.
I agree, Watto. I agree.
I started the Irishman.
Okay, hang on. Let's start at the same time so I can at least sync up with you, George. Because if I'm here,
I don't need to do this because I'm not going to be here for more than.
All right, here we go. Here we go, George. You ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
Here's another conversation topic just for everybody.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I'll start with Watto though, and I'll give some context. So.
Yeah, because I'm logging off in like a minute. So
yeah.
Start with me. Yes.
Watto.
Yes.
What are you up to this week? And I asked because I'm trying to figure out my plans for the week, and like, just some things that are on my list I was thinking about doing is, I got some work stuff. I was going to talk to friends. I've got a good friend of mine, GRIFFIN NEWMAN, who was actually just on the phone the other day. I owe him a birthday present that I've had for like 3 months in a box right here.
Hey, JD.
Yeah. Is that me as a stick figure DJing drawn on a cardboard box? What's all of this? Oh, that must be some aspect of
being slim.
Right. Interesting. Feels terrifying. Feels unhealthy.
JD looks good.
JD, what was the name of that friend you said you had to drop off the present for?
GRIFFIN NEWMAN. I was gonna ride my bike and drop.
This is the fucking kid I ordered the baked salmon from.
No way.
I'm looking at my receipt here. Yes, it was supposed to be delivered 2 hours ago.
Well, Watto, we talked to him on the phone, and he said it was all burning, and the salmon juice was getting in his eyes. He said the salmon juice was getting in his eyes.
This fucking guy. Are you kidding me?
How much salmon is this guy making for you?
I asked for 10 pounds.
Wait, is it actually 10 pounds?
I asked for 10 pounds.
Is he? Did he actually make 10 pounds for you? Do you know?
I don't know. The money went through. I don't know if he's doing it. It feels like he's welching on our deal.
How much was it, Watto?
Watto, that's an offensive term.
Welsh?
Yeah, it's offensive towards the Welsh.
No, I'm saying Welsh, like the juice company.
No, but it's still the same. The origins of it are offensive.
Really?
Yeah, sorry.
Hey, JD, this is from Alex Wolinets on Twitter.
No, I don't have any context, but that's funny.
That's good. These are all. This one's pretty good. Yeah. The one that was drawn on the box of outside the box of body parts was pretty good.
Yeah. Look, I don't have answers on this baked salmon thing. I wanted 10 pounds because I didn't have lunch today, so I need a full meal.
I don't know if that's how meals are supposed to work. Like a snake, where you just wait. If you skip the meal, you just keep adding it up.
Oh, sorry, JD. I don't come to where you eat and knock the sandwich into your mouth.
Except the one time that you did. You did.
That was one time! One!
I was holding a Reuben sandwich. You came and knocked it right into my mouth.
One time.
But anyways, listen, there was a question that I was going to have earlier. That's telling George I was going to watch The Mandalorian, and then I stopped, and I fell into a Disney Plus watching pattern that I have already had, which is watching the show Encore.
Yeah.
Have you guys watched Encore?
Not all of them. Yeah.
Watto, you haven't watched any Encore?
No.
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Okay. Patrick, you've watched it.
I've watched a few, yeah.
George, have you watched it?
I heard you paint. You paint houses.
Oh man, the next 3.5 hours are going to be great.
Hey.
Well, I think it's really funny that the movie is not called I Heard You Paint Houses. It's called The Irishman, but it was supposed to be called I Heard You Paint Houses.
Yes.
And I think it's really funny that Marty, it's like, you don't want me to call it that? I'm just going to put the title in the movie anyway. I'm going to have the movie just stop to put the title of the movie in the middle of the movie. You know what I mean? Like, clearly there are people like, don't call it I Heard You Paint Houses. Call it The Irishman. And he's like, fine. But at one point, like, how many minutes in?
Hey, George, what's your second unit doing right now? Do they need to be on, or can you wrap that second unit?
No, they're doing a Quibi. They're doing a little Quibi.
That's a Quibi. That's for Katzenberg. That's a favor for Jeffrey.
Don't worry, JD. That's a little Quibi.
This show, it goes out live on Planet Scum, and then we port it over to YouTube. But all the episodes, all the second unit work is cut up into 10-minute episodes that you can get exclusively on Quibi.
I just was trying to figure out why there's a second unit right now.
For Quibi.
Just in case something really good happens on this angle, like, look at this.
You missed it for a while. There we go.
JD, what do you think of Encore?
I like it. I watch a lot. For those of you who don't know, Encore is a show where they reunite the cast of High School Musicals and have them redo their play 30, sometimes 40 years later. Here's the thing that I realize in seeing the state that George is in is I have a friend, Connor, who you just talked to on the phone.
Yeah, I wish he'd come up.
Though I know his family members, I don't have any of their contact information. So if something happened to my friend Connor, I wouldn't be able. I would have no emergency contact for him.
Yeah.
What did they film this? What did they film this footage of De Niro 30 years ago? He looks like a little boy.
JD, George, Watto.
What?
Why does De Niro look so young?
What did they film this decades ago?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm watching The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Did they Boyhood this?
Did they film this stuff in 1974?
And Electro
When
looks
De Niro was
good.
young?
Electro's like Jack coming out of a tank.
Who's this youngster? Young Joe.
His name's
playing
Electro.
This youngster looks like he'd fit right in with the Jersey Boys.
Yeah, what are we watching? The Jersey Boys? Talk about a special effects.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching.
Encore?
No, I'm watching the Spider-Man.
Yeah.
From 1978.
Oh.
From
the
when they
Electric
filmed these
Company?
scenes of.
Yeah.
It must have been when they filmed these scenes of Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
Spider-Man from the
Spider-Man.
Electro Company?
Yeah. There's.
You didn't know that, Watto?
Watto, you didn't know that?
Spider-Man, the Electric Company sounds a little bit.
Watto, I don't know what you're doing. That is not your point.
How would you know that?
What do you mean? Watto loves puns.
Okay, real conversation here. How do we feel about digital de-aging technology.
Bad.
All for it. All for it.
Why?
the way it looks.
It's not fair. Let it. If you want to digitally de-age someone, let a digital actor play the role in the first place. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's one thing to wear makeup, but when you take a real actor and you try to make them digital, you're taking roles away from actual digital performance.
Right.
Like what?
George, how do you feel about it?
I think this film looks better than if they'd filmed it for real back then.
You don't feel like maybe they should just let the next, group of actors in to start their careers out?
Well, geez, I tried that with Jake Lloyd and everyone got mad at me. Right now, honestly,
you could have de-aged Sebastian Shaw.
No, what I should have done is I should have filmed episode 1 with Dave Prowse playing little Anakin, and then completely replaced him digitally with James Earl Jones, and made him look little.
I see.
James Earl Jones?
Yeah.
So it's a digital small James Earl Jones.
But I'll still film it the classic way where I make Dave Prowse be the one who shows up and does all the work.
Right.
And then I replace it with James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones should have, Anakin probably should have sounded like a little Darth Vader.
So basically what you're saying is that this is what you want little Anakin to look like. You're like, that's Anakin in my mind.
Anakin. And you can do that digitally.
Now,
little Anakin should have been totally CGI like Jar Jar.
Now here's a question, George.
That's Annie.
Is I don't know if it's canon to reference information that I picked up about your work via the 48-hour live stream you did 2 months ago.
That's canon.
But I will say you did do digital shrinking technology for Obi-Wan's death.
That's right. He shrinks down real small.
Which is my favorite detail that I didn't realize until that night when you explained that Obi-Wan doesn't actually die by the strike of Darth Vader. He shrinks himself down really tiny.
And he blows up when the Death Star blows up.
He's a tiny. He doesn't have any clothes because you see the robe.
He's a little naked.
He's a little naked man that runs around.
If you listen very closely to the mix that's on Disney Plus, you have to have really good headphones. You'll hear a high-pitched Alec Guinness scream when the Death Star blows up. You're like, hey!
Hey, Watto.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I like that. That's very good.
That's from Alex Walnuts again.
Yeah, that's very good. I'm going to log off.
All right, Watto. It's been fun.
Bye, Watto.
What? Yeah, what's going on?
Just, can you give me that piece of advice? Do you think next week's a good week to give a birthday gift to my friend, or do you? I don't know. Just judged on vibes. I know you don't know him.
Yeah, sounds like a great time. Yeah. I mean, you're asking for a vibe check?
Yeah, just you know people better than I do.
I mean, I do consider myself to be a good judge of human character. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Yes, that would be nice.
All right. Water, you feeling all right? You okay?
I'm tired. I wanted to eat my lox and sleep like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, you should do that.
Well, Water, we're doing a double Irishman tonight. We're doing a double Irishman tonight.
You're watching 2 Irishmen?
No, we did the Irishman, and then we're watching the Irishman. So it's a double Irishman is the format tonight.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna finish watching Amazing Spider-Man.
Tell Watto.
Yeah.
Tell Electro he's welcome to come by at any point during the Irishman.
Really? You like the guy?
Yeah, we'll take him back. We'll take him back. If he wants to come back, we'll take him back.
What about Vizieri?
Sure.
No, thank you.
You don't like him?
I like Electro.
Wow. Okay. Noted. Look, I mean, I have some other friends who have been staying with me. My couch has been a little bit of a revolving door, so who knows? It might show up in the future.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone pops out.
Yeah.
Who knows? All right, Watto. Well, thank you for everything you do, Watto.
Of course, I love you guys.
I'm glad that I'm saying goodbye to you on the show that you host.
Hey, man, I'm a sidekick, baby. I don't know shit.
I
clock in, I clock out. It ain't my home.
Enjoy it.
Okay. Smell you later.
Smell you later, Watto.
Bye.
Oh God.
Ray Romano.
George, I read this book like 2 months ago during quarantine, George.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead,
get some
JD, I'm
painting
sorry.
done.
What'd you say?
I was gonna go do some painting.
Do you want to do it on
hey.
the stream? Do it on the stream.
I just feel like I feel bad leaving now.
No, this is for charity. You don't need to feel bad about that.
Here's the thing. I came on and you wanted to end the stream, and then sort of I was having fun extending it like maybe 5 minutes longer, but then that amount of time is when that amazing cosmic event happened where money was exchanged that forced you into the situation. So I sort of feel like it's my fault that you've been put in this position.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
I just came to watch your show, and then I got a text saying, "Come on."
Next week, guess what? We end right at 1 minute past the Irishman. That's
you don't know that, George. Next week might be a long week, and you know that.
Why?
I'm gonna text JD who's on next week, and he'll be able to say,
yeah.
"Oh yeah." It also
here's the fun part. Don't text him yet. Don't text him yet.
I already did.
I didn't look.
Make JD full screen for his reaction.
Want me to look?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my. I'm gonna watch every second of that.
Yeah.
No.
That's
I hope
good.
Barring any insane things, that's the plan.
That's so good.
Isn't this no other TV show does this kind of thing where we don't announce our guests, we just show someone else reacting to the guest, and everyone is now begging to find out who it is.
No,
now,
but
listen, there might be a world where this doesn't, if something comes up, I don't know, but we'll see.
But
yeah, it honestly could just be that it's week 2 of Electro.
that is a booking that isn't really on my radar, but that the moment you said it, I'm like, yeah, that I could see that person talking for hours with George.
Mm-hmm.
That is so funny.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And the stories.
Yeah.
George.
I'm a storyteller.
The amount of experiences you guys can share.
Yeah.
I know.
And maybe have shared. Maybe.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really great.
When are we announcing that, Patrick? When are we announcing that?
I'll confirm it in the next day or two, and then we can announce it.
All right.
Ooh, that's good. I think a lot of people are going to watch that.
That's the hope.
That's fun. That's really fun.
Patrick, rebellions were built on hope.
Thanks, George.
Now, George, I still haven't seen the newest of the Star Wars movies.
Oh, Rise of Skywalker?
JD, hang on. Can you promise that you'll come on the stream and watch it with us one week?
Sure. I mean, I think that's a waste of... I think you could get some real guests to do that.
No, but like after, we'll have guests on, and then you'll come on after.
Yeah, sure. I mean, George also showed me the 3rd prequel. Also,
I know.
Even that was when Patrick was asleep.
That's true.
Right.
This is what we like to think of this part of the show is like the 4th hour of today.
Right.
This is like Hoda and Kathy Lee.
Yeah, I feel like I'm sort of an after-show guest.
Yeah. We were going to start talking about that, George. We didn't talk about that today.
Oh, yeah. Here's the thing. Because it used to be when we were doing the George Lucas talk show at UCB, I always used to talk about how it was really a stepping stone. And our plan was that eventually Jimmy Fallon would retire from the Tonight Show. And then presumably Seth Meyers would move up and get the Tonight Show. And that meant that Carson Daly would get late night. And that we would move right into that late night with Carson Daly slot with the George Lucas talk show. And eventually Seth would retire, and then Carson would move up and get the Tonight Show. That's when we would get late night, and then eventually it would be the Tonight Show with George Lucas. Now, things have changed a little bit because now Carson Daly's no longer on, and it's Lily. Lily is on. What's the show called? It's Late Night with Lily, or what is it called?
Up late, maybe.
Up
I
Late.
don't remember.
Our hope is what we would like is, because we think it's probably going to be a while. We think that Jimmy's going to stay on the Tonight Show for a while. Seth's happy at late night. Lily's just getting started with hers. What we would like is to get a 4th late night slot on NBC after Lily's show, and our show would go straight through until morning. So it would be a late night.
That was always my pitch for a late night show.
Yeah, all night show.
Yeah.
The night show.
I actually tried to pitch that show, and no one was interested.
Well, maybe the pandemic has changed that, because we're testing that format out right now.
And George, do you want to say what our selling points were?
What were they?
I think it was we'll do it live.
Yeah, we'll do it live.
We'll do it overnight.
Do it overnight.
7 nights a week.
7 nights a week.
And we'll do it for free.
We'll do it for free, but we will accept no network notes.
No network notes, but we'll do it for free.
We'll do it for free, but no, not one. We don't want to hear one executive give any kind of feedback that causes us to have to rethink anything.
Yep.
Show is what it is.
I would produce that.
Thank you.
JD, we have JD Amato attached as the executive producer.
We have Watto. Robert will make sporadic guest appearances. And
what?
I've got a thought right now. Oh, never mind.
No thoughts or bad thoughts, JD.
No thoughts or bad thoughts.
That it was nothing.
Wow.
Here's something I can offer you at some point, George. If you ever find yourself,
someone saying, should this get put on IMDb as in pre-pro? And you know what? I'm not going to say no.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah,
I'm going to say no. I don't think we need people with this IMDb. It's not that's not in pre-pro. Because I'll end up getting some email about it.
Okay, you don't have to put JD on it.
JD hates emails.
No, stupid things always happen. That sounds like a note, says Andy. Very funny. I was on your show a few years ago, George.
Yeah,
and I did a 20-minute version of Labyrinth.
Yeah.
I think if you're ever strapped for time and you're in another double Irishman situation, I could just do a full length version of Labyrinth.
I mean, you could do it right now.
I mean, but also, I don't know why we would have to do that when we could just do this.
But now, ladies and gentlemen,
No.
We have the rights for that. That's one of the things we have the rights to.
Yes. I know you started selling merch to it also.
We could do a live commentary on it, though.
No, thank you. I'm saying I'll do a performance where last time, because of stage time, I was condensing it, and this time I could even maybe expand upon it and have
it longer. You can make it longer, add in parts that you want to expand on.
Yeah. I think if we did it like this, like you were this big, JD, and then George Watto and I were on the side, I think we would do that.
Yeah. I think you just have a clock running as if you've all started the movie at the same time.
Yeah.
Or I could not have the movie up, and you could see how accurate I am to the timing of it. I think I could get pretty close.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we'll pick a date. And we'll do it.
Maybe we'll do that after Big Lake.
Oh, yeah. We're watching Big Lake in a few weeks, JD.
How are you getting Big Lake?
We have Big Lake.
Okay.
We have it.
But no one at home will have Big Lake.
People at home, well, we've realized that if you upload things to Pornhub, they won't get taken down. That's real.
That feels like a
there's no copyright.
It does feel like there's one of those things like, oh, if you get a certain kind of Tootsie Roll wrapper and you send it to the company, you get a lot. If you get
don't you remember
when you have the shooting star?
Yeah,
the big stick was up for like 6 months before they could get it taken down.
Right. I think the thing that I'm raising my eyebrow at is you being like, hey, here's our show for people who love Star Wars. And there's going to be a kid that's like, oh, I love the George Lucas Talk Show. And you're like, all right, now go to Pornhub.
Okay, hang on. Guys, comment here. It's not on Pornhub yet. I'm not going to upload it. Someone might. We'll find out. If you guys are in the comments right now and you're below 18, right? I'm below 18. If you're in the comments, JD, I'm not done. If you guys are in the comments,
I think we should move on.
If you guys are in the comments and you're above 18, say I'm above 18. People are saying
that went wrong. That went wrong immediately.
Yeah, this is
a lot. Look, so many people are saying I'm above 18.
Yeah,
I don't want to be part of any of this weird stream that you're doing now, where you're asking people how old they are, and for whether they send them to porn websites. This is not a good avenue that you find yourself going down.
JD, the people want Big Lake.
And you want to keep them from having it. You're no different than Comedy Central.
It's for charity. It's for charity.
For charity.
JD, tonight wasn't even a fundraiser, and we raised over $1,500 for a Brooklyn bail fund. Think about what we can do with Big Lake.
Portland.
That's what I meant. I meant Portland.
Portland's where the stormtroopers are.
Portland's where the stormtroopers are.
Yeah. Anyways, this got real weird.
Is there a charity that, I don't even know if what I'm about to say is criminal. Is there a charity that you can raise money to give the president the coronavirus? I'm just asking the question. Is there or is there not? I heard there was a rumor that there was a charity that would give the president the coronavirus. Is that true?
George,
I did not hear the rumor that there is a charity that you can donate to that will give infectious disease to the president of the United States.
George, I have not heard that either. This is all on you, George.
Many people are saying it.
George, let me know by tomorrow if you want me to cut that out of the stream.
Why? Is that a crime?
I feel like it might be.
Not if I spoofed it. It was a spoof.
Yeah, why don't you have Patrick make sure everyone's over 18 so you can make the joke?
We're going to have to bleep this whole hour.
No, it's just horrible.
I hope people tweet this stream to the NSA and they have to watch the whole thing.
We got to play it. They're like, how long is it? It's 4.5 hours until something goes wrong. I'd love it if the NSA watched all of Electro's cameo.
Well, no, wait. Okay, here's the thing. If you guys tell the NSA, tell them it's in one of the episodes of the George Lucas Talk Show stream, but don't tell them which one, and just send them the playlist of all the videos.
No one contact the NSA.
If it's a court case, and you have to make everyone watch all the streams for comedic context.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so good.
Oh.
It's a great way to get views.
Oh, you know what? Things are not looking good for the Irishman. He's getting in too deep.
George, who's your favorite Irishman in this movie?
Who's this young kid who's just looking for some work, some quick money?
He's like in his 20s. Check him out. He's in his 20s.
Who's this? Who's this child star?
I can confidently say that the Irishman is younger than me in this scene.
Yeah.
Confidently.
This special effect is so good. It's like you're looking at a 19-year-old Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
But you can feel that he will grow older. Just
I also want to say
his handbook and the way he carries himself.
I think if we had any other guest on the stream, I would say there was a 0% chance that they would stay potentially until the end of us watching this. But I think there's a 65% chance JD Amato stays through the end.
Here's the thing. I don't like butting in on things. I feel like I've already butt in on this show. But I I've done this
We helped a lot
podcast.
of people.
What's that?
We've helped a lot of people tonight.
Sure, I agree. I do this podcast with my friend Connor.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
mention that guy one more time, I'm gonna lose it.
Okay. 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 Sorry. What?
No,
Why?
this is your last. Say what you have to say.
Why are you so mad?
Because I don't. He's a baker.
Well, yeah, no.
He's a baker.
He can't prove that. We never saw it.
He's not a baker.
The only baker I want to talk about is Kenny Baker, and they found his skeleton fell out of an R2D2 when they made one of the sequel movies.
Oh, look at 25-year-old Irishman kicking that guy.
No. We have to sit in this moment where George Lucas is brought on the floor. And he's explaining that the only baker he wants to talk about is
But JD, did you hear the rumor? Did you hear the rumor that George is perpetuating?
Tom Sharpling asked earlier if the rumor was true that we forgot about Kenny Baker inside the R2. And they put him in storage. And then we brought him back out, make the next Star Wars movie. They open up the R2. And
Nobody made fan art of that. Nobody.
Poor sweet Kenny Baker.
I told Tom that I don't want to get into it, but I told Tom there's truth to what he's saying, but he's conflating two different things.
so there's just a fucking bow inside R2D2? No. Ow. Oh.
Everyone in the mafia is so young.
Oh my god. That's the image of someone opening up R2 and be like, oh no, it's a bunch of bones. Oh.
Here's my review of The Irishman. Do you like young people? Watch this movie.
Oh.
It's like watching the world's youngest actors turn into old people over the course of 3.5 hours.
Yes,
but it happens so gradually. It happens so gradually because of the wonders of digital effects. They did it perfectly, and it looks great.
Should I sew or draw right now?
This feels like a good game show.
Which will take longer? You got like 3 hours.
I mean, sewing will take forever, but you'll hear it.
What are you sewing? What are you sewing, and what are you drawing?
I've been working on a button-up shirt.
Let's do that.
And you want to know what I've been working on?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can do that. Sorry, I got a little message from someone. What was I going to say? So I started sewing.
I just want to comment on the fact that whatever scene is happening in The Irishman right now, I really respect the fact that I don't know when it began, but I don't know that this scene ever ends. Like, young Robert De Niro was talking to this guy in a diner, and it's just cutting back and forth. And I think it might be a one-act play that happens in the first act of this movie.
JD, do you use a sewing machine or is it by hand?
Sewing machine.
You should draw then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it's loud.
Yeah.
But something I'm doing, and George will drive you nuts, I'm going to mention it again, is my friend Connor, who I do the podcast 12 Hour Day with, one of the issues that I run into is that I never have a good way to hold all my gear, and all of the equipment bags and gear bags that you can buy don't fit exactly what I need. And so I've actually bought really heavy duty waterproof material that you use to make like those bags. And so I'm going to start making my own gear bags for stuff. And I'm making a specially designed one for my 12-hour day equipment.
That's cool.
Thanks. I'm glad that the story left a big impact.
George,
Anytime
you talk about Connor, George checks out.
Yeah.
I'm just watching The Irishman right now. De Niro is checking out this place that he's like casing the joint. And the main thing you notice, you look at his young man hands. Look at those hands. Those are the hands of a young man. That's digital. And it's just digital magic.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't do this years ago. You can only do it now.
George.
Yeah.
Would you like me to stay and do my work with this on? Or would you like, are you fine to move on your own?
Are you watching The Irishman, JD?
I don't have The Irishman on.
Why don't you put The Irishman on?
I could.
You just got to go up to, right now it's at, where are we time-wise? Why is Netflix so bad about showing how far you are time-wise in it?
George, I have a clock on screen.
I know, but it doesn't, in the interface, it doesn't show where you are. It counts down at the end, but it doesn't, you know what I mean?
Sure.
People in the chat don't want you.
JD, please don't go.
Okay.
But you should watch The Irishman.
JD, please don't go.
I think.
JD, please don't go.
Okay.
I've
been requesting to about a second. I will.
I think we're roughly 10 minutes into it.
No, George, we're 35 minutes.
10 minutes into it. I think we're 10 minutes into it. No, because it's almost all just that scene in the diner.
Yeah.
And now these young men are sitting in a restaurant together. And I believe that Harvey Keitel's character is meant to be at least 40 years older than De Niro's character here. And boy, you can tell they are different ages.
Boy, you can tell.
All you have to do is look at the digital effects and see how good they are. Everybody worked so hard to make sure that these people looked so young.
Now, George, you probably knew a lot of people who worked on this.
Oh, yeah. I know lots of people. Tony and Tina and everybody.
Tony and Tina. Oh, you went to their wedding, right, George?
I did. I went to Tony and Tina's wedding. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Fun. It was a big crowd.
Someone in the chat is pointing out that Nicole Byers' screaming doorbell was an Irishman again.
Oopsies.
Yeah. JD, you got to mute that.
I know, I'm trying.
Patrick, are we inconveniencing anyone other than you right now?
I don't think so. I believe Bryson might be watching, but Bryson knows he can bail whenever he needs to.
All right. Right now, we're still in the early going of The Irishman because he's basically just learning his first lesson, which is like, don't mess with the wrong people.
Yeah.
That's a mistake. You mess with the wrong people, you get the horns. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
George, I posted a video of you today on Twitter.
And what was it?
It was a video of Yoda accepting the 2003 Best Fight MTV Movie Award.
Oh, I remember those days. That was fun.
Yeah, you're in the crowd and you're loving it.
Oh, I loved it. It was so fun.
You loved it. It's so fun. But I wanted people want to look at it. It's very funny.
Dude, it was so funny that day.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to start my second unit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see. What are we doing? with these Irishmen?
George, don't show your screen on screen, George.
What do you mean? Which angle can you see it at?
Yeah.
You can see it?
I can, a little bit.
Not enough. Just a little bit.
George.
Just a little bit of the Irishman. Isn't it good to see the Irishman so late?
Yeah.
It's a late night movie. This should be a midnight movie. I've always said.
Hang on. Headbot's a coward. I just want to let everyone know. Headbot is a coward.
Hold on. Watch this. He's going to shoot this guy, and this guy's not expecting it. He gets up real close.
Yeah.
This young teenager comes up to him, and he shoots him. Big bang, right in the face.
Hoodlum. This hoodlum.
This rebel without a cause. This James Dean figure. And now we see he's old. Oh, how did that young, beautiful young man ever become so old? He throws his gun in the water.
The old age makeup looks good.
Look at this digital effect. Digital gun in the digital water.
Digital gun in the digital water.
Man shot dead on sidewalk. You know, here's the thing. These effects. What?
I said with Alec Baldwin.
Oh, you can see it now, can't you?
Yeah, move that, George. Don't put that on screen.
Are we gonna get flagged for that?
I just don't want to get in trouble. Just don't leave it up.
Tiny screen. Well, here's the thing. Oh, that's what we should have said this week. Hey, everybody. Patrick, stop. Hey, everybody. I know it's a little bit late in the show to add a new segment. But Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue is in the public domain, but the recordings of it aren't. So what we wanted to do is, if anybody out there wanted their version of Rhapsody in Blue to be... I'll mute your microphone.
I did.
All right. Anyone out there wants to do their own version of Rhapsody in Blue, any format or whatever, and donate it to the show, that's fun.
If you want to make it a MIDI or like a video game music.
If you have an a cappella group that wants to record a cappella vocals of Rhapsody in Blue.
Yeah.
Vlad, if anyone wants to ask Vlad to record a version of Rhapsody in Blue, we'd love it if Vlad would do a version of it in his
I would love it so much if Vlad would.
That would really be the big goal, would be to get Vlad to do it. That's such a great idea.
If we can get Vlad to do it, George, let's say this. If we can get Vlad to do it.
Hey, Dresbo 91, his second unit isn't a Quibi.
George is right. My second unit isn't.
They're two different things. They're apples and Quibbies.
If we can get Vlad to do it, George, would you make it one of our our closing credits music?
What? If Vlad... Well, I like our closing credits music, but we would do it 1 week. When will these gangsters ever learn that crime doesn't pay?
Someone is asking me to give a second unit, and my phone will die if I do.
What a sob story.
Unless you really want me to. Okay, I'll do it until my phone dies.
And now De Niro's character is old. And we haven't even met Jimmy Hoffa yet, right?
James Hoffa.
Ooh. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy.
George, what's the weather like where you are?
Pretty good.
It's been extremely hot here in New York.
Well, here in California, the weather's always great.
George, do you ever consider moving out east?
Nope. Got my ranch out here. Why would I move out east?
Yeah.
No, I like it out here. I'm a California boy, and I always have been.
That's true. That's good. That's a good point. You lived in Chicago. You have a house in Chicago, I think, though.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do my museum, so I'm never going back there.
Oh, never ever? Your wife's from there, isn't she?
Well, maybe we'll go back sometimes.
Yeah. I'm sure she'll want to see her family or something.
She's mad that Rahm Emanuel didn't want my museum to go there.
She's mad?
Well, I'm mad that Rahm Emanuel didn't. Said they were going to have my museum there, and then we got all ready for it, and they said no.
Yeah. Why was that?
I don't know. Why wouldn't you want a free museum? Because it looks like a spaceship? That's no reason.
Yeah. That's no reason.
I'm just really excited about my museum.
Mm-hmm.
I want my museum.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, man.
Oh. Do you get it, Patrick?
I get it, man.
Oh God. The Arliss banner keeps folding. You see Dennis Miller. Ugh. I don't want to see Dennis Miller.
You don't want to see Dennis Miller?
No. Get out of here, Dennis. Come on. There we go. Get out of there. Oh. These Irishmen are getting into trouble now.
Oh, there we go, George. I'm all set.
You're all ready for your sewing?
No, I'm going to do some painting.
Ooh. That's a funny angle. Look how little my legs look. I look like a little baby.
You look like a little baby, George.
I look like a little baby, like I got little baby legs.
Exactly.
Hold on. Do I look like a little baby?
You look like that. George, you look like such a little baby.
Patrick.
Yeah, what's up, George?
Do I look like a little baby?
Yeah, you look like a little baby, George.
Don't humor me.
I'm not. You genuinely look like a little baby.
The perspective is interesting. My second unit makes me look like I got little baby legs, little baby body.
George, don't suck your thumb like that.
Look, I'm throwing a temper tantrum like a little baby. I don't want to watch The Irishman anymore.
George,
I don't want to
go to bed.
I don't want to go to bed. I want to watch The Irishman.
George, it's bedtime.
Bedtime with George.
If you don't get off. Oh, whoops.
Well, here we are, and we're how many hours? We're not even 1 hour into this damn thing. We have 2 hours and 43 minutes left of Irishman, and they're just talking on the phone and making deals. Oh boy, but they look so young. Oh, Hoffa, Hoffa, Hoffa. Here we have young Al Pacino as young James Hoffa. Okay, now we are cooking. Ow! What's happening? What was that?
It's my
my second unit.
Well, it really killed my ears, man.
George, do you have a movie that you think is over 3 hours that you think is really, really good?
Yeah, Francis's movies are good.
Not a lot of over 3 hours, though.
Are they? They're close.
Yeah.
Oh.
George, when do you think we're gonna go back in the movie theater?
Probably 2022.
Truly, you think it'll be that long?
Before everybody feels comfortable, yeah.
George has got a very negative. He thinks it's going to be a while, and I agree with him.
Yeah.
I get that. When do you think you'll be comfortable going back in the movie theater?
I don't need to. I'll just go see movies on the ranch in my own screening rooms.
Okay. When do you think you'll go eat at a restaurant?
When I'll go into a restroom?
Restaurant.
Oh, I don't know.
What about a restroom?
2022.
How many times do you go to the bathroom a day?
Oh gosh, it probably depends on the day.
My stunt unit keep breaking.
Oh man. Hey George.
Yeah. I think your stunt unit keeps breaking from all the compliments it gets in the comments.
George, look at Caroline's piece of art.
That's pretty good.
JD, you'll like this too.
Look at that. Put that in. That belongs in a museum.
Wow,
Say
that's good.
Say it like your friend Harrison, George.
It belongs in a museum.
Thank you. That was Caro 9BC, Caroline.
Mm-hmm.
George, how many times have you married?
Twice.
Twice.
I'm on my second and final one.
Now, George, we haven't talked about this. Are you going to have someone in the chat is saying that they can't wait for the GLTS exhibit at the Lucas Museum? Are you going to have an exhibit on the show?
I've thought about it. You know.
Yeah.
It'd be great. It'd be great.
It'd be great.
It'd be great if we could just have a little theater part of the museum where we could do shows.
Yeah. That would be very nice.
Did Anakin ever consider getting remarried? You mean after he was Darth, or like when? I mean, they never, like, I guess it's the only time because once he was a widower. Maybe he did. I don't know. They're just stories. Maybe Darth Vader got married at one point. That would be a fun story that hasn't been told. Right?
Yeah. George, someone's
why
asking.
not? Wouldn't that be a fun story between Revenge of the Sith and Rogue One to see like Darth Vader like dating and he gets married to someone, it doesn't work out? Maybe it does, and we just like don't hear about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's kind of flirty with Dr. Aphra in the comics, George.
That's a great nap cam, Patrick. Can we get some snacks in there? Oh, I knew there'd be snacks within arm's reach. What's that snack? No, one is the nap cam and one is the snack cam. Make them two different cams. Yeah. So that's the snack cam and that's the nap cam. Perfect. You can't see the full nap in the snack cam. You can't see the full snack in the nap cam. Look at all these watermelons. Those are all CGI. Those were like really old watermelons, but they CGI to make them look young.
Yeah, I was about to tell that fact too. I'm glad we both got to it though.
They spent I think like $40 million just making those old watermelons look young.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Which is crazy because now they look a little too smooth, you know?
Yeah.
I think my router is having trouble managing all of the outgoing streams.
I'm sorry. JD, did you see? Actually, I guess this
people throw a fit when your freaking unit goes down.
Did you guys see this movie when it was in the theater in the Broadway theater?
No, I didn't.
George?
Yeah, I did.
Did you like it there?
I
liked seeing it there.
Yep, the effects look even better on the big screen.
Yeah.
I mostly love this movie for the perfect effects.
I got such an old phone. Maybe that's a problem with my second unit.
Are you using a laptop?
Well, I'm using a laptop for you.
You got a desktop?
No, I'm not a psycho.
Ooh.
How do you make it so it doesn't go to sleep?
I just realized, guys, we're so far into this movie. We're almost an hour into this movie, and I just realized I didn't have closed captions.
You don't need them because so much of the storytelling is visual.
Yeah.
Like when he throws that gun into the water, you get it.
I mean, I've seen the movie, so I did feel like I got it.
Yeah,
but...
he's getting rid of that gun. And there's other guns in the water. He'd previously thrown other guns there, or other gangsters had thrown their guns there. And you know that because of digital effects telling the story.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish we'd had this skin smoothing effect for all of the Star Wars movies. I'll have to go back and make all the skin really smooth.
Whose faces would you smooth out, George?
All the creatures in the creature cantina.
Yeah.
Just make them smooth, look young.
Yeah.
JD, is your stunt unit just a headshot? I thought it was just like one of your headshots.
That's what I'm trying to get going. George, who's your favorite cantina creature?
Walrus Man.
Yeah.
Me too. Me too, George.
I like Hammerhead too.
You want to know my favorite creature from Jabba's palace?
Who? Salacious Crumb?
A Fontmon.
Oh yeah, good guy. George, do you know who a Fontmon is? I mean, I know you do, but
yeah. Which one's he again?
I'll show you a picture of him. Fontmon, good guy. He's actually a lot like your buddy David's movie, George. Because he's an look, he's an elephant man.
Oh, that's right.
That's why his name's a Fontmon.
Because so many people are named after what their species looks like.
It's just funny that you would name him that since David turned down directing the movie, and you're still like, I'm still going to name him after you. George, are we losing you?
No.
You're getting quiet.
I also like Droopy McCool a lot.
Yeah.
Droopy McCool's pretty nice.
But Joe Yowza is probably the best character.
Slice noodles. Nice.
She's okay. She's good. She's good. Like Joe Yowza is the best. He's so cool. He rocks out. Wow.
Should we do
How come he
It is that.
Yeah. Wow.
Do the full thing. Go close to the camera.
Wow. Oh me, whoa. Whoa. Yeah. Man, what I wouldn't give to see Joe Yowza perform a full set at like the House of Blues. Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be fun.
My dream would be to like go to like a Chili's on a Friday night and Joe Yowza is like sitting in with a band there.
Here's my dream. You ready?
Sitting in with the modal nodes.
Yeah.
You kind of touched on it. Joe Yowza at the House of Blues with Elwood Blues.
Ooh.
Can someone do fan art of that, please? Joe Yowza, the guy who sings Jedi Rocks in Return of the Jedi Special Edition, singing a song with Dan Aykroyd's character Elwood Blues, but circa Blues Brothers.
Let's pitch it as Blues Brothers 2020. I think it's about time. They do one every 20 years, right?
Blues Brothers 2020, and it's Joe Yowza in the black suit and hat.
Yeah.
And then Elwood Blues, looking like Dan Aykroyd today.
Yeah.
And Frankie Muniz.
Yeah. Yeah. Blues Brothers 2020 with Joe Yowza. You know, let's get that fan art going.
Oh yeah, it was a Frankie Muniz.
With that old age makeup, that's all digital.
Goodman's gone. Goodman's not coming back.
You don't think Goodman's coming back?
Oh, you think there's going to be 3 Blues Brothers?
Yeah, because there were 3. Weren't there 3 in Blues Brothers 2000? So there should be
Joe
4.
Morton. There's Joe
Yeah,
Morton.
there should be 4 now.
Do you think Joe Morton's coming back?
No.
I hope so. Joe Morton and Joe Yowza both in a movie together? Give me a break. That's great.
Okay, Joe Yowza, Joe Morton, Dan Aykroyd, Frankie Muniz, and Morton Joe.
Right.
Joe Yowza and Immortan Joe both come from very dry places.
True.
Yeah.
Tatooine and...
I have to go do a quick errand for someone that lives in my building that's not home that I said I would do. It'll take me 2 minutes.
All right. Well, you better come back.
I'm all right. Don't nobody worry about me. If you're gonna give me a fight, why don't you just let me be? Be what you like, doing everything for me. There's no one's feelings, everybody's team. Do what you want, ooh, do nothing less than me. Come on,
Here's a fun thing that you can't really tell from the stream here is that since I moved down to the floor,
yeah,
every now and then a bunch of bugs will just like crawl all over everything.
Hey George, this is an important update from Marvin Hamlish. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is over.
Great, we did it.
We did it, guys.
We did it.
Someone's asking, Spinny Long's asking, I have a knife in my hand. I don't. It's a what do you call it? A comb.
Also, when they make Blues Brothers 2020, if Landis does it, they can have a CGI helicopter, so they can bring back the helicopter from the Twilight Zone movie.
I thought you said they were going to bring back your. I thought you said they were going to bring back your character from Beverly Hills Cop.
Beverly Hills Cop 3. I'd gladly bring that character back, especially now that you don't have to kill people to make the movie. Yeah.
George, say the line.
What? Hey.
One more time.
Hey.
Okay, alternate angle. Say the line again, George.
Hey.
You all done?
Yeah, I'm done. I only needed to do 1 take for that.
Oh, okay. Good old 1 take, George.
Yeah. I worked with Landis in after he did Twilight Zone the movie. That's pretty amazing. Right near a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
People should look into what happened with that. It's a fascinating story.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't believe I'm not going to sleep till 4 in the morning.
Oof.
Right, I'm back.
Did Sharpleg's money clear?
It did.
We made it.
Yeah.
And we know that Portland Bail Fund is going to use it.
I will figure out which fund in the morning. I don't have the energy.
It's really bad what's happening in Portland.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good.
That's the only reason I'm doing this.
Yep.
Although I love watching these digital effects, it feels so good to see these young men get a chance to play these roles.
What's the runtime of The Irishman?
3 hours, 29 minutes. So we have 2 hours and 27 minutes left. But it's Christmas.
JD, it's Christmas. That must cheer you up.
Yeah. Making water for cats.
Oh. Did you say you had to water her cactus?
No, there's cats upstairs that I'm talking about. Everybody left the city. Except for all JD.
JD, have you been going out and about? How's Astoria?
How's Astoria? Tell me Astoria. I'm a storyteller. You tell me Astoria.
I only come out occasionally.
At night.
I only go out occasionally. And when I do it at odd hours. So, like, I go grocery shopping at like 1 a.m. or so.
That's what I do, too.
I go to trade fair.
Trade fair, you've got just what I need.
Oh, I know which trade. That's a good grocery store.
You know, I'm familiar with people getting tired while doing things. I won't bring up the person who I do a podcast with this long. But that person also gets into a mood where they just sort of become almost like a machine that just takes, you know, those cactuses that you sell at the airport that, like, when they hear noise, they start to dance?
Why do you keep saying things that are either almost cactuses or they are not cactuses or now it's cactuses?
This is a good example of it. So basically,
it wasn't. You weren't watering a cactus. You were watering a cat.
Tired enough that they just take in words and then let them bounce around in their head and then have them come out as whatever the next thing is.
Trade fair, you got just what I need.
Yeah, see, there it is. It almost becomes like a fun game where I feel like I could just sort of say words and see what the natural progression is. Like,
You know what?
Dog City.
Dog City. Dog City.
Yeah, you know.
JD, you got it before when I mentioned about how there's all these ants that have come out. They're crawling all over everything.
In the Irishman?
No, in Skywalker Ranch.
Okay. How does that make you feel?
A little bit itchy because sometimes they crawl on me.
Now, is it because you have crumbles of food around Skywalker Ranch?
No, it's just because I'm on the ground and it's sort of outside and it's night and it's like this is like the hour of the bug's life.
Right. Should I just turn off my second unit camera?
No, it's good. People love it.
But it keeps going off.
Well, that's gives something people to look forward to. You'll be like, I love to see your second stream go, but I hate to see it walk away.
Hey guys, we
Is this what Big Brother is like now? That TV show? Does this look like what Big Brother looks like?
You know what's funny is people saying it seems like this stream is difficult right now. And I think it is because it's like if you went for a run. Yeah, that's me. Not
Look at how good that is. Look at how sad he is. You look like Lobot. Lobot.
Oh, I thought those were tiny legs.
We got another one. These are from Andrew Finlay Stewart.
The stream.
Andrew Finlay Stewart.
Ooh, there we go. House of Blues, Blues Brothers 2020.
But we're missing some. We're missing some people.
I miss a lot of people.
We're missing.
This is a scene where they're not all there, though.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's just one scene. Look how young De Niro is there. A young man.
This stream is sort of like if you went for a run or you ran a race, and then when you crossed the finish line, they were like, actually, the race is 6 miles longer.
Yeah.
This character, true story, this character he's talking to is completely CGI.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah. I think. He just looks so perfect. It must be. All of these characters are CGI. These are actually the characters from Small Soldiers.
Have you seen
the reunion of the cast of Small Soldiers?
George, have you seen the Shrek movies?
The Shrek movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that they did a lot of digital de-aging So I think Shrek, the fourth Shrek movie came out a long time after the first one, but they wanted them to see like at the same time.
Yeah, Shrek looked terrible by then. He'd really let himself go.
Right, so they aged him backwards.
Yeah. Shrek showed up for the first day of rendering on Shrek 4. And people...
He was not render ready.
No, people couldn't stop throwing up when they saw him.
It was like when
you do not want to see. You don't never click the link. There's that link you'll see sometimes at the bottom of a website where it'll say, "You won't believe what Shrek looks like now." Do not click the link.
Yeah,
it's sad to watch.
He was like when Brando showed up for Apocalypse Now.
Yeah,
it's like when Brando showed up for Island of Dr. Moreau.
Yeah,
it's like when Brando showed up for Free Money.
Yeah, I remember on the set of the fourth Shrek movie, Shrek always wore a white veil, and he would rewrite his lines in the scenes. And he said he had read the script, but it became clear that he really didn't.
Do you guys?
Yeah.
Do you guys know what Marlon Brando's last acting role was?
The Score?
No.
Was it something after that?
Yes.
What was it?
JD, do you know?
Didn't he do a voice on some kids thing?
No. Well, you're half right. He recorded dialogue for the Godfather video game.
Right.
And they showed up and they like paid him $1 million or whatever, and they go to him, and he was on an oxygen tank. So they record him, and it's just him being like, I'm gonna pay him off, I can't refuse. And he's like saying all the lines, and they recorded it all, and then they were like, we can't use this. Like, this is awful, this is terrible, it sounds nothing like him. So there's apparently some Easter egg where if you like go to a room and like listen up against the door in the game.
If you kick Don Corleone in the lungs hard enough, he'll say those lines.
Right.
Andrew Stewart saying he added Joe Morton. Did you put in John Goodman?
It's also like I don't feel like that's on Brando though.
It is on brand for Brando.
Like,
it's very on
brand
brand for Brando.
Whoa, I'm gonna pay Kareem Abdul-Jabbar $1 million to play in this basketball game. He'd be like, I'm an old man.
Yeah.
But I could use $1 million, so sure.
Sure. Oh, wow. Hey, George, we got another piece of fan art.
All right.
It's from Alex Wolinetz again, the great Alex Wolinetz. I mean, look at him.
Oh, bam, ba da 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 da. Have you ever seen any clips from the movie Free Money with Marlon Brando?
No.
Do me a favor, just Google some stills of Brando and Free Money. I highly recommend people seek out at least like a couple clips or a trailer.
Oh, I've seen a photo of him before in this. Hang on one sec.
I do feel like it's a shame that Brando isn't around because I feel like he would be the perfect person to cast in a biopic of Trump at this point.
Yeah. Look at him.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
It's a very broad comedy.
Weird.
I really wish, now that they've done this and now that we have the technology to know that if we want to, we could get De Niro to reboot the Home Alone franchise and he could play Kevin McAllister.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Because you can make him take a few more years off.
You got Pesci.
You got Pesci, and he can go right back to it.
I'm not going to be Home Alone. I'm not going to be Home Alone. No, I'm just not going to be Home Alone. No, I'm not going to be Home Alone.
Wait, who can do a good De Niro face? Can anybody? Like I guess that's not bad. But then he goes, now do the hands.
Whoa! No, I don't want to be home alone. I'd like to go on the vacation with everybody. I'd like to go on the vacation with my family.
I'm home alone. I'm home alone, Greg. Can you milk me?
No, I don't want to go on I don't want to be home alone. I'm going to go on the vacation.
I think it would be good to do a reboot of Home Alone where they realize before the plane takes off.
George, I don't know if you know this.
What?
There is a reboot coming for Home Alone. It's going to be on Disney Plus, and do you know who's in it?
Who's in it?
Tim Simons.
Let's get him back on the stream.
Get him back, Patrick.
He's already come back once, guys.
But don't you think it would be good to have one where the family realizes it before the plane takes off? So they just
JD, I don't know if you know that.
They get off the
JD, I don't know if you know that. Hang on one sec, George.
I was talking.
Tim Simons came back on the stream like 2.5 hours after he left and was like, "You guys are still going," and that was before you got here, JD. All right, go ahead, George. Let's hear your reboot.
They find out. They realize before the plane takes off, so they get off the plane. It's a hassle, but they essentially just go back home, and it's in real time. It's still a very big deal. But we never get to the point where the robbers are even a factor. He doesn't have to make booby traps. But there's genuine hurt feelings. The family's furious because their vacation's ruined. But they all bear some element of responsibility for it. And we just deal with it. We just reckon with, like, they briefly leave him home alone.
Yeah.
And it's not a caper movie. It's not for kids. It's for adults. It's about family.
That's good. That's a good one, George.
Because if that really happened to you, where your whole family got to the airport, got all the way to the airplane, and then realized that they forgot Kevin.
Yeah.
And then they get off the plane. The plane can't take off because they got to get their baggage out of there because of terrorism regulations. So everyone's flight is delayed. They have to get back home. Kevin's terrified and hurt that they could have forgotten him. He realizes what that means, and then maybe we follow through and see the different ways that it impacts the way the family deals with this fairly major incident. You'd never forget something like that.
So here's my version. It's the same beginning of the movie, and we have Kevin wakes up and realizes his family's forgotten him. We see the family at the airport, and that they're on the plane or whatever, and they realize what's going on. And then we cut to that moment when Kevin's walking around. We go close up on his eyes, and he just sort of looks around. And then we cut, and the lights change, and it's really dark, and the eyes are much older now. And we zoom out, and we're a bird's eye view on a bed, and it's a guy laying on top of the covers in his pajamas, and he looks exhausted, but he just his eyes are bloodshot and they're open. And next to him is a woman, his wife, and we see the clock is it's 4 a.m. And she's sort of he gets up and he goes, takes a drink of water, and does you can get to sleep. Get to sleep. All right, we got this. And he reads the book for a little bit, and then he gets back in bed, and then it's his wife that when he sits back down, it's sort of Kevin, you've been awake this whole time. And he's like, Denise, I just have trouble going to sleep before flights. And it's Kevin as an adult and his wife the night before, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And they have a flight the next morning to go back to suburban Chicago to visit their family for Thanksgiving. But Kevin has a really hard time going to sleep now. Ever since that incident, the night before any sort of travel, he just can't sleep at all. And So then we follow them as they go home, and it's the kind of thing where it's sort of like Rachel getting married. where it's sort of this, you know, the family tries to get along, but there's a lot of subtext and a lot of stuff underneath the surface. And as Thanksgiving sort of goes on, we're seeing these sort of like documentary style images of the sort of, you know, very like upper class north suburb Chicago Thanksgiving, and everyone's sort of like doing their part and pies and this, and you know, Buzz shows up with his wife and kids, and they, you know, talk about how they wish that their grandparents could be there, all those things. But then there's a moment when, you know, it's a sort of a serve your own meal kind of thing where it's like all set out in like the kitchen, and everyone goes and gets their plates and whatnot. And so everyone's sort of getting it and talking and having a good sort of like pre-dinner thing. And then Kevin's helping because, you know, someone spilled something, so he's sort of watching the dish, and he gets his plate. And as he's filling his plate, he walks in the dining room, and his mom has already started doing the prayer before dinner. And it's this moment that's like, again, you've left me behind. And he just sort of makes like a sound, like a sort of sound. And then his mom sort of stops mid-prayer and is like, and think, it was an accident. You're fine, sit down. He's like, oh, I'm fine. And then she's like, yeah, we're just I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start. And he's like, no, it's fine. This happens literally every year. Literally. To the point where I'm an adult now. And yet I feel like every time that I come back here, I'm the one that moved past what happened when I'm a child, but you guys are reliving it over and over again. And then all eyes look at me to see if I'm okay. Guess what? I'm not okay. I've never been okay with any of this, all right? And I put on a face every day, every time I see you guys, every FaceTime call I get, every phone call. I put on a good face for you. But it's you guys. You're the ones who make a big deal out of this. I'm over it, okay? And then he actually drops his plate, and it like cracks and breaks, and everyone's like, quiet. He's like, I'm sorry. It's just been, oh, I can't get into this. And then he goes and gets in his car, and he starts driving. And he ends up at the beach where he'd always go when he was sort of relaxed. And no, he doesn't go to the beach. He goes to the church. He goes to the church down the street, and it's still open 24 hours. And he goes to the church down the street, and he goes into the church, and he sits there. And then we cut back to Kevin sitting in the church with the old man with the shovel from the, you know, we're back to the regular movie. We keep cutting back and forth in time from Kevin as a kid dealing with being left behind, and then how that has affected him as an adult. And then at the end of the movie, the sort of way that it all resolves, and spoiler alert if none of you guys want to get into this, is he goes through all the stuff. He goes through therapy. He talks to the family, gets ups and downs. And then at the end of the Thanksgiving week, he and his wife, Denise, are about to board a plane to go back to where they live, which is like Seattle, I'm going to say. And they're in the airport, and you hear Seattle, Washington, you know, now boarding for Seattle, Washington. And then in the background, you hear, now boarding for Paris, France. Now boarding for Paris, France. And he has this moment, him and his wife lock eyes, and they go to Paris on their own. And it's Kevin with his wife going to Paris on his own now for the first time. And then he goes, ah! And that's how it ends.
It's good.
Talk about a little twist.
Talk about a little twist. There's also, I think that feels like you can push that film into awards season.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
If such a thing ever happens again, if there ever is.
What would you call it, JD?
Home Again Alone.
Okay. Oh, so it's like a spin-off of the Reese Witherspoon movie.
What?
Home Again?
No. Fine. It's called Home Alone Again. Are you happy? Thanks for the network note.
Wow.
Hey, someone's got to be the stiff, you know?
You could also, there's nothing to say that.
It's called Going Home Alone.
Yeah.
You can never go home alone again.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
what if you do a Home Alone where the plane that they get on is the Sully plane?
Oh wow, that's not what I was expecting.
Oh wow.
So they're dealing with the crash, but one of the other siblings has a Freaky Friday with the parents during the Sully crash where they switch bodies. Meanwhile, Kevin McAllister's he's left back at home by himself, and he wishes he were big. So by the time they get back, they've been through this ordeal, and there's just this full-size man in their house.
Right.
But they've also Freaky Friday'd, and they landed in the Hudson.
Yeah.
Right.
And meanwhile, the two crooks, the two home burglars who were doing all the burgling, are Shrek and Donkey.
That's good. And the house that they go to before they go to the McAllister's home, is the house from Honey, I Blew Up the Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they get blown up, so they're huge.
Shrek and Donkey they're like, we're too big, Donkey.
Shrek, Donkey.
And the and it's a musical.
Okay.
Just because that's fun.
Who writes the music?
It's in its own language.
Yeah. It's a gibberish musical, basically.
Well, it's a language created for this film.
It makes sense. But to most people, it'll just sound like gibberish. And the music is by the music is by
Bobby Lopez.
What?
I have a picture.
No, the music is by I want to make sure I get this right.
Okay.
The music is by the person who wrote We Are Farmers, dum 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 dum. That person, whoever it is who wrote that, they get yeah.
You had to make sure you got that right.
Yeah.
But
this person has written one of the most iconic pieces of music of recent vintage. And now this is going to be like they won the lottery. It's guess what? You get to write the songs for this. You don't just write one quick little thing. We are farmers. Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. You're going to write 12 songs. So
that is what makes it to the theaters. But we also paid Jerry Goldsmith to do an entire score that then we throw out.
Absolutely. And the thing is, it's not a metaphor. We actually throw it out.
Yeah.
And it's a contest to find which dumpster in America we threw Jerry Goldsmith's score.
Yes.
But the thing is, we announce it. Yeah, what's it called? The contest?
I was going to say, it's either called Cannon for Goldsmith or the Gold Rush Smith or the Goldsmith Rush.
Yeah. Or Mr. Smith Goes to Trashington.
Yeah. Or Lost in Dumpsters presents Goldsmith members only who find it.
Oh no, Lost in Dumpsters. No, Lost in Dumpsters.
It's called Dumpston Checks In, and we get that chimpanzee from that movie and Matt LeBlanc. And he's the MC. He's the master of ceremonies for the contest.
But here's the thing. We're going to get the monkey from Dunstan Checks In. But we want him to be the age that he was in Dunstan Checks In.
Yeah, we use the Irishman technology.
To de-age the monkey from Dunstan Checks In.
Right.
So wait, can we run through the plot of this movie again?
Right. The family leaves. Everything's just like Home Alone, except
Patrick.
When they're
Think of Home Alone.
Yeah.
Think of Home Alone.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Think of Home Alone. But when the plane is about to take off, one of the other siblings does a Freaky Friday with the dad, and the and the it turns out they're on the Sully plane, so they crash on the Hudson.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kevin wishes he were big, so that happens to him. He turns big. And then, but even bigger, Shrek and Donkey are casing houses to see if they can rob any houses. And they go up to, what was the house? The house from Honey, I Blew Up the Baby.
The kid, yeah.
I thought it was Honey, I Blew Up the Baby.
No.
No, I think it's Kid. He's a toddler.
It's the kid. I just watched it.
I thought it was Honey, We Shrunk the Kids, Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, and Honey, I Blew Up the Baby.
Yeah.
No, it's Honey, I Blew Up the Kid. Right?
I don't think that. I think I'm right.
I think I'm right. Because it's a toddler, not baby.
I'm searching up for.
I think it's Kid, George.
Oh, they changed it.
No, they did. This is Mandela effect.
No, I saw an early cut. You didn't get to see. I saw an early cut of it. It was Blew Up the Baby.
It was a baby instead of a toddler?
But that makes sense because Joe Johnston worked on Star Wars with George.
Yeah, when I saw it, it was still Baby.
No, it wasn't. You're lying.
I'm not lying. What I told you was true from a certain point of view.
JD, if we had told you 10 years ago that you would have told George Lucas on a live stream that he was lying about something, would you have believed it?
No.
No.
No. I wouldn't have.
You wouldn't have. JD, here's a question. How old were you when Home Alone came out?
When did Home Alone come out?
1990, maybe? No, it was like 90, I think.
Think? Let's get an exact year here.
1990.
How old do you think I was?
4?
George, you know the answer, don't you?
I'm not sure.
I think you're younger. I think you might have been like 3.
I was 2.
2. Yeah, okay. Do you know anyone who's in that movie? Because didn't they shoot that around you?
It did. But I don't think... I didn't live there in 1990, though. I moved there in 1993.
Got it.
Was it last week we were talking about Matt Frewer, Patrick?
Yeah.
That's been a week?
Yeah. I think so. Because he's on Perry Mason.
All right.
We are farmers.
Bum, 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 bum.
You guys all look so good.
You say you guys?
No, well, yeah, that's true too, but these guys on camera.
The veterans?
Yeah. But also you guys too. It's amazing that over 100 people are still watching us. George, if you were to make a sequel to The Irishman, what would it be about?
A sequel to The Irishman?
Yeah.
It can't be a prequel? It can't be a prequel?
They did, weren't they? Didn't they do one already? Didn't they do a few?
What was it about, JD? Do you remember?
Yeah. It's in the hood, in space. Right? Those are at least 2 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be right. Okay, so George, ignoring those, this will be like a Halloween reboot. You're only making a sequel to the first Irishman. What would you make your sequels about?
It has to be a sequel?
It can be, if you want a Godfather to it, you can Godfather to it.
I guess we have to probably be about this guy, their lawyer.
Wait, I have the perfect title.
What?
I heard 2 paint houses.
Oh, that's great.
My joke. That's part. I just wanted to make up for sure the joke landed for everybody. It's my ongoing bit that I think that the Irishman is the movie The Leprechaun.
Mm-hmm.
No, we got it.
And so when I always think that there's sequels to the Leprechaun movies, but it's the Irishman, you know.
Yeah,
I would this lawyer, I would have Jimmy Hoffa's lawyer. His parents move into the house across the street from him, and they're always coming over. And his brother's a cop. And he feels like,
yeah. Keep going. Tell us more.
There's usually some sort of, basically something happens in the first act, and then in the second act, everybody shows up and sort of has their take on whatever happened.
Yeah.
Or I would take Harvey Keitel's character from this and reveal that in his spare time he's a jazz pianist who solves mysteries.
That's pretty cool.
I
would let's see. Okay, I would take so you see the car that they're driving in right now?
No, but yeah,
I was just hoping it was a car scene.
Oh, a car just came on screen. Yeah.
Yeah, so that car, it's a spin-off about that car, but all the cars are alive.
Yeah.
And they sort of talk like people do.
Sure.
But then one day, the main car, notices that people around him are acting a little peculiar. And he tries to go drive off the island they're on. And there's a lot of excuses that keep him on the island. And then he starts realizing that he might be on a TV show.
Oh, sure.
Wow.
And so he starts trying to figure out how he's going to get off of this TV show set.
Yeah.
And cars can't go in water, though. So he doesn't know a way to get off the island.
Sure.
But then he finds some sort of a hatch in the middle of the island.
Mm-hmm.
And realize that there's a whole community of people that also live on the island with them, with the cars.
Yeah.
And those people are part of something called the Power Center.
Sure.
And they are a group of sort of like eco-friendly, like punker rocker types.
We should just pause for a second because Jimmy Hoffa's eating ice cream, and it was just ice cream day.
Oh, I should have ice cream.
I mean, it's over now, technically.
I won't have it then.
Maybe not on the West Coast. It's still going. Happy ice cream day to the West Coast still.
Okay, JD. Then what happened?
JD.
So all the punkers in the Power Center are they're trying to stop Shogo Shuko from getting both sides of the medallion. Because if he gets them, he'll have the power of Double Dragon, and they don't want him to have that.
No.
So they do everything in their power to stop that. And that's the end.
Huh. It's a good pitch.
Thanks.
I have a pitch for. I think this is another pitch for a sequel to The Irishman.
Yeah.
And it's about a doctor, a brilliant doctor, who is he retires, and when he was he worked at a teaching hospital, and he wasn't the easiest guy to get along with. And people are sort of rumors get started in his retirement that he's no longer practicing. He's no longer doing anything having to do with medicine. He's actually taking up painting.
Wow.
And his former colleagues are trying to, they hear this and like, no, he's become an artist in his almost has a second career as an artist.
Is this a sequel to Vice, George?
What?
Is this a sequel to Vice?
To Vice? No, it's called I Heard You Paint. It's called I Heard You Paint, House.
Oh. I thought you were following Sam Rockwell's character in Vice.
No.
Sorry to jump on the punchline.
No, you did a great job. You jumped right on it.
Okay. I heard you paint house. That's funny.
I heard you paint house. You put a comma there, get rid of the S. It's cleaner.
Yeah, that's a good point. Drop the S.
Someone said usually when you retire, you're finished with the profession. That's not true. I make movies all the time. I'm retired.
Yeah. Now, George, do you feel like you're ever gonna end up like the Irishman when he gets old?
What?
Do you ever feel like you're gonna end up like the Irishman when he gets old?
I'm never gonna get old.
You're never gonna.
I'm never gonna get old. Nope.
George, have you experimented with anti-aging technology for yourself?
I've experimented with everything. I do so much.
JD, do you want to tell us what you're working on, or are you keeping it a secret?
I'm just working on some of my art, but I gotta let it dry for a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm readjusting my location.
Okay.
I'm also getting very tired.
You only have 2 more hours, so that's good.
Yeah, JD, we only have an hour and 49 minutes left.
So I do little sculptures that I make out of wood and wire and thread. And then I have to paint them and then take photos of them and then I post them on a little Instagram account. That's for my art.
You want to plug it?
It's at Complimentary Color. Complimentary spelled like a compliment. I like your shirt.
Bring it up.
Bring it up.
Look at these. Look at all these.
These are good.
Yeah.
That one's cool.
Thank you.
Now, is this white space? Is this in your apartment?
It is.
I like it.
Thank you.
All right, so we're at 335 followers. Let's see if we can get them to 350.
Let's get them up.
In the next few minutes.
Get them up, get them up.
We'll look at 210. 210. I want 15 new followers.
George, how you feeling?
Rough, I specifically said, let's go 1 minute longer than the Irishman.
Is this my fault, George?
Yes. When I tell you to end the show, you end the show, Patrick.
Okay. From now on, we'll listen to you, George.
I thought that was the whole point of this was that WATTO didn't come to the meeting when we agreed how long the show is.
Yeah.
You were there at the meeting. Now, in this case, charity got in the way. Now we're hurting ourselves for
Jim Norton playing Don Rickles. I get it, but I saw the money coming in for charity, and I didn't want to pass that up because it felt like a good cause, George.
It does. I don't regret helping people.
I don't either.
But I do regret not being able to stop before we had to help people.
Why don't you just go to sleep?
Because the money's for watching The Irishman, and that's what I'm doing.
Oh,
and I'll tell you, if it wasn't for now, look how young they are.
Look how young they all are. Look how young Sebastian Maniscalco.
Look how young they are.
Sebastian Maniscalco is so young here.
They're so young. What is this? The Muppet Babies? Look how young they are.
That's a good joke, George.
Irishman babies.
Oh, that's a fun one.
George, do that joke again. Do the joke you just did again.
Hang on, George. Wait. Okay, do the joke.
What is this? The Muppet Babies?
Good.
That's funny,
Good.
George.
I'll tell you a sequel I would do. I would do a Pixar movie about all those guns that fell in the river. I call it Young Guns. No, I call it Young Guns 2, TOO. Guns University. Oh.
He just looks so young. Can't get over it.
Oh, there's the guns from the look. I said it, and then the next thing, it's like the cast of Pixar's next movie, Guns. Yeah, Guns.
All right, I'll start watching The Irishman with you guys.
You'll start. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. JD Amato joins The Irishman with only an hour and 45 minutes left in the running time. You might be the only person who ever just watched the last half of The Irishman.
I mean, I've seen the whole thing.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
I feel like they would say just an hour and 45 minutes and not acknowledging that that's exactly the midway point in the movie.
It's not even to the midway point yet. Blues music is playing.
Ooh, just like Jow Yowza.
Bam, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wow.
Oh, good. Sharpling's back.
Sharpling's back.
Dark.
Somebody play Jedi Rocks over. Someone release a cut of this sequence, but with Jedi Rocks over it.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Hang on, George. We'll make you full screen and you can sing Jedi Rocks, okay?
Ooh, need tank. Whatever. Oh, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, mama, dun, 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 one, need man, took about to go. I don't remember where. There's a part where I lose the thread of where that song goes because it's so musically brilliant. It's so complicated and wonderful that it almost can't be captured by even the greatest of professional musicians. I've tried. I've met with musicians and I said, "Play Jedi Rocks," and I can't do it. It's too good a song. It's like it's too. The changes are so tricky. The melody is so complex. There's also so much going on lyrically. But it really would. You can put Jedi Rocks under pretty much any sequence in cinema, and it tells the story. Of course, you never hear how the song ends. That's the tragedy of it.
What? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Do you notice that? Do you notice the callback?
Watto.
Watto. Maybe he's there. You ever wonder that?
Watto.
Uh-oh.
You want to know what? I just looked at the chat, and I was like, someone's making fun of my name again. And, of course, it's old Tim Sharpling back at it. All the other commenters have moved on.
Well, he left for a while, so he's just coming back.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't call it a comeback. He never left.
He wasn't there for when Andy apologized.
No.
Watch this. Another one of Pixar's guns.
Hey, DJ, also Sharpling dropped 1,500, so he can do it.
That's true. Well, wait, it doesn't. Okay.
Add another $5 to make fun of JD.
Yeah, it's.
Add
Also,
another $5, and you can say whatever you like about JD.
You have to donate to my charities to be able to make fun of me.
If anyone we'll say this. Anyone can donate $5 and they get to say whatever they want once.
Once about JD.
Once about JD.
Yeah.
And I have to confirm that you donated first.
What are you saying? Wasn't it Sharpling who came up with you guys with the Kenny Baker's?
That's right. That was his question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very funny.
And this performance by Anna Paquin, one of the great silent. It's like one of the performances out of the silent movie era. Like it's like something out of the 1920s. Just she doesn't say a word. She doesn't say a word in the whole movie.
Okay, here's a pitch.
We got an updated.
Okay.
Hang on. Where is it?
There we go.
Look at him.
I'm part of the new
DJ
Blues Brothers now.
there.
That's canon.
Yeah.
So let's
That's
go over
exciting.
everyone who's in the new Blues Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, hang on. I'll bring it back up.
Let's go.
There
over.
we go.
Dan
I feel like Sharpling will like this bit.
Yeah. Sharpling, this is Blues Brothers 2020. They're going to make it. It's going to be made under COVID conditions.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's going to use.
This is going to be the first production to fully open up.
They're going to use the safer way forward.
No, they're not even. They're going to make it using the old-fashioned methods.
I mean, Joe's got a mask.
They're not going to be. There will be no precautions taken when they make this.
Okay, so it's Dan Aykroyd, duh, easy.
Yeah.
John Goodman,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
It would. It also, with Landis directing, it would make sense for it to be the first production to open up with no COVID precautions.
This is Max Landis?
No, John Landis.
Oh, got it. Yeah, so there's no COVID precautions.
Right. Or maybe there are COVID precautions in the day, but then at night, like the masks are off. There's no social distancing.
Yeah. Well, you got to get the shot, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
So go through the cast here. Let's go through this cast.
John Goodman, Dan Aykroyd. What's the character from your universe's name?
Jai Yowza.
Jai Yowza. Joe Morton. Frankie Muniz, and a Morton Joe.
And
me, I guess, now?
yeah.
DJ JD.
I don't know about that.
The reluctant DJ. Yeah, that's exactly what DJ JD would say. I don't know about that. And the way that they get JD into the film is almost entirely through Sacha Baron Cohen style chicanery, where they keep getting JD to play the role of DJ JD by they set up whole fake sort of shell companies. He thinks he's doing like a documentary.
They're gonna bowfinger
They're gonna bowfinger you into the movie using Sacha Baron Cohen style legal tactics.
You're gonna get bowfingered.
Okay, and then let's figure out the plot of this movie now.
Oh, someone's pitching a line.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah.
Funny.
Pretty good.
Pretty good joke.
All right, so what's the plot?
Okay, so
wait, hold on, guys. Vlad is up and posting to his stories.
Ooh.
Who's Vlad?
Oh, JD. JD, where do we start? Everybody in the comments, tell JD about Vlad. I'm too tired to.
Should we invite him on?
Yeah, let's invite Vlad on.
Who's Vlad?
Vlad, last week we wanted a party when we reached the point of being 1 minute longer than the Irishman. We celebrated and we were thinking about playing Rhapsody in Blue, which we want to encourage anyone who's inclined to record their own versions of Rhapsody in Blue if they want to contribute them to the show, since it's public domain, but the recordings aren't. And so we're like, what public domain music can we play to dance to? And the first thing that came up was Vlad, what was it, Gosevich?
I'll say this.
Yeah.
No, keep going, George. Keep going.
You'll say what?
No, keep going.
Vlad is a Ukrainian royalty-free musician.
Well, I don't know. Are any of the royal family musicians?
You'll say this, Patrick?
I don't want to say it.
I act like I freeze.
I don't want to say it, Patrick.
I don't want to.
Why? You want to say it in the private chat?
I gotta go. No, I gotta go refill this water.
I wonder what he wanted to say, JD.
I think he. You want to know what I think he actually had to say?
What?
He was going to say his favorite movie is the movie Hoodwinked.
Oh yeah.
Which is the Little Miss Riding Hood, Little Red Riding Hood animated film. Oh. My camera didn't freeze. I was doing a little bit there. That's pretty good, Connor, although I can see your earbuds waggling in the wind. Still waggling.
I think I'll say it. George, I'll tell you.
Yeah, or you can go in the private chat and tell me in the private chat.
No, this is okay.
You're worried about Vlad?
I've sent an ask to Vlad.
And he hasn't responded?
I just sent it.
All right. Tell him also I can go on Instagram Live with him.
No, this is easier. If anyone wants to comment on Vlad's post, Vlad, check your DMs.
Patrick, you're trying to slide into people's DMs. You're trying to see who's what age.
Yeah, I am.
This ain't good.
Quarantine's changing people, JD. We gotta adjust.
Quarantine changes us all. Oh, you know what? If we get Vlad on the stream, Watto's going to be so jealous.
He's going to be so mad.
Because also, here's the thing. JD's been a real MVP of this post-charity ordeal, where I've been really exhausted.
Yeah.
I really put on a heck of a show, I think, prior to that.
You're doing a heck of a job, JD.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
And I think that if we got Vlad on, I think we'd really start to up our game. Why does it feel like we've been at the halfway point of The Irishman for over 40 minutes? Like I keep checking. I think they're adding scenes on. I think Marty is adding scenes onto The Irishman every day. So as you're watching it, he's just piling on more scenes. I'm in so much pain right now. I'm in so much pain.
Someone in the chat is saying, I tuned in for Vlad, but their handle is Hillary for Prison, and I want to make sure that it's a joke.
Is that a joke?
Can you confirm that it's a joke? Because if it's not, we don't want you here.
Also, yeah.
We don't want you here.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if that is a joke.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
The handle is a joke. Okay.
The handle is a joke.
I hope that's true, because if you're lying to us, we don't want you here.
I hope it. You know what? If he's lying to us, then you know who it probably is. Lion Ted. That's Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is in the comments because that's the kind of joke. That kind of joke with that kind of timing is classic Cruz.
Hillary for Prison. Can you change your handle to "It was a joke"? Just change it to "It was a joke." That's all we want.
Ted and Tom couldn't have turned out more different.
Or Ted and Tom. True. Who's Ted and Tom?
Ted, Tom, and Los.
Yeah, or Hillary for Prison, change your handle to Blues Cruise and CRUZ, like Ted Cruz. And this isn't related to Los Cruz.
Wait, we actually want to hear JD's pitch for Blues Brothers 2020.
Yeah, let's hear your pitch for Blues Brothers 2020.
Okay, well, I just want to say this is an idea. This is an idea that I just came up with now as a way to keep the conversation going.
Oh.
This was definitely something that I've thought about ahead of time, and I still remember what I was going to say before when I brought this up, because, again, it wasn't something I just brought up to keep the conversation moving forward.
Yeah.
So, my pitch for Blues Brothers 2020 is this.
Elroy Blues. That's Aykroyd's character.
Elwood.
Elwood. No, this is Elroy. Okay, this is Elroy Blues. Okay, this is Elroy Blues. Elroy Blues. So Elroy Blues. We start.
I want to say this pitch is already perfect.
This is how I pitch in the room. Okay, so we open on a shot of Chicago. Okay, beautiful, picturesque Chicago skyline. We start tilting down from the top of the skyline, and when we get to where Lake Michigan should be, it's not there. And instead of Lake Michigan, we see the Earth turn into sort of like a plate shape on a little sort of stick, and we realize that Chicago is floating in freaking space. And we realize that it's not the year 2020, it's the year 220.
Whoa.
Like 20,000.
Oh.
Wait, 20,020. No, not 220. I'm sorry. Can I start the pitch over?
Yeah.
It's 20020. Okay, it's that year. And so we move in. We see a little speck going across the screen. We hear this sound like, and we move in and we realize that's a little boy, Elroy Blues, the great, exactly, the great grandson. And I say great because even though a lot of time has passed, human lifespans get much longer.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got an invention, and he takes it to school because it's invention day at school. And his invention is he's found this old invention from way back in the day that he's never seen in a long. No one really knows what it is, but his teacher, who's really old, is like, "Oh, I know what that is. You want to know what the invention is?"
No, tell us.
Blues.
It's an invention. Wait, let me get the name right of the inventor. It's an invention by, okay, they don't have last names, by Timmy, Jamie, and Mick's parents. Does anyone know where I'm getting at?
No.
That's right, chat. I know you guys are already there ahead. It's the invention from Adventures in Dinosaur City that allows people to enter into TV shows. Okay? So, Elroy is at his invention day at school. And he presents his invention, where he's like, I found this really old invention. They're all like, this is sort of boring. We don't want this. And then the cool kid at school, his name's LJ, spelled like Elroy, but with J-A-Y. He's like, I brought my dad's time machine. And they're all like, oh, that's so cool. Like, let's send something back in time. And they're like, well, what garbage do we have around we could send back in time? They grab Elroy's Invention Dinosaur City machine, and they send it back in time to the year 2020, where Elwood Blues is sleeping on a couch, and whoa, 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 whoa. His apartment is suddenly filled with the invention of Adventures in Dinosaur City. So he calls up his friend John Goodman, and John Goodman comes over, and they're like, well, we got to figure out what the heck this is. And so they're like, well, what do we visit first? What TV show? What property? And they put on freaking Star Wars Return of the Jedi Special Edition.
Ooh.
And they go and have a whole adventure, and they take back Joe Walla. What's his name?
Joyaza.
Joyaza. And they take him back. But then they realize when they've taken him back, it's completely changed the fab. You know, like in Back to the Future, when you like change one little thing, it changes this plot. So they've done that, and they've changed not just the entire universe of Star Wars, they've changed the universe of every movie.
Whoa.
So they're like, we got to figure this out. So they go to the next movie that they need to fix, and that is Mad Max 4. Right? What's that called? Yeah. Whatever. The one with Immortan Joe. And now Immortan Joe is a good guy. And Mad Max is the bad guy. So now they got everyone together, and guess what? They've got a big blues competition this weekend. And they got to figure out how the heck they're going to win the grand prize. Because if they don't, they're all going to prison. So they jam out because they love music. And everything is saved. And then they go into hypersleep. And end up in hypersleep. And after they are in hypersleep, they end up freaking going to Elroy's time period. And Elroy, he goes home because he's upset after what happened at school. And when he goes in his backyard, he's like, I'm so sad, I'm just going to start digging. And he starts digging into the space ground, and he finds the frozen Blues Brothers 2020. And he brings them back into, because now they have the technology, he brings them back to life, and now they got the best blues band in the world. Thousands of years passed when they were supposed to be there. You know what they do? They win the competition at school because the invention they bring for Elroy is blues. And that's it. That's Blues Brothers 2020.
That's a good story.
And at the end of it, you want to know what happens at the very end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at the end, they win, and as a congratulations for winning the invention contest that Elroy wins at school, they get to go to these Pacific Island temples and go on a vacation there. And they're walking, and like they're having a good time. They just won everything, and everyone's walking, and it's like, I thought we weren't going to make it. And he goes, I knew we'd find a way. And then all of a sudden, everything starts shaking, and the top of the temple blows off, one of the big temples, and a giant creature comes out. And he goes, I challenge you. I will eat your souls. And then they go, I don't think so. And it says Paul W.S. Anderson. And the Mortal Kombat logo comes out.
So what about Frankie Muniz and Joe Morton and DJ JD?
They're all in there.
They're there the whole time.
That's great. So I want to say I did get an email from Tom Sharpling, who PayPal'd us an additional $5. That means he gets to say one more thing to JD. We'll give him the floor once he wants to say it.
I don't like this sort of Medici sitting upon the throne, tossing his money about.
This is what we've learned. We've learned that we'll get a lot more donations when we do normal charities. If we're like,
when you allow people to face you for money.
Well, yeah, we'll do that, but we'll also be like, hey guys, send us $4. That's all we need is $4, and we'll get so many more $4 donations than we would have gotten $20 donations. So it evens out. It's great.
Type if you're waiting on Tommy Boy.
Waiting on Tom.
Waiting on Tim.
Now, if Tim's not here, we might all have to tweet him. We're waiting on you, Tim. Let's give him 30 more seconds, and if he doesn't, we need a barrage of tweets going his way. We're waiting on you, Tim.
I think I was
build the banner.
I was able to eat up a lot of good time there, I feel like.
Yeah, you'd think so, but we're still only 2 hours into the movie.
Oh no, this movie's so long.
Okay, this is the tweet we need. Oh, here he is. He sent it. DJ, you're a good guy. I admire your work ethic and vision. You have made a real contribution to the comedy scene through your efforts. There are a lot of people who owe you.
Solid setup.
Solid setup. Where's the
ding,
Where's
ding,
the
ding,
twist?
ding, ding?
Where's the little twist?
Talk about a little twist.
I will say it's almost more uncomfortable to have someone compliment you in comments than it is to have them make fun of you. Thank you, Tom.
There will be no twist.
Oh, that's the twist.
Tom, I find you to be such a genuine, easy to talk to person who's great.
Wait a second, JD. Tom paid $5 to do that. You don't just get to go back at him for free.
All right, you're right.
It's bit.ly/GLTS Gibbs, JD.
You think you can just give it back without donating?
You gotta show some cash.
Go pay the barber.
You gotta pay the piper. You gotta pay the piper, JD.
Wait, this money just goes to Patrick.
No, it's going to the one of the Portland.
It says it goes to Patrick Cotnoir.
Yeah, because I had to put a real name. I couldn't put George Lucas on there.
Why couldn't you put George Lucas? That's my real name.
Because they would have thought it was fake, George. You're too famous.
Oh, touche.
I need to see these receipts. I don't know if I trust old Patrick yet. Oh,
Did we tell people to say they were a coward if they were leaving?
Mm-hmm.
I missed that part.
I don't know how to sign into. Well, I guess I can't say a good thing about Tom, so I don't mind.
You can also Venmo me, and I'll add it to the PayPal if you want.
Yeah.
So you're just confirming that this is money going to you?
Well, yeah, because I'm paying the charities.
Money. He's the bag man for all the charities.
JD, we've raised over $75,000, and now you're getting suspicious?
So this is going right in your bank account?
I did notice that Patrick bought he bought a $75,000 Mazda.
It was a very cheap Mazda.
$75,000 Mazda.
Wait, that was a cheap Mazda? Patrick?
Mazda.
Yeah.
Patrick was using my props from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Show some of those props, Patrick.
That's coming from Sharpling, the man who exclusively owns 1600 Pen merch. Do you know about this, JD? Sharpling spent a chunk of change to get the White House briefing room sign from 1600 Pen.
That's great.
I own nothing. He says, I own nothing. That rat didn't send it. Yeah, we're getting it, Sharpling. We're getting it hand-delivered to one of our producers. And then, it's going to you. It's going to you, Sharpling.
If someone did an eBay scam where they were selling original props from 1600 Pen and then ripping people off, and they nailed it, and someone paid them money for the props, like, I think they just sort of deserve it at that point.
Uh-huh. Yeah, who would buy original props or costumes on eBay from 1600 Pen? Who would do that?
Yeah.
I mean, I got a costume right there on the chair. See where my foot's pointing?
Tom, I think you should donate it to a local coffee shop.
Oh, what's happening in the Irishman these days? It looks like
he's looking old.
Jimmy Hoffa. Well, no, I think these are still when they're in their 20s. I think this scene is still them young.
Donate it to a local CrossFit gym. Donate it to the locker room of a CrossFit gym.
Yeah.
So the briefing room, not if I'm changing into my swimsuit. I still haven't started watching the Office Man.
Really?
Irishman? Office Man.
The Office Man.
The Michael Scott movie? The Office Man?
A CrossFit gym. You guys, there's a pandemic going on since time. Yeah, I mean, that's why whenever I do my my get-ups, I make sure I social distance. And when me and my spotter celebrate a good rep, we do cross arms. We don't have 5 like usual. And after we set our bars, we wash our hands.
Mm.
Hey, can someone, just for a fun trivia fact, count how many more lines R2-D2 has in A New Hope than Anna Paquin has in The Irishman? Not even close.
You guys think American Gladiators are ever going to come back?
I don't know. I don't. Hang on.
Like no, right? Feels like that's no now.
Probably not.
Feels like we're not going to do American Gladiators again, huh?
Hang on. We got some more trivia facts added to our IMDb page.
George, what do you think? American Gladiators. Probably done with that, right?
No, I'll be back.
No, I think we're probably going to be done with it.
Here's some more that came in. Here we go. Patrick's roommate Griffin will occasionally appear off camera. Whenever you hear any cast member talk to Griffin, it's always in reference to Unseen Griffin. Every episode is, at minimum, the length of The Irishman. Every episode of GLTS could end within the next 30 seconds. Patrick Cotnoir hates Danny Boyle movies. I don't like having that be public on there, but I said it. I shouldn't have said it.
Danny Boyle.
Yeah, I watched the movie Millions today, JP. I didn't like it.
Danny Boyle.
Millions.
Patrick, don't like your movie.
Has featured guest appearances by fellow famous blue CGI characters Viserion, Game of Thrones, and Electro, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Patrick and Naptrick Snacksnor's roommate is a griffin. Why were there 2 trivia facts about my roommate, Griffin, in the last 30 minutes? Did that come up?
Okay, I will admit something about Danny Boyle movies.
Yeah.
The only movie I've ever walked out of was a Danny Boyle movie.
Wow.
Which one?
Which
I
movie?
was just not in the mood for it. Maybe it's a great film. I don't know. I just wasn't in the right mood for it.
Which movie?
I bet you can't even guess. I bet you don't even remember it exists.
Trainspotting 2.
No. I liked 127 Hours was fine.
What about?
I wish we were watching 127 Hours now because it's ironically shorter.
Sharpling suggests Life Less Ordinary.
No, it wasn't a Life Less Ordinary. Although
Yesterday. Trance.
It was trance.
It's trance.
It was trance.
Vlad just put up a new post, but Vlad's not DMing me back. Guys, I have a conspiracy theory. What if Vlad doesn't exist?
Oh, Danny Boyle. Patrick, don't like your movies. From Trainspotting to Slumdog Millionaire. He hates your films. He does not care who knows this. And he won't watch a thing you make until you go. Put that in the trivia.
Ooh.
Vlad? Is it you?
Hello, Patrick. I want to say thank you for playing my music to the world.
Come on the stream.
Come on the stream. I sent him the link. People love you. They'd love to see you stop by if you're free.
Vlad. We gotta get the Vlad.
It'd be 2 minutes. It'd be longer.
Here's my theory, okay?
Yeah.
And maybe this is just the zone I'm in life right now, currently this year. I think if we're just doing a grab bag of humans, you just reach into the bag of humans and pull one out.
Yeah.
The odds that it's going to be a good experience, I'm feeling like the odds are rough right now.
You haven't heard his music. It's joyful.
So
should we play some of his music for him, George?
Play some of his music. Let's play some of his music.
Having done several shows where there's a...
Come on.
Why? What shows are you talking about? What shows are you talking about, JD?
We're watching The Irishman. We're watching The Irishman, and we're raising money for charity. This is a positive place, JD, and you're a positive person. Do not let that cynicism sink in. Vlad, I feel like has the potential to be a great guy. Put it into the trivia that Patrick's dislike of Danny Boyle's films inspired a spoof of the traditional Irish ballad Danny Boy. Put that in the trivia.
George. Hey, George.
Yeah. Dance, JD.
I mean, now's the time for him to join.
Take JD off the screen if he's not dancing. Take JD off the screen if he's not dancing to Vlad. Put him back in when he starts dancing. Oh, Vlad, come in. Come join us, Vlad.
Join us, Vlad.
Oh, that was so triumphant, JD. You finally gave in to the music.
Yeah, and I'm glad I'll have a video of me dancing to this mega musician.
Did you say you're glad?
You're Vlad?
Just wait.
Say it, JD.
You
Say
reach into
it.
the grab bag of humanity. You might not like what you pull out.
JD, did you say you're glad?
I'm glad.
I'm so glad it's Vlad.
I'm so glad it's glad.
I'm so glad it's glad.
I'm so glad it's glad.
You can't stop the beat. JD, I feel like you've had some bad experiences with strangers. And so you're skeptical.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
I think I can only name one or two
but
in JD's life that I'm
we're not playing this game.
Don't let a few
Connor
bad experiences with strangers.
George,
Don't let that put the light of your optimism out. Don't let it snuff it out.
Hey George, I have a question. It's from Tom Sharpling. What food was on Lando's table in Empire?
What food?
Yeah.
There were biscuits.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
If they didn't look like biscuits, it's because you don't understand what kind of biscuits they were.
Yeah.
JD, what's wrong?
Nothing.
You say you reach into the grab bag of humanity. You might not like what you find, and that's true. But I watched how long it took for Vlad's music to light you up. How resistant you were, and that seems new, JD. Was that new?
Here's my question, George.
All right.
Will you say right now that you will stand behind the politics of Vlad?
Not at all. If he turns out to be a scumbag, we'll burn him to the ground. No, but that did happen to a few Wookiees. The Ewoks, they kept it together. When they needed a break, the Ewoks would be like, "We need a break."
I heard that. I heard the guy. I don't know if this is true. You can confirm or deny.
Yeah.
That the guys operating the tentacles of the Sarlacc tried to unionize, and so you fired them and brought in scabs.
Yeah, and then we just made a digital Sarlacc later, which we'd had in the first place.
Right.
Also, you know those musicians in the Creature Cantina, the jazz band?
Yeah.
Man, those guys were rascals.
Right.
You know what they say about musicians? They were randy. They were wild, JD.
Yeah, they were real wild, real randy.
Real randy, real wild. Oh, proudest community moment? Easy. Bad feeling about this. Every single time I got a bad feeling about this, laugh. You say that joke, people laugh because it's true. Something bad's always about to happen.
George, be quiet. Pac-Win's on screen.
Pac-Man?
Yeah. I wish she had said that. I wish she had said all this stuff.
Okay.
What?
Oh, I realized. I remembered a new pitch that I was formulating.
Here we go.
That no, don't full screen. Don't full screen.
Okay.
So you talk about Anna Paquin. I think there is a crossover film we made. George? George, do you have something I can see you eat like Pac-Man?
Not here, I don't. And I can't barely move.
I want to see you eat something like Pac-Man.
Okay, maybe at some point.
I think we need to do a wait. A Sully and Fly Away Home crossover.
Mm.
Those birds in that plane, they do not get along. We need big donations for me to do Pac-Man. I'll do it, but I'll do a good Pac-Man. But we need big donations for it. I won't do that.
Donations for Planet Scum or for Portland?
For Portland.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I like Tom's idea of pitching actors, and you say what they would be in Star Wars.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll create a Star Wars character for any actor you name.
John Goodman.
John Goodman, Boss Nass's brother.
John Lithgow.
John Lithgow, one of the Nemoidians.
Yeah, Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart. Lando's cousin, who's like silly. Lando's silly cousin.
Candice Bergen.
Candice Bergen. Murphy Brown, but in space.
Sonia Manzano.
Sonia Manzano. Salacious Crumb's neighbor.
Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci. A tiny spice merchant.
Bert Kreischer.
Who's that?
Great. Gael Garcia Bernal. Excuse me. It's late.
Wait, who's Bert Kreischer?
Sandra Oh.
Sandra Oh. A bounty hunter named Glutes Moots.
Okay, I got one.
Yeah.
Iron Eyes Cody.
Iron Eyes Cody.
He's the Italian American actor who made his entire career playing Native American roles.
Was he the Tear?
He was the Tear. He also is in Ernest Goes to Camp.
Yeah.
And many other.
Hold on. I got to think of one for Jim Belushi. Jim Belushi.
No, George, go back to Iron Eyes Cody.
Iron Eyes Cody. Jabba's new butler.
Okay, now you can do. Now you can do Jim Belushi.
Jim Belushi would be C-3PO's wife.
Okay, we got a good one from the underscore faction. Van Wilder.
Van Wilder.
Yeah.
Oh, Ben Solo's kid brother. They had a second kid.
George, look at this one.
Robert Wool. Robert Wool. I would cast Robert Wool as a newspaper man on Tatooine. He's the editor of the Tatooine Suns.
That's a good name. That's a good name for a newspaper there.
Yeah. He's an old-fashioned 1940s style. He has the little. He's dressed like a noir character, and he's the editor-in-chief. But he's also like he's out there chasing the stories.
Yeah, Danny Aiello.
Danny Aiello. I'd recast. What's his name? From Detours. What's his name? Bunch of arms. What's his name again?
Dexter Jetster.
Yeah, Dexter Jetster. I'd cast Danny Aiello as Dexter Jetster.
Will Sasso.
Will Sasso.
Yeah.
He runs a smoke shop. They sell death sticks on Coruscant. Smoke shop.
Diane Keaton.
Diane Keaton.
Anakin Hall. Lil Annie Hall.
Anakin Hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lil Annie Hall. That's good. I can't do better than that.
George.
Yeah. The cast of Freak Dance.
Yeah.
Probably I give them their own planet.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'd have him be the voice of a spaceship.
Yeah. Now I have a follow-up to that one, George.
Okay.
Dale Earnhardt Sr.
The spaceship, the voice of the spaceship's dad.
Yeah. What about
too many names? I'm so tired. I can't do this.
No, you can keep going.
Yeah, no, but I can't do everybody's. Robert Blake. I'd have him play the Emperor's love interest. They're like a weird couple that like is into weird stuff.
Christine Baranski.
Honestly, I would just have her play a very, very, very young Diane Lockhart from The Good Wife. Star Wars takes place long before The Good Wife or The Good Fight take place. I would just have her be like a new lawyer just starting out on Coruscant.
Yeah.
Ken Burns.
Ooh, Ken Burns is good.
Nick Cannon.
You can't change Ken Burns. You can't change his haircut.
What are you pointing at me for, Patrick?
I'm saying that's a good one. I'm pointing at JD.
You can't change his haircut.
Ken Burns?
His hair has to be in it.
Yeah. I'd have him be a
and he has to be in regular clothes.
Yeah. I'd have him play a character named Burnskin. And he's a street sweeper. Of course.
Yeah. Okay, now Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon. I'd have him be like a game show host in Coruscant.
Okay, then who would Jamie Kennedy be?
Jamie Kennedy would be a Gungan.
In which movie?
In Revenge of the Sith. There'd be he'd be like a Gungan who plays pranks on Jar Jar.
Got it.
Vinny. What about Vinny D?
Vinny D. I have him play as Sandwich.
Bam Margera.
Who's Bam Margera?
Just any of the jackass guys.
Yeah. I have them play Moof Milkers.
Yeah. Okay, now here's one that turns this a little bit in on itself.
Yeah. What is it? Oh, Tom Sharpling?
Yeah.
I know. I have one.
Oh no. This one, it kind of bends the world of it a little bit, but he plays a guy who has a radio show. A radio show. And at first you think it's his actual show, it's the best show. But then we pull out and he's just a PA on the show, and it's Ahmed Best. It's his show. He just works on the Best show.
Yeah.
Right.
What about this is a good one. What about Hulk Hogan?
Hulk Hogan, we just pull a straight up Gremlins 2 homage. The film breaks, and Hulk Hogan's in the audience and he yells at the projectionist.
Okay, here's.
What about Fish Face from TCGS, George?
Who's Fish Face?
You know.
Who's Fish Face on TCGS?
You know.
I don't know.
Who has to do with fish?
Human Fish?
Yeah.
I'd have him play a pod racer.
What about Chucky?
The doll? I'd put him in an Ewok costume and he'd be like the crazy Ewok. Kills other Ewoks.
Henry Winkler.
I would have him play a Force Ghost. But he would do it just like Fonzie as a Force Ghost. He'd be like the coolest Force Ghost.
Jason Bateman. We're keeping this going as long as we can, George.
How long do we have left in that?
You got like an hour left. You got 55 minutes left.
Jason Bateman. I'd have Jason Bateman play a treasure hunter he's digging for buried treasure on Endor.
Now, this is a big one that I feel like a lot of people are wondering about. Fondue Intelligence wants to ask, what about the titular Irishman?
Who would I have the Irishman play or Robert De Niro play?
He's already in it.
Who's he playing again?
De Niro?
The Irishman?
Yeah, who's the Irishman?
Oh, in Last Jedi, that little guy who shakes all the coins out of BB-8.
Yeah, he's in it, and I think he did.
He's wicked.
Work with R2-D2, and he's at the pod race.
Yeah. You're right.
He's in it.
Warwick gets around.
Yeah, I guess he's the actor that plays the Irishman.
George, what about Rupert Holmes?
Oh, I have him play a senator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy Milonakis.
The senator's son.
Ooh, Jonathan Hattery.
Who?
I believe he played Sherman Tams on Veep.
Which one?
Mary Holland's father, the prison magnate, the private prison magnate.
Oh, just an extra.
Okay. I'm going to show you his picture. You'll know who he is.
What about?
This guy, George. You know this guy.
Yeah, I stand by it. An extra.
Okay. JD, what was yours?
Tiffany Brissett.
Who's that?
He's Vicky from Small Wonder.
I have her do. She can do R2's friend R5D4.
He's an adult now.
Ooh.
Well, we'll make the robot bigger and stand in front of props that are made to look big.
Okay. Don't forget her inside.
George, here's a good one.
Five-ish Finkel?
Yeah.
Oh, Cy Snoodle's manager.
Sharpling is saying Hillary for prison has a good one, but I'm not acknowledging Hillary for prison anymore until he changes his name.
What is the good one?
He says Wayne Diamond, which is a good one, but
Who's
I'm not.
Diamond?
I don't. Huh?
Who's Wayne Diamond?
Wayne Diamond, I believe, is the man from Uncut Gems. Let me show you his picture. Yes, yes. This is a good one. Hang on one sec, George.
I think was.
Remember this guy?
Yeah.
Here's
Count,
one. Here's one.
I would cast that guy as Count Dooku Jr.
Oh, here we go.
Here's a topical one for you, George.
Mm-hmm.
Who would the Tiger King play? Who do you think the Tiger King would play? The Tiger King.
The Tiger King. I would have him play the you know that creature in the trash compactor who's under the water?
Yeah.
The Dianoga. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played that.
Okay, now what about Regis Philbin?
Regis Philbin?
Yeah, Regis Philbin.
Regis Philbin. I'd have him play. I'd have Regis Philbin would play a Clone War veteran who was deeply shaken by the events of the Clone Wars,
Mm-hmm.
and he has lots of war stories.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a coward. He was a coward. We flash back. He was actually a coward during the Clone Wars, but his war stories keep getting a little bit bigger and more heroic as time goes by.
George, here's a good one.
How about
the young Will Smith from Gemini Man?
Maybe he is a
George,
jazz musician. What are you saying?
No, I said I think we're doing this till the movie's done, so you better strap in, buddy.
I mean, I'm in pain right now.
JD, what was yours?
Here, George, I got one. The Roastmaster General, Jeff Ross.
What
happened?
Is it timely?
Timely.
Why?
I don't want to get into it on the stream, but if you,
I'd have him play Jabba's new prisoner. Like he wears the Leia bikini and the thing around his neck.
Yeah.
So I basically just write new scenes with a different hut, but he's the Leia. So all the things that happened to Leia in Return of the Jedi happened to him.
Mm-hmm. George, we got another one on screen.
I just have him play his character from Walk Hard.
What about Matt Frewer?
Matt Frewer, I'd have him play Bib Fortuna's tax attorney.
What about? Ooh, this is a good one. Roger Rabbit
as himself.
Okay, we're gonna flip this now. We're gonna name some Star Wars characters.
Yeah.
And you're gonna put them in non-Star Wars roles.
All right.
That you think they'd succeed in.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's kick it off. With Wahur, the bartender from the cantina.
The bartender?
Yeah. We don't serve their kind here. That one.
I'll put him in.
It's hard because your brain was going the other way.
Yeah. I'll put that character in Footloose, the movie Footloose. He plays one of the dads who doesn't want there to be dancing.
Okay, Dengar.
My boy.
I'd have him be the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in Ghostbusters.
Good.
What about the Rancor?
The Rancor?
Yeah.
I'd cast him as Rupert Pupkin in The King of Comedy.
Sebulba.
Sebulba. I'd have him play the Ed Norton role in American History X.
IG-88, Sharpling wants to know.
IG-88. IG-88.
I also want to point out that Hillary for Prison did change the name.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
IG-88, I'd cast him as the Jonathan Lipnicki character in Jerry Maguire. He'd be small, but he'd have all those lines.
The robot head weighs 7 pounds.
Sindel.
Ooh, Sindel.
What? Which one?
Sindel. Sindel, George.
Whatever
Sindel.
last name it is.
Sindel Tawani.
Which one's that again?
Tawani.
It's the little girl from the Ewok movies.
Oh, right. Yeah. I cast her as in Legally Blonde, as the Reese Witherspoon character in Legally Blonde.
What about your son, Zet Jukasa?
They
can be TV too.
They can be what?
They can be TV too.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm going to keep it to cinema. I'm going to keep it to movies.
Okay.
Jet. Let's put Jet in. Let's put Jet in. I want to cast him just right. I want Jet to be the shop owner with the coin toss in No Country for Old Men.
Now, 2 people suggested this back to back. Broom Kid.
Oh, Broom Kid?
Yeah.
And cast that kid in other movies?
Yeah.
Broom Kid. Let's say.
It's not the actor, it's the character.
The character, yeah. Broom Kid as Dirty Harry in the original Dirty Harry movie. Greedo in as Gordon Gekko in Wall Street.
What about the lizard?
Because he looks like a gecko.
No, it's because he's greedy.
I'll say that. Wait, can someone please Photoshop Greedo into the Gordon Gekko outfit with the suspenders?
And then because he says Greedo
is Goodo.
Is Goodo.
What about the lizard that Obi-Wan rides in Episode 3?
The lizard that Obi-Wan rides.
And he should have a sign that says ABM, always be McClunky.
Yeah. Yeah, the lizard that Greedo rides will play I'm trying to remember what the Meryl Streep part in Kramer versus Kramer.
Okay. The giant worm that they land on in A New Hope.
Yeah.
The giant worm?
Yeah, that's inside the asteroid.
That's an Empire.
Empire, sorry.
I would cast that character as the Jack Nicholson role in As Good as It Gets.
That works.
What about
Oh wait, I got a good one.
Go ahead.
Jimmy Hoffa just got killed.
Oh,
no. Not for me yet. Spoilers.
Won't be long now. Only 42 minutes left. This is where the movie gets really good.
Okay. The eyeball that comes out of the door at Jabba's palace.
Oh.
Ooh, I cast that as the Harrison Ford part in Regarding Henry.
What about what about Rey's dad, Palpatine's clone son? Spoilers for Rise of Skywalker. Sorry, JD.
Spoilers for Rise of Skywalker. Sorry, JD.
I didn't even process it.
Palpatine. Okay. Palpatine's clone son. I would put in. I would cast as the Philip Seymour Hoffman part in Boogie Nights.
Yeah, he's on the phone. Oh, and Boogie Nights, yeah. That's fun. Okay, now let's switch it up a little bit because I feel like this might be getting a little stale.
Phil Phillips.
What?
Phil Phillips.
Who's Phil Phillips?
He's the detective in the Happy Time Murders.
What are we playing? What game are we playing?
I don't know. I'm just gonna say a name, and you got to do something with it.
The game I was gonna play was
Phil Phillips from the Happy Time Murders.
Let's take a Star Wars character, and George has to recast them as another Star Wars character.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, I'm gonna start with Justin Theroux in Last Jedi.
Wait, what's the game?
Can I swap them? Can I swap whoever they play gets their part?
What do you mean?
So Justin Theroux, I got to put him in a different Star Wars character part. Can I just swap him? So whoever he takes gets his part.
Sure. Sharpling says, "I dare you to call Watto. Try to get him on for the last 20 minutes. $500 more, Sharpling."
Justin Theroux. I swap him out with Sebastian Shaw.
Okay. So here's the new game.
Oh, okay, sure.
That was short. That was a short game. That was a real short game. Dude.
We're gonna take a word from the opening scroll, and you have to put it somewhere in the credits.
What do you mean? What is this? What is this anagram?
So the word "new." Where are you gonna put that in the credits?
I put it in front of Han Solo, so when people say it's Harrison Ford as new Han Solo.
That's good. All right, how about Rebellion?
I put it I put it right under the Screen Actors Guild logo, so it looks like it's Screen Actors Guild Rebellion.
Okay, now we flip it. You got to put the words in the credits into the opening scroll.
How about this? Why don't you take a word from the opening scroll, and I put it into a line of Star Wars dialogue that's new in a scene in the movie.
Speak.
I'd have C-3PO say, speak. All you ever do is beep, you idiot.
Okay, try this one. This is from the Force Awakens crawl. I'm going to take a word from Luke Skywalker is missing, so I'll take Skywalker.
Skywalker, get over here.
That was good.
That's what one of the rebel generals says.
Okay, so now the new game is this. You got to take the weather from one scene and put it in another scene.
Yeah.
So
I picked the scenes.
No. So I'll give you the first. So you can take the weather from the first scene on Tatooine with Luke drinking the milk.
Mm-hmm.
And do what? Put it in another scene?
You got to put that weather in another scene.
So just desert heat, hot?
Yeah.
You wrote it.
Well, what's the weather? That's just desert hot?
Look in your notes.
No, what do you want me to do? I'm just going to swap it with.
You have to put that weather somewhere else in the movie.
George, put it on Hoth. Put it on Hoth, George.
No, it'll melt. I don't want to do that. Easiest thing is I'll just put it in the scene where 3PO and R2 are walking up to Jabba's palace. Same weather, basically.
It's a little drier than the first one.
Yeah, a little drier. Because it's a moisture farm.
Yeah, exactly. It sucks all the moisture out.
George, what's your favorite weather in a Star Wars movie?
Everybody's like, get Watto back. Bring Watto back. Quick.
I'm not calling him.
I'll do it.
No, George, don't. George. Don't. He won't be happy. I promise you he will not be happy, George.
That wasn't the game. The game wasn't to make him happy.
George. Don't do it, George, please.
Why not? What are you going to give me to not do it?
I'll put in $100 if you don't do it.
I don't need. I'm a billionaire. That means
no.
Nothing
It's
to
for
me.
charity. It's for charity, you freak.
I don't care. I'm going to call him unless you promise that next time I say that we end the stream, you get in line.
Deal.
And that means every week.
No, you said the next time. You said the next time.
Nope, that's the deal, and you made it. Everyone type. Patrick made a deal.
If you agree. If you disagree, say Patrick made a bad deal. Say this deal's getting worse all the time. Type that.
PMAD is what you can, if you want to do a short version.
Or TDIGWATT.
PMAD. I want to see that. I want to see some PMAD.
It's so close to Padme. It's so close.
Padme. It's really raining here in Marin County.
Is it?
Oh, look, are they burning? Did they just burn Darth Vader's body in The Irishman?
No.
You could use some rain here in New York.
George, if you could add one no into The Irishman, where would you put it?
I mean, what now would be fine. No, probably when Hoffa gets shot, I'd probably have him say no because he doesn't want to get shot.
Yeah.
How long do we have? 34 minutes. Barely an episode of Lost left.
Oh my god.
Wow. Someone is saying in the chat that they sent fan art. I don't see it.
Check your email.
Oh, wait, JD, did you say you wish it rained here? Is that what you said?
Yeah, New York.
A rainy day in New York.
So JD wants a rainy day in New York?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. The gun going into the water yells no. But I want it for every I want it for every time. And actually, if you want to, you can take James Earl Jones's no. Let's add some no's every time. I want someone to do a cut of all the times when the gun gets thrown into the water in The Irishman and dub in some Star Wars no's. Or dub your own no's. Just have the guns go, no, as they're like.
Has Sharpling asked this question like 10 times?
George, can you just answer it so he'll stop?
Do I trust children whose favorite character is C-3PO? No, I don't.
No, I don't.
Patrick, do you want to ask?
It's from Andrew Finlay Stewart.
Patrick, do you want to ask how many of the children who are in the chat right now are have their favorite character is C-3PO?
Sure. You can only answer this if you're under 18. Is your favorite character C-3PO?
I'm walking away from here.
Why does JD always walk away whenever child stuff comes up?
I don't know. It feels like maybe it's a legal thing. Maybe.
What's going on? Is my name being besmirched?
Like he's mandated to get away whenever we talk about it.
Yeah. JD, it looks shady for you to have to leave every time kids come on.
I have to take my medications.
Okay.
All right.
Oh no, they're about to pop them. Oh, they popped them.
They're about to pop them. That's the thing. These mafia types are like Pringles.
Yeah. Once you pop one, the fun don't stop, bud.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get ready for bed.
JD, do you agree that these mafia types are like Pringles?
No.
You don't think so?
You don't think so, JD? Okay.
Some of them are in the can.
And then once you pop, the fun don't stop, JD.
I've now been on this show longer than Watto has.
I think that's true. Watto, definitely. Watto and some of Watto, Electro, who's staying at Watto's house.
Oh,
from the Watto household.
I didn't realize who Electro was until now I'm piecing it together.
Yeah, it's his house guest.
Got it.
He's the Kato Palin of Watto.
I see.
Oh my God. Oh. Any chance we're getting Vlad?
I'm not thinking so because he has not responded to another DM.
Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Get Vlad.
Even though he is active on Instagram right now. So
if people want to ask him to come over to the live stream,
now's your chance because he's awake.
Now's your chance because we're never going to be up this late again.
No.
All right, I'm gonna go brush my teeth, change my PJs, and then start turning off lights.
I mean, you still have 32 minutes, JD.
I'll probably be the last 10 minutes of this whole thing.
Will you stream you sleeping?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
I mean, not the whole thing.
Sure. You can go get ready if you want to get ready, and then we'll just end it with you sleeping.
Someone's worried that the movie will end before you return.
I do famously take 45 minutes to 47 minutes to brush my teeth.
We have 30 minutes left.
If it's not all blood, you're not brushing hard enough. That's what I would say.
Wow.
Wow.
It is wild that this movie still has 30 minutes because it feels like it's wrapping up.
But I think all the best stuff's still to come.
I agree. I like the end of this movie.
Hey, George.
What?
If ever the chat was able to pull together $1,500 more, would you go for a round 2 of that Irishman here?
Who would do it? I don't know if we could do that.
I don't think I could. Patrick, do you want to see if Nicole will come back on the show?
She had fun. She had a good time.
I just think she'd be so surprised that we're still going.
Yeah. Because we were like, oh, sometimes this stream goes 4 hours, and she was shocked.
That's so funny. We used to sit next to each other at UCB New York. And we both worked there.
Have you heard her doorbell, JD?
No.
It's a woman screaming.
Oh my gosh.
It's terrifying.
It's insane.
I think Pesci is so good in this scene. And I think the makeup and digital
made him look so young.
They made him look so young. Hey, Freak Scene, any chance you guys will start the movie back over again once it's over? You personally have to donate $1,500 more. You
it would be a lot more than that. It would be a lot more than that. Do not make a deal.
Two?
It does not speak to me. It would be 10 grand. I would do it again for 10 grand.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
For 10 grand?
You would do it for cheaper than that.
Nope. 10 grand. So this scene is where it's at.
I agree. I mean, Pesci's hands are so good in it.
It's also just this is the heart of the scene, the heart of the movie. All this stuff is the reason why, for all the things that happened before, they all exist so that these scenes can be at maximum power.
Yeah.
It's all great work. These scenes.
Yeah, someone just quoted Pesci's hands are so good in it. If you want to add that to the IMDb quotes page, go for it, guys. Go for it. Love a 4-hour-long movie where the lesson is none of it mattered. I agree. And that's a lot of people's complaint with Last Jedi. And you know what? I think that fucking rules.
Anybody who has a problem with a 4-hour movie where the lesson is none of that mattered, you got a fun surprise coming at the end of your life.
Hey, George, what would you say about a movie called The Irish Mandalorian?
I'd say bring it on. Baby Yoda, Baby Pesci. No, me neither. I wasn't being ironic either. It's really scary and frightening.
Yeah. No More Cat is asking if this is going to be uploaded to YouTube. Yes, this will be on YouTube on Tuesday. It'll be broken up into 2 sections. The first section will be after Nicole leaves. We will break it up. And then the second section will be everything after that. But tell your friends, post the link, retweet the tweets when we post the YouTube link, because we like getting people's eyes on it. So it will be probably a 2-hour video and then a 6-hour video.
What was the movie that was 80 minutes long that we balked at watching?
Yeah, Spy Kids. You guys all balked at Spy Kids.
Yeah, I still am glad we didn't watch Spy Kids, even though it's a fun movie.
It is fun. I just watched the second one this week.
Is this the same cemetery that the Royal Tenenbaums are buried at? Is Royal Tenenbaum buried in the same cemetery?
I don't know.
Does anybody know? Is Royal Tenenbaum buried in this cemetery? Spoiler for the Royal Tenenbaums.
I had a flash forward to George as an old man wandering through a cemetery with nurses chasing after him.
It's like the Belushi video.
I don't know that.
Oh, from SNL, where it's old George and then he goes and visits Watto's grave and my grave and then he starts dancing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. Things are about to get real fun.
It's amazing. We're still over 100 viewers, George. I want to make that clear. How's it feel, JD? Does it feel good?
Oh, it feels so good.
Yeah.
The coolness of the sheets.
I don't know if I'm going to take my phone off that tripod tonight. I might just leave it up there.
It's a good place.
Sharpling says that he remembers when John Belushi died, they had Milton Berle on Nightline, and he kept referring to him as John Belushi.
Mr. Television.
Yeah. Good guy. What a good guy. Uncle Milty.
Uncle Milty. He would dress up as Little Bo Peep, and America would laugh.
So funny. So funny. Franco the Third is asking, who's been here since the very beginning? George?
I have.
I have too. If anyone else has been here since the very beginning, say
yippee.
Episode 1, baby. Stop saying me. Say episode 1, baby.
Or say yippee.
Okay, say yippee. All right, don't say episode 1, baby. Say yippee.
Imagine if you went to go see a comedy show, a live comedy show, and then end up being 6 hours longer than you thought.
That feels like a JD comedy show, though.
Maybe in my 20s.
Like 6 years ago, if they were like, we went to a JD Amato comedy show and it was 8 hours long, you'd be like, yeah.
They said it was 30 minutes long, but it was 8 hours long.
Here's the famous bank scene.
I think all the bank scene stuff I've seen is fine. It's very down the middle. The message is very clear. And lots of people like it, which is, I think it's great.
Hey, someone make
the same imagery over and over again.
Yeah.
Someone make a cut of this scene where instead of De Niro saying Peggy, Peggy.
And I think it's the guy from Gorillas.
Instead of having De Niro say Peggy, Peggy, I just want to talk. Replace those shots with Al Bundy saying, "Oh, Peg," from Married with Children.
No, we got it. We got it.
Yeah, I know.
And my bit was that instead of the bank scene, it was Banksy the artist.
Yeah.
All good bits.
Do you guys know if Banksy was a dog? Do you know what his name would be?
Marksy.
Why?
Just is. It's just true.
It's his name. There doesn't need to be any payoff. It's his name.
Do you know if Banksy was a dog, you know what it would be?
What?
Woofsy.
Hey, here's a question. This is gonna blow your freaking gourds, guys.
Gourd, JD, you don't even know about the gourd.
You don't even know the gourds.
What?
You don't even know about the gourds, JD.
Guys, JD doesn't know about the gourds. He just brings them up.
He just brings up the gourds. He has no idea.
He just brings up gourds. 2 gourds. JD, you just got gourded.
What?
JD's new nickname is Barry Gordy.
Stop.
Oh, we got a regular Gordon Gecko over here.
Oh, Gordy Gecko.
Hey.
Thank the gourd.
Don't hey, stop this.
All right, what did you want to say?
I don't feel safe talking anymore.
No, talk about gourds.
Talk about gourds. We love it.
It's gonna blow your gourd.
Do it. Do it.
No. Now it seems like you want to talk about gourds. Let's talk about gourds.
No.
Let's talk about gourds, baby.
Say what's gonna blow our gourd.
Yeah,
okay.
Blow our gourd.
Make sure all the squares are out of the room before I say this.
Hate squares, leave. Now's your time.
Get all the squares and the principals out of the room.
Ooh, Action Bronson's on screen.
All right.
All right, I think the squares are gone, JD.
Okay. Free thinkers only.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A dog goes woof, woof. A cat goes meow. A snake goes yes, yes. A pig goes oink, oink, oink. A sheep goes bah. Now here's my question. What sound does a human make?
Yippee.
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 Yippee. Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Baby wakey. Baby wakey.
This is basically what was happening to De Niro's character about 5 minutes ago in the hallway. He just can't move.
Someone's saying that this better make the SCUM highlight reel next week, and I just want to say good luck to whoever edits that.
Oh, Danny Boyle. How Patrick hates your movies. From Trainspotting to Slumdog Millionaire. He hates your films and he will never watch them. No matter how many more you may ever film. Oh, let's watch The Irishman for charity.
Just going to sleep to the sounds of Connor groaning.
George.
Yeah.
George. Yeah. JD, I'm gonna boot you if you keep not using George's real name.
I've just talked about my friend for so long tonight.
I know you talk about him a lot, too much. Someone say you talk about
I'm listening to a recording of my friend groaning.
Yeah.
That's why before I go to sleep.
Matt, were you listening to Matt?
Man.
Matt groaning? Were you listening to Matt groaning?
Oh my gosh! Boo! Cancel
15
culture.
minutes.
Get him.
Yeah, he was on Epstein's plane.
Here's the thing: 15 minutes left. I feel like at this point we might as well keep going, George.
Yeah, 15 minutes left. 10 of that is going to be credits. So we only have about 5 minutes left in the movie. We're going to watch the credits.
Do we watch the credits, George?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what Sharpling paid for. And now let's just see what Netflix offers. Like, what do they tell people after you've watched The Irishman? What is Netflix like? Oh, you want to watch another thing? What are they going to tell us? If they all tell us the same thing, do we watch it?
What if they suggest Amazing Spider-Man 2?
They're going to suggest Top Gear.
What if they suggest Nailed It? Then we have to watch it. Respect to Nicole. If we both get Nailed It at the end of The Irishman, then we have to watch it.
George?
Yeah.
Shake on it.
Hold on. I should do the other hand so that people can. Hold on.
Hang on. Here we go.
What?
Deal. Patrick made a good deal.
No, do it.
Wait, but now I gotta.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Here we go. This will be good, George. We can do it. No, come back.
Right.
Oh, you're pinching my head?
No, I'm going to grab your little hand with my 2 hands.
There you go. Oh, that's very sweet. That's very sweet.
Hold on. I just want to. Hold on.
You should grab my whole arm, George. Just grab my whole arm.
Okay. Why can't I do this? I'm so bad at it. It's because I'm so tired and I'm on the ground.
It. You got the arm.
Should we call Watto?
I say no. And I know it would make for a good part of the stream, but that's just me as a person telling you, George, as a person, that it would be a bad idea.
But we're both people, but we're also both producers. And the producer, it make for good stream.
No, I understand. But it would be a
good stream.
It would be a bad idea.
Patrick, but it would make for some good stream, right?
Yeah.
You know what to put on the stream, right?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Irishman. You can do this. Hey, it's that nurse from Orange is the New Black.
Dasha Palenko.
That's right. She was also in A few years ago, there were some Old Navy commercials that I believe Amy Poehler did.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think she did the Spanish language version of that ad campaign, I believe.
Hmm.
A little fun casting news just from inside the business.
George,
Is this what we're doing now? Is this Big Brother, basically? This looks like Big Brother.
Yeah.
Is this like the Big Brother house with like 2 sets of twins and one guy who's not a twin? That's what's left on Big Brother?
2 twins. This is the end, isn't it?
This is the end. My only friend. That's what Francis said in his movie.
This is the end.
No, you can have someone sleep. We just can't all sleep on Twitch.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna log off. You have to end this on your own.
Wait, you come this far? You're gonna do
Literally, the door is about to close, JD.
JD, just go to sleep. Let the stream end naturally.
Just mute your computer so you don't have to hear us.
Yeah, mute your dang computer so you don't have to hear us. We don't have to hear you.
I don't want to be here when this ends.
You won't.
Oh, you won't. You'll be gone. You'll be in
Dreamland.
Dreamland, dreamland, little dream.
Dreamland.
You can't spell dream without. Hey, it's the credits.
He leaves the door open for a sequel.
You're still painting houses.
JD, close your eyeballs. Close your eyes.
Why is the word you so big in that? I heard you paint houses.
I don't know. Yeah, Robot Squid is asking, what if it keeps going and JD wakes up and it's still happening? There's a part of me that wants to do that.
Okay. Goodbye, George Lucas Talk Show.
Don't leave us.
JD, don't leave us.
You'll regret it.
You will regret it.
Aren't you done?
No.
Credits.
We're not even close to being done.
Jane Rosenthal.
This is only beginning.
Erwin Winkler. Producer of Rock. Think about all the VFX names that have to come up, JD.
Is Sharpling? How's Sharpling? Is he around to see us finish it?
Yeah, he's here. The last thing Sharpling said was, remember the stuff you put Gethard through? I think that was to JD.
Yeah, do you remember all that?
You have to be a part of the after show.
Yeah, talking Irishman.
There's no after show. This is an after show. This was a 6-hour-long after show.
Oh, here's the thing. We've seen The Irishman, but we haven't really talked about it that much.
That's a good point.
Now that it's over.
Hey, George. George, Nicole left 6 hours ago, George.
Time to get her back. Put her back on the show.
Sharpling wants you to say nice things about him, JD.
Tom, you've created one of the funniest shows of all time. You kept it going without changing the style to be anything but your evolving voice. You're one of the kindest, funniest people I know. I'm glad you've been here for this journey. Thank you, Tim Sharpling.
Mm-hmm. We're still on cast. George, can we finish this?
What do you mean?
We gotta finish, George.
You were just saying you wanted to keep it going.
I know.
We're almost at 8 hours. You want to stop at 7:45 when you could say you did an 8-hour show? Wouldn't that be something to brag to all your friends
Someone's
about?
asking if we could do a reading of Grown Ups 3 now. Tom, if you ever want to do a reading of Grown Ups 3 on the George Lucas Talk Show, I think we'll figure it out.
Are you guys gonna watch Darby O'Gill now?
I watched that this year. Have you ever seen it?
Plus, it is on Disney Plus.
It is on Disney Plus.
Yeah, it's actually one of the foremost films in forced perspective and in-camera effects.
Yeah.
You're telling me.
They use the Schoften process.
Everyone should say, now this is the good grape juice, like Pesci did. That's what Sharpling says. George?
Now this is the good grape juice.
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 Oh. Now this is the good grape juice.
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 Ooh, meet company yard manager, Vinny Vella. Remember Vinny Vella, JD?
Rest in peace, Vinny Vella.
Yeah, he's in this movie. JD, do you want to say now this is the good grape juice?
Nope.
George, do you want to say it again?
Now this is the good grape juice.
Now this is the good grape juice.
Do we want to watch as a follow-up to The Irishman? How do we feel about watching
the discussion?
The Scots.
Bear with me. No. How? And be honest.
This is a very flattering angle on old George here.
How do we feel about watching
Darby O'Gill, laugh Stewart.
How do we feel, because this will only take 7 minutes, how do we feel about going over to Daily Motion and watching the 1951 Warner Brothers short subject, The Wearing of the Grin?
No.
It's, hold on. Let me show you some images from it.
Porky O'Pig and the little people, more like.
It's about Porky Pig and some tricky leprechauns.
Wow. No, I'm going to make the executive decision and say no, George. George, you should start wrapping up.
This is how I wrap up.
Okay.
By offering you the option.
We're not going to watch it, George.
It's only 7 minutes long.
George, we're not going to watch it. We can watch it another week, George.
But this is the Irish week.
George, there's a good chance that this stream ends within 30 seconds.
Thank me off, George.
Thank you off?
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
You should walk away from the camera, JD.
Come on.
Don't say thank me off.
Say thank you, JD, for coming. That's our guest, JD Amato.
Start your good nights, George.
Thank you, JD, for coming. This is our good nights. All right, we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and say good night to JD.
Good night, JD.
Good night, Connor. Good night, Patrick.
Good night, JD.
Now,
that's George. That's George, JD. You got a weird fixation on this Connor guy.
I've never heard.
Been here for.
I think I talk about my buddy Steve a lot. This guy can't stop talking about his guys. Let's take off our second units. Just back to our classic. It's like we were at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody for sticking along. I didn't think the show would go this long, but we raised what, $1,500?
Like $1,560, I think.
$1,560. So Tom donated $1,500, and then someone else donated $60.
Some other people chipped in.
Great. To help fight the fascist federal unmarked stormtroopers in Portland. They've been arresting people without cause. That's something that was worth. That was worth this exhausting process.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry we didn't have time. I'm sorry we ran out of time. We couldn't watch the 1951 Porky Pig short subject, The Wearing of the Grin. But it is available on Daily Motion. If people want to see Porky Pig matching wits with two very tricky Irish leprechauns. Patrick, do you have any final thoughts?
No, thank you, George, for letting me be a part of this.
Well, I feel like the credits are not fully updated now because we didn't know that JD was going to be part of them.
Well, they will be on YouTube, so let's not acknowledge it.
Will you bleep what I just said?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for what inevitably will be. This will be a historic episode because normally we aren't going to let them turn into charity streams, and now Sharpling is getting some plugs in at the last minute. I'm rambling.
JD's still not asleep, coming back in the chat.
Do we want to bring JD? Ask JD if he want to come back on screen.
JD, do you want to come back on the stream, JD? Okay, George, finish it up.
Thanks to everyone. May the force be with you.